Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking politics. I'm sorry. I'm saying, oh God. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. I know talking politics can be pretty divisive. Divisive? We're in a very weird time politically. Trump goes on Aiden Ross's stream, does the Trump dance with him. They're giving away cyber trucks or something like that. And XQC was there, I think. And then Kamala Harris has people twerking at her committee as she's doing like weird Southern accents and stuff.
So I'm gonna get into some business now. Okay.
It's been a whirlwind of media attention, and quite frankly, it's a goddamn circus is what it is. I don't know if other people in other countries feel this way, but anytime any political race happens, it's just such an overabundance of cringe. It's just like self-shame and cringe. That's all I have. And it splits the country so heavily too. No one can ever just agree to disagree on something, right? People say they like to, but I feel like people are very judgmental, which we do live in polarizing times now as well, but I don't know. We do a lot of tournaments on this channel, and with the election coming up, which I'm not going to talk about my political opinions, because here's the thing, guys. All right. One, I'm dumb. I'm an uneducated voter. And to be completely frank, I don't know if it's bad to say, I've never voted once in my life. The only thing I've ever voted on is local government stuff. That's the only thing I ever think really I ever can affect. All right. But other than that, I just don't vote. I'm a bad person. Sue me, right?
Yeah, my opinion on you has changed.
I've had people legitimately say that. Listen, I'm just uneducated. So today I wanted to go through and we're going to figure out which politician has the best slogan, looks the prettiest, and has the hottest partner.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. If you're struggling with credit cards, medical bills, or paying off personal loans and collections, then PDS Debt's here to help. Everyone accrues debt, but the world doesn't make it easy on it to get out of it. If you're making payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, and you have at least $10,000 or more in eligible debt, then PDS Debt has customized options just for you. There's no minimum credit score required, meaning you can have bad credit and fair credit and still be eligible. Implementing PDS Debt's alternative solutions can save you more while paying off your debt in just a fraction of the time. Look, I've worked a lot of odd jobs. I went to art school. Hell, I even lived in my car for a fair bit of time. And I get it, times can be tough. So if you're in a weird spot, maybe at least check out PDS Debt's free analysis to see if there's just any other options for you. See if it's something that can get you out of a little bit of trouble. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat. It only takes about 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat. pds.com/PapaMeat. Thank you so much, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
We tried to make this as petty as we possibly could to really get into the mind of an uneducated voter. So without further ado, let's meet our political candidates. We have Indian statesman Indira Gandhi. Is that related to Mahatma Gandhi?
I don't know. I didn't look. But we're uneducated voters, so it doesn't matter. So I'm going to assume yes.
Actually, you know what I'm going to say? As an uneducated, I'm just going to say, oh, Gandhi. That's probably the same Gandhi, right? Then we have German statesman Konrad Adenauer, Prime Minister Winston Churchill. I know him. The British Bulldog, eh? President William Henry Harrison. Philippines candidate Junjun Soto. Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. We have President Herbert Hoover. Polish politician Andrzej Lepar. Republican presidential candidate Bobby Jindal. Democratic president Franklin Pierce, Republican Senate candidate Kristen O'Donnell, New York Governor Alfred E. Smith, President Lyndon B. Johnson, Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. We have Lenin on this list? Okay. Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun-han, and President Richard Nixon, which there's a couple of there I do know. There's a couple, I would say the vast majority I do not know, but these are people with controversial slogans. Because you know what, that's the thing with politics, right? It all boils down to a strong slogan. Remember Obama? Believe. In a weird way, you're like, God damn, I want to believe. I want to believe in something, right? And then Trump says, America, make America great again. I mean, I don't give a if you like the country or not. That's just like a very, that slogan's hard. Make America great again. Kind of makes you just be like, yeah, what the happened? What the fuck happened, man? Slogans are so important. So we need to figure out who has ever had the most unhinged, who's had the best unhinged slogan of all time. And first up, we have Indian statesman Indira Gandhi versus German statesman Konrad Adenauer. Indira Gandhi, 1971. Her slogan was Garabi Hatao, which means remove poverty. Why was this a controversial one, Nick?
It's just whoever's the best, like, just based off the slogan, who am I going to vote for?
Right. So based off who the slogan is, what they look like, their personal life, and just like, I mean, face value everything, right? You don't look into the politics, that's it. Okay. Garabi Hatao, which means remove poverty. How do you debate that? I'm not gonna lie, I like the Sweeney Todd thing of her hair too, if I'm being honest. My heart's starting to palpitate a little bit. I'm starting to get a little sweaty. This is how I actually feel in the electoral booth, where I'm like I feel like I'm choosing the wrong thing and having no information. This is all feeling so real. Where's the husband at? Oh, this is the husband. Versus German statesman Konrad Adenauer. God, what a ghastly man. I feel like this is like a vampire or something. I always hate when old people's heads, man, they start getting those like onion spots. That grosses me out. How do you stop that? Is that just from being out in the sun too long? Konrad's was literally no experiments.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Do you want context?
No. Well, actually, do you know the context of it? I actually don't want to know because I don't want to inform my decision. No experiments is such a fucking cryptic. He's scary and he's German. He seems like a German mad scientist. As a leader, I feel like people would be afraid to toil with this man. I would be afraid to toil against this man. Versus, I'm going to be honest, the Indira Gandhi seems very sweet. Do I want my leader to be scary or do I want them to be wholesome? That's kind of we're immediately facing a philosophical debate early on. I lean towards Konrad because one, I'm like, he looks like he belongs behind a podium ruling something, doesn't he? Next up, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, which I do love the British Bulldog. He's a good man. And President William Henry Harrison. So I have to go against my own country. Let's see. What was Churchill's? Better a third term than a third world war. That's cold. That's ice cold. He did look very frumpy. He looks like the most stereotypical British guy. Like, this is definitely a plate of brown kind of man. Yo, why is his wife kind of a baddie though, huh? She's got a strong chin, dude. She's got like that's like a Buzz Lightyear chin if I've ever seen one. She has been mewing. She's been mewing and he's been gooning. That's the ultimate looks maxing couple. William Henry Harrison. I don't like the haircut already, first off. Looks like a toupee. You know what, just own your bald. I mean, it's easy coming from a guy with like a very full head of hair. What, can you not just be bald? Damn. He looks like he's, yeah, just like I don't like him. All right, well, we're going kind of hard. What's his presidential campaign? Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Oh my God, that's his wife? Oh, this doesn't look like a ruler to me. One thing I can tell you right now about Winston Churchill, that like I'm an old thirsty basset hound. This one's too easy. This is definitely Winston Churchill. That's gonna be hard to beat the himself. Damn, dude. Next we have Philippines candidate Junjun Soto versus Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. Philippines candidate Junjun Soto, 2014. So this is the most recent one we've had so far. I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything. I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything. Love the transparency. For those of you who don't know or is not a Filipino, this is pretty much the most overused sentence phrased during elections. Most politicians here would usually cry in front of the camera just to get people's attention, so you can't really put trust on anyone anymore. Is that what he said?
No, this is what someone gave context to.
Okay. This is the only photo we have of him too, isn't it? I'll tell you what. I feel like I would love to go like a barbecue with him. This would be a kind of guy that I'd love to just like hang out, have a couple drinks with, but at the same time, too trusting. Maybe a pushover. Maybe I want to be lied to a little bit. Promise me something I can't have. All right, let me see the Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. I want to say it right now. Love the name Don Chip. Keep the bastards honest. Oh, that's a good one. Keep the bastards honest. Don Chip, eh? Ugh. His smile is not very good. He's got kind of a rat mouth. Also don't like he even is doing more of a rat face in this thing. He's kind of doing like a... And then his wife looks a bit like one of my grandpas with a wig on. That makes me feel uncomfortable. I like Junjun Soto, but I feel like Don Chip is going to be like... I feel like he's going to push us forward. I wonder if he's liked. I'm gonna be doing there's gonna be a lot of edits of like, was he a liked candidate? Did he win? I don't know. Don Chip has my vote for this round. President Hubert Hoover, I never liked his name. It always reminds me of the vacuum. Hoover vacuums, come on. Or Polish politician Andrzej Leper. A chicken in every pot and a car in every garage. I do like that kind of good old boy energy. He's kind of a bit of a looker, a little bit. He kind of looks like, I was gonna say Citizen Kane, Orson Welles. Let's see what Andrzej Leper is all about. He said, Zimsta jest zlotka. Revenge is sweet. Oh, that's sick. Everyone's like, ooh. Oh, the other politician's like, he looks kind of constipated in this photo, though. Can you imagine this guy saying revenge is sweet? He just blows like a huge ass fart, like soils himself. His mom, his wife looks like, I feel like I would like to be friends with that family because the mom seems sweet. She looks like a very sweet woman. That kind of makes him even more intimidating, though. Revenge is sweet. With the Polish politician Andrzej Leper, you have the fury of an Italian-American mobster, but then you have the caring side of his first lady, who is, dare I say, looks like a very sweet woman. It's got to go to Leper. Revenge is sweet is just like, he's just like, if you do wrong to us, I will take great pleasure in coming for you. Republican presidential candidate Bobby Jindal versus Democratic President Franklin Pierce. So this feels like an actual, this feels like an actual election here. I'm always hung up on the name Bobby because of Bobby Hill, and he's like by far the worst child in any cartoon. That boy ain't right. Tanned, rested, ready. Huh. I really don't like his dweeby picture. Already off to a bad start with this. Also don't like his hair split down the middle like that. Franklin Pierce. We poked you in 44, we shall pierce you in 52. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also, could be taken in multiple ways, though, if I'm being honest. That cannot possibly be a picture of his wife. That looks like a picture of his mother. That is crazy. Don't like that she has one black glove on, so now I have to speculate what is wrong with that hand. Versus, it's just Bobby Jindal. It feels like it's just too much of a joke. I don't really like a jokey leader. Take the job seriously, dude. What are you getting paid for, right? Pierce. Pierce all day on that one. Republican Senate candidate Christine O'Donnell versus New York Governor Alfred E. Smith. You see Christine O'Donnell. Let me get a little look at that. I'm not a witch, I'm you. That's her candidate. That's her slogan. I'm not a witch, I'm you. She's got that like, what is it, Sarah Palin kind of vibe. Oh, that like crazy ass like soccer mom energy. I don't know if I like that, dude. There's a video of her.
I'm not a witch. I'm nothing you've heard. I'm you.
Her starting her video with "I'm not a witch" is insane. It honestly gives me I'm getting a couple kind of points in your favor. Immediately what I think of is, what did she do to have to say that? What about New York Governor Alfred E. Smith? Let me see him. Make all your wet dreams come true? Make all your wet dreams come true? God damn. Oh, and those gray teeth up front. Oh my God, him down at the racetrack too with his bullish wife. Oh my God, make all your wet dreams come true. He's like, you know what I'm saying, sweetheart? Did you make an oopsie? Did cocky go boing boing in the middle of the night? Wifey did it. Alfred E. Smith just kind of creeps me out if I'm being honest. Christine O'Donnell at least looks presentable to be a world leader. If this guy showed up, they'd be like, did you get the only fentanyl addicted politician to be your president? You know what I mean? Man, I love wet dreams though. Oh man, I love it. I've only had it. Well, you know why I like it is because I've only had it happen once. It was a mess. Oh, I'm saying, I woke up, a mess was made. Nick, I'm telling you, when I say I threw away my shorts.
Oh God. It
was unbelievable. I've never woken up more happy though in my life. When I went to bed, my shoulders were all tight. I had like back pain. I was all nervous about stuff. I don't think I woke up feeling 18 years old again. The years melted away. All the stress. I was like, a cartwheel. It was like a big slushy. Took them off, threw them away. Took a shower and went about my day. That sounded like a Dr. Seuss passage, did it not? Did that actually sound that sounded like a doctor? I'm getting off that. I'm gonna go with Christine O'Donnell. You know what? Yeah, she's not a witch or whatever, but the Alfred E. Smith thing is too much. President Lyndon B. Johnson, I know him, and Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. Now this is a political mashup right here, dude. Holy shit. Let's see. President Lyndon B. Johnson, in your guts, you know he's nuts. Damn! Holy moly, he is deep up in them guts. Yo, Lyndon B. Johnson can be me just right. Lyndon B. Johnson too. He looks like a little hound too, doesn't he? And his wife's a little baddie too, huh? Well, I wouldn't get him. She knows too. She's just like, in my guts, I know he's nuts. He's been up in my guts with his nuts. And then Vladimir Lenin, bread, land, and peace. God, what an intimidating man. Bread, land, peace.
Look at his wife.
I know. Everything just seems so stoic and cold in that country. Vladimir Lenin, though, let me tell you, I'm like, he looks like a guy where I'm like, I want him to do all the serious shit. He looks like, I don't know why, I don't know if this is right, but in my mind, he looks like the evil scientist in the first Outlast game. They look like they've never smiled one day in their life. They don't smile because they're Russian, that is true. Also, I will say Lyndon B. Johnson kind of has this like good old boy aspect about him. He could talk about the serious stuff, but if my car broke down, he'd help me. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Lyndon B. Johnson. He has a very pristine face, too. Very memorable face. How about Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun Han or President Richard Nixon? This, tell you what, Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun Han this is a tall cookie to crack right here. Let's see, Kyu Yun Han, gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. That's pretty epic. Gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. He's not even talking about his country. He's talking about space, too. I kind of love that. All right, his wife's kind of a baddie, too. Believe, begin, become is in that photo as well. He looks passionate as This guy's getting me kind of hyped up, dude. I want to be at this rally. Good luck, Nick. I gotta say good luck to Nixon is all I gotta say. They can't lick our They can't lick our so good. We like... Don't change in the middle of a screw. Vote for Nixon in 72. It sucks because here's the thing. I'm trying to go in unbiased with all this. And yes, all things are fun, but he was just a horrible president. Also very deceptive. I mean, he did lie. And he made our country look like a joke. Dude, and even if he was good, does he have swagger that Kyu Yun Han has? I don't think he does. Gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. Are you f***ing kidding me? Also, the passion, the raw passion in those photos. I'm going with him. That marks the end of our first round. We get out with the weak, continuing with the strong, and the second round begins now. Starting off, oh God, I forgot about Konrad Adenauer immediately. Versus Winston Churchill again. I feel like Konrad doesn't even stand a chance. He got past round one because he was so ghoulish and scary. And I was like, oh, maybe he's intimidating. I feel like Winston Churchill kind of has that too. Konrad also looks like he's on the verge of death. That was the problem with Biden is I was like, I feel like this guy's going to die any day.
Dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if...
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
It just feels sad having to run. I'm just going to go Churchill. Don Chip versus Andres Lepper, the constipated man or the Australian rat. Don Chip he kind of just looks like a politician to me. Versus the Andres Lepper guy, if I'm being honest this time, I'd be like, I feel like you work for like the trash company, like the Sopranos kind of thing. Who would you say, Nick? I already had my vote. I'm just saying what you think.
Probably Don.
That's who I had. I voted Don Chip. Ooh, Franklin Pierce or the Republican witch Christine O'Donnell. Christine O'Donnell just saying I'm not a witch is just so funny to me. She also she has a very kind appearance, doesn't she? Yeah, her like smiling, laughing. It's crazy soccer mom energy. That's the powerful thing about a crazy ass soccer mom is she's gonna be really kind to your face, but you know she's like planning some shit in the background. Your son looks really cute. I'm like, yeah. And they walk off. She's like, I'll go get him off the field. Let's go, Joshua. That's like some evil, heinous shit. Christine O'Donnell is becoming a power player on this list immediately. Franklin Pierce, I don't know. His wife also looks like she's 145 years old. Christine O'Donnell moves on. The American Witch. You know, also the American Witch. That's pretty good. The American Witch. Come on. Lyndon B. Johnson versus our boy Kyu Yun Han. Lyndon B. Johnson is just what I expect of like the golden age American man. You know, he's a guy's guy. He's honest. He's respectable. And now he's just like, I'm in a place to just bring this whole thing home. Kyu Yun Han makes me believe in myself. Gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. I like also that he's just like, yeah, we want everything. This is the problem. There's a very important King of the Hill episode where Hank, who is obviously a very stern Republican man, shakes George W. Bush's hand and it's limp. And he's like, then he's like, I don't know if I can vote for a guy whose hand he has a limp handshake. It changes his whole perspective about him.
His handshake. It's limp.
And I'm looking at Kyo Yoon Han and I'm picturing that. I'm picturing standing in front of him. Am I taller than him? Am I bigger than him? When I shake his hand, does that make me feel like I'm like, is this the leader I want? Right? Versus Lyndon B. Johnson. I picture myself as like a child looking up to his father. He's just like, here, let me help you up. Or I'm on my back and he's like, let me help you up. And he picks you up. You like Kyo Yoon Han?
Oh, yeah. Look at his wife, dude.
You're just all there for his wife. I think, you know what? I'm being too hard on Kyo Yoon Han's, I guess, his size and stature. He makes me feel too good about myself. I'm sorry, Lyndon B. Johnson. I have to go Kyo Yoon Han. Kyo Yoon Han. All right, now this is the semifinals here, guys. All right. And in semifinal match number 1, it's Winston Churchill versus Democratic leader, the Australian rat, Don Chip. The Bulldog versus the Rat, which is a crazy, insane political battle. Oh my God. Don Chip has some kind of weird hold over me. I don't know why. I look at him and I'm just like, this is a guy that I want to hang out with. This guy. Winston Churchill, yeah, he's he's gooning, he's edging, and his wife is mogging and looks maxing and all that stuff. But what I really want to like sit down, also he's British. Ugh. Like the thing about the Rat, the Australian Rat, is he'd be like, you want a Jack and Coke? I'm gonna drink it Foster's and I wouldn't mind having a whiskey and a soda, hey? Versus Churchill, I feel like he'd just be like, let me get a pint of your finest ale. I don't like beer. You see, we're coming down to very petty stuff right now. Also, I'll be honest, after looking at Winston Churchill's Buzz Lightyear jawed wife more, I'm actually just more afraid of her. She doesn't even look real. It looks AI generated. I gotta go Don Chip. Don Chip! I love Don Chip. Oh my God. This next one, the American witch Christine O'Donnell versus the Taiwanese politician Kyo Yoon Han. This is not even close, dude. Soccer mama energy or like me motivating myself? Come on. Burn the witch at the stake. Move Kyo Yoon Han on. I will say her starting that political campaign ad once again though. I'm not a witch. It's some serious energy. I'd be like, this is unhinged. All right, our finals. This is an unsuspecting. I did not suspect this finals. The finals. The finals is unbelievable. The Australian Rat, Don Chip, versus Galactus, as I want to call him. The Taiwanese politician, Kyo Yoon Han. Here's the facts. Here's the pros on both sides. Don Chip looks like a politician. He's got that age to him, that grace, to where he's like, I've seen some shit. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I can fix it, but I at least think I can handle the situation. He's a guy I can see where the problems are at. Also a guy that if I was in a bar, I'd like to just have a drink with him. He seems like an all around, like a man. Here's the positives with Kyo Yoon Han. He has a positive, his aura is off the charts right now. He has this vibe of making me feel good about myself and wanting to conquer my future, which is huge. His wife's a baddie, certified baddie. So you know he can pull tail. That's kind of sick. And just an amazing slogan. Oh yeah, wasn't Don Chip's Keep the Bastards Honest? It's pretty good too. Keep the bastards honest. I love that. Let's look at the cons. Don Chip, yeah, he's a bad boy and stuff. I feel like he's gonna do illegal things. I feel like you would want to like him and really be on his side, but I feel like in the back of your mind you know that he's doing some kind of crime, which is in a way kind of a positive too for me, maybe. The cons for Kyo Yoon Han once again are strictly this. One, I don't like the giant mole on his nose. Okay? That's petty. I also don't think that he could beat Don Chip in a fist fight, if I'm being honest. I don't think he can arm wrestle him. I honestly feel like Kyo Yoon Han probably couldn't. I don't think he could beat any 9-year-old Australian boy in a fight. That's probably rough to say, but off shooting from the hip, that's what I think. Does he make me want to reach for my future? Yes. But you know who also does that? My mom. Okay? Do I think my mom could run the country like Don Chip? No. It's hard saying goodbye to someone you love. Kyo Yoon Han, through this venture, has made me truly look at my own world. I'm gazing at it. I'm seeing that it was a little less empty without him. And I think conquering my universe is realizing that I need to conquer my content moving forward. I need to take action. And I think by conquering the universe, I think it's meaning electing Don Chip as our official political leader here. I know, but Don Chip, he's got a place in my heart. I'm sorry. Don Chip is the kind of guy stand behind the podium and you'd listen. He'd just tell you how it is, and you'd see him drinking at a bar, and you're like, well, yeah, of course, that's Don Chip. And that's the kind of guy that I'm voting for. So my vote for this presidential or political race that we have here in this tournament is Don Chip is my champion. And of all these people, I think Don Chip would probably get my vote. I really hope he's a good politician. We'll just put something here. Hopefully he's a good candidate. We'll see. We'll see. I'm curious to see. People almost always disagree with my picks in the tournaments here. So I am curious to see what you guys think. The Rat is getting my vote. Don Chip, you are my hero for today. There you go. Once again, hopefully he was a good selection. I refuse to absolutely look into any of this information. So let me know who you'd vote for, and I will catch you all in the next one. Happy voting, everyone. Bye-bye. Talking politics can be pretty divisive. Divisive? Decisive. Divisive. I had it right the first time. Okay. Versus Conrad. I don't want to be in that. I don't even think I want to know this man. He scares me. But is that a good political avenue? Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about dating. Dating's hard. Being in a relationship long-term is hard. Dealing with the same person over and over again every single day. My God, what a drag. But also even trying to get into a relationship is even more difficult. Trying to find that trust with somebody, some random soul on this earth is one of the most difficult things any person can do. And all these dating apps right at the tap of your finger has made it even more confusing. People with high standards, people being so stuck up they're unbearable, or it's just a 56-year-old Taiwanese guy who's trying to gouge money from your pocket. When I feel like all anybody wants, man or woman, is a nice, good, obedient partner. Like a dog. But that's impossible nowadays, isn't it? But don't you fret, because I actually have a solution for you. You could fly around the world and date women from foreign countries and become a passport bro. The concept of Western men going to foreign countries strictly for dating is not new. Mail order brides were a big thing starting in the 60s up until even the late 90s. Man, I wish I could have gotten a mail order bride. I want to see what one of those websites are like. One of the old ones. I bet you there's still some kind of version of it today, but I want a Sears catalog of just beautiful Russian women who just cannot understand me. Extreme language barrier. By the early 2000s, retirees and expats were also traveling to other countries, often engaging romantically with the locals. Hell, I mean, even in World War I and World War II, our boys in blue stationed overseas would get a little frisky with the locals, and then they'd end up having some kids with them. I don't think that they probably went back to take care of the kids, but the concept of men going out and finding themselves a trad wife in foreign lands is nothing new whatsoever. However, the latest iteration of this evolution is called the passport bro. This term describes men who travel to economically poor, conservative countries seeking women with traditional values for dating or marriage. Trad wives, which if you don't know what a trad wife is, then maybe put a little video up of somebody up online to make you want to hate yourself. There they are, trad wife, so sexy.
Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon, your childhood reinvented. Magic Spoon is the cereal of the modern age because it's high in protein and has no sugar, making it a perfect fit for the variety of diets that you all are probably on. Magic Spoon has flavors you loved growing up, like cinnamon roll, fruity, cocoa, peanut butter, and birthday cake. But now it's grain-free, gluten-free, a keto-friendly bite, plus 13 grams of protein. And now Magic Spoon has treats. These high-protein bars are brand new and completely guilt-free, baby. God. Hey. Featuring the flavors of marshmallow, chocolatey peanut butter, double chocolate, and blueberry muffin. And each bar has 12 grams of protein and only 1 gram of sugar and 2 grams of carbs. They're the perfect snack to have in the morning, and I like to rip into one right before a workout. Why don't you treat yourself? Use my code PAPAMEAT or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon cereal or treats today and get $5 off. Magic Spoon comes with a 100% happiness guarantee online. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Click the link in the description or go to magicspoon.com/PapaMeat for $5 off your purchase today. Thank you so much, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
To put it simply, a passport bro is a term used to describe a Western man who leaves their country in order to find a woman from a non-Western country. Some can't find a partner in their own countries, some are seeking more traditional relationships, and some just have a preference for foreign women.
I feel like you would be a passport bro. You just want to date Asian women.
Is that wrong?
I don't think it's wrong. I'm just saying you can have a preference. That's what I'm saying. I feel like you'd want to be a passport bro. Then you know what? It's dating. You want to make sure it's kind of like a nice suit. You want to make sure it fits.
It's good. It's tight.
Okay. All right. Frustrated with the American dating scene, they believe Western women are too influenced by feminism and materialism, undermining commitment and loyalty in the relationships. I hate that women nowadays have to be so fucking independent. And they like going to Forever 21 and buying jeans. Stop that!
They go out with their friends, shake their ass on other guys.
Yeah, they go out to the club, start twerking on other men. I don't like that. They perceive dating as overly transactional, prioritizing casual relationships over long-term commitments. Which, you know what? Tinder has made it easy for people to come and just quick little fucking go. People don't like to get to know each other. People in the dating scene, they're just like, all they want to do is suck my and have sex with me. Which you've kind of said that before too.
It gets boring.
You're just like, I don't want a casual hookup. I want a long-term thing.
I want to fall in love and break their heart.
I want to fall. I want to fall in love and dump them. They also argue that the balance of power in relationships has shifted unfavorably against men. You think that's true?
This is what men think.
This is your words. You're the person that is helping me type this up. That's what I'm asking you. Do you actually think that?
Well,
Whoa.
the passport bro scene, this is how they think.
Sure.
And I may or may not be subscribed.
No, I'm asking you, do you think that's true?
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean,
As soon as you're talking, I'm like, he is going to say a lie. Just say yes. I fucking know he's saying yes. They feel like women in their country have more options and are therefore more selective, leaving many men to feel overlooked or undervalued, which I will say, being an Uggo man right now, rough pumpkins, man. Because before, it was just kind of like, that was just the cream, this was the crop. You know, like some guy with like a, you know, there might not be much, but I'm the best you got. Not anymore, dude. The internet's made that people fucking, nope, no thank you.
I was trying to find this study, which I guess was like 10 years ago, but they were saying that women are having more sex, but men are having less sex.
Oh, are they saying that just women are...
So they're saying that, well, there's that. It could be just more same-sex relationships. But people are also saying...
Blur all of that, what I just did. Blur all of that, please.
Other people are saying that the alphas are getting more pussy.
Oh, so you're saying that the men who are fucking, they're fucking way more.
Yes.
With more women versus the Uggos, us.
We're getting the scraps, if anything.
Yeah, we're getting this. We're barely getting anything left over. These motherfuckers are eating. Dating apps have made it easier for chads to get all the sniz, snuff, rough, buff, bush, and tail as they want, but the betas are left to pick up what measly little scraps are left over. Like fucking Willard, dude. I just got done watching Willard, and that's exactly what it made me think of. All those rats in there. I feel like Crispin Glover and fucking Willard. The common view among passport bros is that Western women, our queens here in the States, I don't know why I had a British accent there, have become too argumentative. They yap too much. Confrontational. Even I can find some truth in that, dude. Why the f you always arguing with me so much? That's the first thing I say on the first date. Why you always arguing so much? Damn! I'm not gonna... They're always up in my fucking business. They're manipulative. They make me do things I don't want to do. And exhibit traits often associated with masculinity. Why the f are you wearing basketball shorts so much now, dude? Billie Eilish has done irreversible damage. Took me a while to get to that word. Exhibit traits that often associate with masculinity. What the f does that even mean?
What that it actually means is that they're more like independent, more aggressive. This is the passport bro mindset, dude.
No, sure, man. And I will say a lot of people, which we gotta really skirt around this. I gotta watch out what I say. A lot of people have been saying that I'm sexist lately, and that is true. No, I'm kidding. To combat these feelings, men are now seeking out women who fit that trad wife lifestyle, traditional wife lifestyle, which I'm pretty sure is just 1950s housewife kind of thing. Man goes out to work, comes home, expects a nice cooked meal, clean house, and he's probably like, I don't know, suck my dick, and she's like, okay, whatever, just obedient dog of a woman. Which has become increasingly rare in Western countries. So many men have started to look at overseas cultures and countries that embrace the traditional lifestyle they so desire, aka the Asias.
God, it's beautiful.
The land of the rising sun. Thus, the passport bro lifestyle was born, pushed through the grundle of its... Okay, we can't say it. These are people who want to escape this hell of modern feminism. They want a woman who prioritizes family, marriage, and long-term commitment. I don't see how modern feminism has destroyed that. I still feel like I see that a lot of places, but I'm gonna still, we need to get this out there. They also want relationships with traditional gender roles. The man is the provider and protector, right? Rock, flag, and eagle. And the woman is the homemaker and nurturer. Daddy want milky. The trad wife stuff I've seen online is people who are like a guy playing like Apex Legends, and his like wife walks in with like chicken, broccoli, and like macaroni and cheese and like a Mountain Dew and sits it down, and then he's like, "Thank you, baby." And all the comments in there are just like, "Women don't realize how much this means to us." That's where I'm like, that's the trad wife shit right there. Which it is also just, I mean, a person could fucking make dinner for someone, and the trad wife line to me is it's a gray area. If you like to cook, all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, you're a trad wife, you love to cook. like, I guess it just depends on the role dynamics of the relationship, right? Like if he was just like, why don't you get your sweet ass in there and make me some cookies? And she was like, okay, well, let me finish cleaning first and I'll go do it. Well, you know, whatever. Babe, empty! Babe, empty! And then she comes in, sorry, here you go, dear. To me, I'm like, that's a bit more traditional wife shit. Some passport bros even express a preference for submissive and subservient women to contrast the more independent and assertive nature of women in their own home countries, aka quiet Asian women. That's what they're looking for. They see a Vice documentary or they see one of like the fucking 12 million Japanese YouTube channels, and then every single American commenting, it's like heaven over there. They're so cute and kind. That's the kind of shit those are the kind of people making those comments. But it's pretty much beta males who want to receive sloppy head from whatever they want. They just want these guys just want somebody to be like, cocky want boing boing, whatever the that meme was. And a person comes in and boing 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 boing. Why not? And the movement is gaining momentum and growing every day thanks to social media. Many who indulge in the passport bro way of life also contribute to the online conversation by creating content that documents their travels, offers dating advice, or critiques the dating culture in their home countries, which I do love that very much. Yo, women over here, they're stupid. But in Japan, beautiful diamonds over there, okay? Traditional good. That's why I got a Chinese woman over here. Hello. You have subreddits such as the Passport Bros with 31,000 members. On TikTok, the hashtag Passport Bros has been viewed 420 million times. There's even a dedicated website called theofficialpassportbros.com that can teach you all about this beautiful lifestyle.
Most of it's male active, or what is it? Male activists?
Male activists? Yeah, just try saying a regular fucking human being, dude. A regular guy. A boy's boy, maybe? Just because you're anti-feminist doesn't mean that you're the devil, dude. Sorry. I don't buy into all the fucking hype. Yeah, how many times we've recorded I hate women on this channel? Might as well just go ahead and say it again here. I hate women! Death to feminism! That's gonna go well. That'll be a good one. These are essentially people bragging about how awesome being a passport bro is and want to show off all the cool stuff they do and all the pussy they get. And this lifestyle is even more achievable now, especially since working from home has become a very normal occurrence in the workplace. So you know what? Maybe I can just hop on over to Russia for a little bit because I can still do my IT job from the dark web. Can you imagine logging into work, your work email on the dark web? These men live what they call a digital nomad lifestyle. That's awesome. Where they work remotely in order to fund their travels and go abroad. A digital nomad. Can you imagine like hunter and gatherers in like the Neolithic era being like, there's going to be a thing called a digital nomad? They're like, huh? They pick countries that are poorer than the US so they can stretch their money significantly more than they would be able to back home. One of the biggest cheat codes is that these passport bros make all their income through USD, which is usually always much more significant in value compared to all of these other poorer countries. So they're able to flex. They're able to say, ooh, I got cash dollar. I got George Washington on my bill, sweetheart. So now that we know what a passport bro is, why don't we dive into some of the advice that the passport bros give? First thing to consider when being a passport bro is deciding which country is right for you. Nick, which one is right for you? The yen is weak right now, my friend. I'm telling you, we're going to Japan this year and you're not gonna come back. I feel like you might just fucking stay over there, dude.
Should I do a passport bro vlog?
You should do a passport bro vlog. We'll insert it into one of the videos. Nick's passport bro vlog. One of the most popular regions passport bros travel to are the Southeast Asian countries, such as Thailand, Vietnam, and even the Philippines.
Japan was not on the list.
I'm gonna go and throw Japan in there. All the guys are like, please yen, stay down. Keep the yen down. Asian cultures tend to lean heavily into traditional gender roles, and there is a strong sense of family ties that passport bros very much desire. These cultures are known for their hospitality and warmth.
You want sucky sucky?
Oh my oh my God. Women are perceived as welcoming and kind-hearted, which create an inviting environment for foreign men seeking relationships. The cost of living is exponentially cheaper, and you can live like a king even on the most modest of American budgets.
Which, let me tell you, wow.
$4 Ubers, $10 steaks? Is this heaven? And lastly, Southeast Asian women are often viewed as exotic in Western media, which makes the allure of traveling here so much more appealing.
Beautiful beautiful porcelain doll.
My beautiful porcelain baby doll. How I've craved you in my entire life. My favorite movie? Memoirs of a Geisha. Similarly, you can go to Latin American countries like Colombia, Brazil, and the Dominican Republic. Passport bros go to these countries for similar reasons, such as affordability and the exoticness of the country. And those big, beautiful Latino asses, am I right? Ho, hey, hoorah! But the biggest difference is Latin American women are more fun, which feels racist.
This is coming from the Passport Bros, dude.
Okay. But the Passport Bros say, better just put a clarification on it, that a big tip for Latin Americans is that they're more fun, outgoing, and just generally more loving than the Southeast Asian women, which feels racist to say, but it's not. That's not what we're saying. This is just from the websites and stuff we found online, so don't yell at me.
They got that spicy taco.
Oh my God. You cannot keep saying shit in the back, dude. And also, the biggest perk on the list is the thick dumpy that they say that they have, which I feel gross saying. If my wife is watching this, just know that this is not me. This is Nick saying this stuff and blaming it on Passport Bros. So I apologize for that. If neither of these destinations are up your alley, you can always go to Eastern European countries like Romania. I don't know if we can say any of the other countries. While these countries have a higher cost of living than both Latin America and Southeast Asia, they still are cheaper to live in compared to the United States.
If you want to date a white woman, you go here.
The racism meter is really ticking in my head like a Geiger counter. You're just like, also, if you like white people, if you only want to date a white person, you come here. But now that you have found the destination of your choice, right? Like after all these options and after some of the recommendations they give, now it's time to go find the perfect woman. That's step 2. That is a big leap. Where do I want to go? All right, well, I'm going to go find the perfect woman.
That's all you need.
That's all you need. There's the 2-step process. Good thing there are a slew of content creators out there to give you the perfect dating advice. Like Austin Abeda, a.k.a. the Digital Bromad. Austin's a self-proclaimed passport bro who teaches you all the secrets of dating overseas, but mostly in the Philippines. He likes the Philippines. Who doesn't? He mostly claims his content is designed to teach people how to work remotely in foreign countries, but really, he's just more so focusing on pulling foreign women. But you know what, Austin? You don't have to hide that crazy little scheme any longer. Passport bros welcome you with open arms.
It's true. I searched up who the most famous one is, and he is.
So the Digital Bromad is the most famous passport bro.
According to Reddit. Everyone says, like, this is the only guy I sub to.
You think Reddit's the worst website on the internet?
Potentially. Not my subreddits that I visit, but the other ones that I do research on, yeah.
Yeah. My Reddits that I like are actually kind of cool.
Twitter.
I think I might hate Twitter more. I think Twitter has to be the fucking worst by far.
Not my One Piece subreddit, though.
One Piece subreddit. Oh my God. Perfect.
Oda could do no wrong.
Oda could do no wrong. He's probably gonna fucking die of a heart attack soon. I'm just saying statistically that it is not in his favor. Doesn't Shonen Jump, they're like, you have to take a break or you're going to die. And he's like, just let me do a couple more pages. What's the big deal? And he's just like railing cigarettes the whole time.
I think when Akira Toriyama died, they said, you take a 2-week break now.
Why'd you have to do that? But the Digital Bromad does have a 3-step system in becoming a passport bro. And the 3 steps go as followed. 1. The leap of faith. This involves flying to a country of your choosing, downloading all the dating apps, make the connections with the locals. They're going to be your guides and help you explore this brand new world. The 2nd step, be a pioneer. Stand out amongst your friends. Find other passport bros and share notes with each other. That way you can get all the tips and tricks from the bros.
And when you meet up, share notes and resources, you could literally rent mansions together.
And 3. Stability. Settle down in your favorite place, learn a new language, and live like the rich. Pay people to do chores like folding laundry and making the bed. That way, you have more time to get pussy. What's weird about so far about learning about passport bros is that they want a trad woman, but it isn't for relationships. It's just so they can
Well, that's the hypocrisy of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The hypocrisy is that, like, oh, these women are so stuck up in the States or whatever. But really, it's just like, oh, they won't me. I don't like them because they're so, you know, they're a fucking feminist. But then they, like, go over to, like, a fucking Southeast Asian country. And they're like, they could probably settle down or even get married. But instead, they're just like, I don't want to all these girls over here. Yeah, look how rich I am. But the Digital Bromad also gives you advice on how to pull Asian baddies. Results may vary.
Step 1, get a passport. Step 2, fly into the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, Manila. Step 4, invite a local Filipina to the movie, and boom, she steps in. What is this? The entire movie theater is full of high-quality beds? She's shocked. You're shocked. There's a remote. Have her press it.
So wait, is he dating this chick?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, so the digital bro man did at least settle down with one of his faraway queens. You know what, Austin? Good for you, dude. Showing passport bros that you can get some pussy, but then settle down. What a guy. You think he'd probably do well in the States, right?
But he's doing better overseas. That's what matters, dude.
Why settle? Why settle for anything? You also have people like Sam Speaks Dating. He's an American dating coach who moved to Medellin, Colombia.
Medellin.
And he is definitely not a passport bro. So get that out of your fucking head. I know he's on this list, but he's not a passport bro, okay? In one of his videos, he talks about how to find a traditional woman in Colombia. Roll that shit.
3 ways to identify a traditional woman, part 2. She doesn't post thirst traps online looking for attention. You don't want a girl who's shaking her ass on the gram all the time and saves that for behind closed doors. Follow me for part 3.
One of his biggest green flags with women is if they don't post thirst traps on social media. Or even bigger, larger green flag is if they don't have a social media at all. So no one on earth knows about them but you. That's a jackpot right there. And this means that they'll be the most loyal person and that they'll only show that intimate side to you. You know which intimate side I'm talking about, right? Yeah. He also has another video about how to trick women to come back to your place while pretending it's a date. That's a leap.
Step 1, send her a voice message, call her throughout the day. Make her feel special. Just let her know that your day is super crazy, but you'll be free around 10 p.m. And the great thing is, restaurants are going to be closed at 10, so what's the solution? Your place. And just like that, guys, you have her exactly where you want her to be.
This feels like the fucking dentist system or something like that. So the only place left to go is back to your place. Gotcha, bitch. Now, this way, when you go out to your place, you don't have to spend any money out at any restaurants or any movies or anything. You can watch movies and you probably get a little pussy later, all right? Bulletproof method. Lie is the biggest thing. The best way to start any relationship is built on a brick of lies. Just gonna put that out there, okay? There's also another guy named Beswells. His go-to technique is to grab women by the hand and compliment them. That is a bold choice, my God. Here he is making a woman suck her own lollipop.
Chupa, chupa.
Filipina Tea is a channel that focuses on giving advice to foreigners traveling to the Philippines. Oh, so this is a woman who's saying like, hey, if you're a man, this is what you need to do when you come here.
It's all Filipino stuff, but she focuses a lot on like the traveling aspect. There's a video on like, there's a rise of HIV going on, so be careful.
That's actually kind of a fucking helpful tip. I like that. And of course, we have to get to this part of the video. Of course, with all good things, there's gonna be haters. Always haters, dude. Hate, hate, hate. Fuck! People will call you delusional if you think that just traveling to a country automatically means that you're gonna get more pussy. Okay, what? Have you seen the statistics and the facts that we've presented so far? If you go to another country, you're gonna get more pussy. Sorry, liberals. Probably didn't want to hear that, but that's the case, dude. Passport bro, stamp my passport. It's a little pussy book. Ooh, can you imagine a passport bro open? He's like, you have no idea how much pussy I'm about to get. The guy in Colombia is like, what? And he's like, you have no idea how much fucking strange I'm about to tear up here. Go ahead and stamp it. Easy with the stamp though, easy. One of the big criticisms people say too is that us fucking people in the States aren't exotic to these other countries, which to that I would say, who the fuck are you, dude? I'm exotic as hell. I'm like a Mercedes. I'm like a fucking Jaguar, dude. What about your frumpy ass? Oh, you're exotic? I doubt it. In Japan, the locals are calling passport bros losers back home on account of that they probably can't get laid in their own country. Which, you know what? That's kind of funny though. They see all the passport bros and they're like, oh yeah, all the losers come here to try to like Asian women. It feels like there must be a sect of women who are like, oh God, you that American guy when he came over. And the guy's like, yeah, she did. It was awesome. And we're in love now. Another criticism is that these men, no matter what age, typically older, I would say older men who have an established career that can go and do this stuff, go out and they usually only typically date women 18 to 25 age range, which is just a little creepy. If you're an older guy doing a little Leo DiCaprio thing, it's just one of those things where it's like, just go after somebody your own age. What are we doing here? But ignoring that fact, a lot of critics argue that passport bros perpetuate harmful stereotypes, exploit economic disparities, and contribute to cultural insensitivities, as there is a tendency to objectify women from other cultures. The men often reduce women to cultural stereotypes, seeing them as submissive, docile, and more compliant than Western women. That feels like I could immediately see that from some of the shit I see online, dude. Yeah, Asian women are just like so much more quiet and peaceful. How can I get an Asian woman? I've seen shit like that in comment sections all the time. What I wouldn't give to go and get a Japan woman. Not even Japanese woman, a Japan woman. People have expressed concerns that passport bros view women as commodities to be acquired rather than as an actual equal partner.
Like Like Pokemon cards.
Like Pokemon cards, dude. Like collecting fucking Pokemon. And how dare you say that Passport Bros love dozens... There's also the economic exploitation that Passport Bros use in order to get dates and sleep with women. I have big USD dollars. You should just come stay with me tonight, is the criticism, which I would say, you know what, dude? Why don't you stop being such a fucking prude? These men come from wealthier countries and often attract women who are often less financially well off or in poverty. This raises concerns about the authenticity of the relationship, and some would argue that it is all transactional. That's the same thing with the mail order brides. None of the mail order brides actually loved the people. They just want that green card, dude. They want to get that citizenship, which I guess that's a fucking bill you have to pay somehow.
If I had a mail order bride, she would love me for who I am. I saved her.
Passport Bros also don't often realize the extreme culture shock some of these countries have and set up unrealistic expectations due to the stereotypes. But as soon as they come back and, you know, they're living in the States, they quickly realize that these women aren't just fucking dolls for them to control and puppet around, and that they have their own free will, which is a huge bummer that they don't talk about in the Passport Bros subreddit. There are entire Facebook groups dedicated to men who got married to Filipino women and ended up regretting it. Unhappily married to a Filipina or foreigner help group. I like how it's Matthew Perry.
Did he marry a foreigner?
Could I be any more vaccinated with that shirt on? I don't know. He's dead now. I don't know what happened. Over 2,000 people in it too. It's so funny. Oh, I want to read this post here. From Brandon Dishman. How many people married a beautiful, young Filipina, only to learn after citizenship was obtained that their every action, reaction, virtually every aspect of their personality was manufactured falsehood, and that you had married a complete stranger? Well, that's odd. Well, I barely knew you to begin with, and I feel like I just don't even know you. That while your heart grew in love for them, their heart grew in resentment for you. That they resented you for every lie they ever had to tell. Lies such as, I love you, and virtually every other utterance of affection while they towed the line towards citizenship. You know, in a lot of ways, too, reading this, first off, it's like, what do you expect? I mean, it is a transactional relationship. That is what it is. But it does make me think that some people are just so delusional or socially awkward that maybe they feel like because of that transactional thing, it is real. That you can actually buy someone's affection in that way, which, I mean, obviously you can't. Affection grows from a place of interest and desire and want. I think that some people are so awkward enough to maybe fully believe that, oh, I could just buy someone's affection. You can buy someone physically, you know, people being like, oh, you know, I'm with this person because he buys me this or whatever, and I can sleep with them just to get that line. But there's no actual affection there, I would imagine.
Just resentment.
Yeah, and it does become resentful after a while too, because you probably get what you want, and then you're like, oh my god, now I'm stuck with this fucking guy. Something that they don't realize is that in Southeast Asian countries, the woman is the decision maker in the household. Their ideas of a traditional wife don't actually fit what is reality. It's the grass is always greener side of things, right? You think you want this thing, but really you get it, and ooh, I actually just didn't. That's not what I want at all, actually.
Also, they think that it's American traditional wife when it's actually different culture traditional.
Yeah, they hear a traditional Southeast Asian wife and they're picturing, once again, probably the nuclear family wife at home kind of thing, subservient. But these are all just different ideals and different cultures that we're not going to actually look into. We're just going to blindly go in because they're cute. We have another comment here from Vagina MacGyver. I'm in the subreddits for Asian countries and see a lot of bitching and moaning from these American dudes who marry into Japanese, Chinese, and Korean families. These women aren't submissive, and the American women are grossly unprepared for what traditional truly means because they're trying to apply Western culture to a different culture. They think that they want a trad wife, but they have no idea what it consists of in their part because they've been groomed in an individualistic society. I really think these men are Delulu. What is Delulu? I really think these men are Delulu if they think American women are the problem. Well, what do you know, dude? Kidding. For some men, I feel like what they really want is complete and utter control of every aspect of their partner's life. They want to fully be in control. It's like a power kind of struggle thing. I think it was what they really want. They want someone to beckon at their call, be obsessive over them, and treat them like a god while they get to kind of live like a baby. Which also I've heard too from even my wife that men typically who have a good relationship with their mom are very are babies, versus men who maybe didn't get along with their parents or along with their mother are more like independent or like have to clean up after themselves. So that's why I still wear diapers. Which, here's the thing. I think that the passport bro thing has been marginalized by men who are obsessed with just getting pussy because they're basically incels here in America, in the States, and they feel like they know that they can't connect with other women, and it's a social issue, right? But being able to look at somewhere exotic and being able to feel like you can have that confidence and that power over somebody is very alluring to these people. But I don't think there's anything wrong with a guy who's like, listen, dude, I think Filipino chicks are just fucking hot. The USD's strong over there, and I want to get a Filipino wife. Is there a problem with that? Moving to the fucking Philippines and doing that kind of thing? I don't think so. Or even going to find a Filipino bride? I don't think so. I do think it is weird if you try to hold over your, I guess, economic status to woo women over, or God forbid, lie to them about going to a restaurant at 10 p.m. only to come back and be like, well, I guess we should just have sex, right? I don't know. But I will say this, in your home country right now, if you're in the States watching this and you feel that you can't connect with someone, let me tell you something. There is someone out there for everybody. I mean, it's odd. I don't know how it's possible, but there's literally someone out there for everybody. The biggest thing that these passport bros do is that they completely give up. They look at everything as black and white and that there's no hope. There's always hope. Part about being in a relationship, especially being in a healthy relationship, is legitimately trying. It's fucking hard, it's hard work, but once you find that person, it's so much more special than just going somewhere and just fucking a ton of random people. I can promise you that. It's without a doubt. Meaningless sex is appealing when you're fucking 18 to 21 years old or something like that. But then after a while, the world gets a lot more fucking lonely. So I would just say, look for other people that are like-minded as you and that you actually want to build a relationship with, because by building a better relationship, you become a better person. That's all I have to say. All right, passport bros, fly high and fly true, my friends. And all the women in those countries, maybe have a few talks with some of the people that are going out with these guys. I have no idea. All right, that's all I got for today. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah. We go to Japan. We're gonna follow the passport, the bromat.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about horror movies. But I can't simply do this alone. No, I have to bring in my good friend, Wendigo!
Woo, Wendigo! Whoa. No one who's ever watched anything Meat Canyon related has ever seen me before. Woo, yeah.
No.
So
The newest member of this channel.
Yep.
We kind of do like a video once a year, it seems like, together on this channel.
Yep.
First, it was we did movie recommendations, and then we did the Ted the Caver, which led into Creepcast, which is, you know,
it's all right, I guess.
Awesome. It's crazy
people
how
watch
successful
it, I
this show
yeah.
is. I've had a lot of people over the years hit me up again being like, when are you guys going to do another movie recommendation? It's been a while, and since this is October 1st, I figured we would do 31 days of horror films. So we're going to go back and forth until we give you 31 movie recommendations. Do October right and watch horror movies every day. That's the American way.
That's the whole point of it, the entire point. Also, if this was anyone else's channel, I'd come on here and be like, oh, thank you so much for having me. It means a lot or whatever. But since this is Hunter, I can say...
No, go ahead and do that.
No. I can say that I'm held here against my will. He told me he would not send me this month's payment for Creepcast unless I came on the show.
I deprive him.
So I am here against my will, and I'll leave it at that.
So what I heard translated was that you were happy to be here and that, you know, thanks for having me. It was very sweet and nice.
Sure.
For over a generation. And that's about the way
it makes it delicious.
Wait! I want to thank our great, dear, beautiful, unbelievable friends at Bad Dragon. Bad Dragon is the home to all of your fantasy, toys. If you're trying to spice up things in the bedroom for yourself or maybe a partner, consider going over to Bad Dragon and seeing all of the amazing goodies they have to offer. Let me tell you, I've been to the facility. I've met the people that make it. It's like Willy Wonka's goddamn chocolate factory over there. Whimsy, mystique, quality, precision, royalty, class. Bad Dragon's products are not only just amazing, but the quality control that they do, the customer service that they have, and how fast that they get the products out with their shipping is pretty fucking awesome, just from a consumer standpoint. And like I said, so many unbelievably talented artists come together to make these awesome designs, and maybe it's time for you to put a little something in your drawer, or on your shelf, as I do, because they're art pieces, basically. They're amazing. Bad Dragon has been a continuous, long-time supporter of this channel, and I gotta tell you, man, they're our favorite. Sorry, every other brand. We love Bad Dragon the most. Okay? So if you want to spice things up in your own life, or maybe for a significant other, head over to Bad Dragon and tell them Papa Meat sent you. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video. And hey, let's get back to the video.
I like to go about it in days, or, you know, like themes. Have a day be a theme. Have it be a little organized, right? So you're going to get a mixture of different genres, different kinds of, just different approaches to the horror movies, and to have them be fun, cohesive days. My first day, October 1st, what I will be watching today is Willard with Crispin Glover, which is a criminally underrated horror movie about a man who makes friends with rats. Psycho meets Mouse Hunt, or whatever that movie was from
Mouse
the
Hunt.
90s as well. It's with Nathan Lane. That their dad owns like a string factory, and they take over his house, and a mouse plagues them. It's a lot like Baby's Day Out. It's a mouse.
You are speaking gibberish to me. I have no idea. Hold on, mouse.
It's like if Psycho, if instead of being obsessed with his mom, which in Willard he is, it's a very weird, creepy relationship. He made friends with a mouse, and he basically uses them to get revenge in his life, and he has a really, really crazy relationship with this mouse that he names Socrates, and he battles against his other big rat. But it's really nice. It's a good movie. Every 30 years, there's like a remake of something. So like in the 80s, it was the remake of all the 50s movies like The Blob, The Fly. And then now we're getting all the remakes of the early 2000s where it was like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You had the Rob Zombie remakes. You had Willard, which was actually a 70s movie, but it's really, really fun movie, and I don't see it get talked about enough. But I love Crispin Glover. I love him so much, and I would say that is my day one recommend. Nice rat horror.
Nice rat horror. What a way to start off the season. You couldn't have picked a normal one, could you? No Exorcist or no anything like that. It had to be about a man and his rat. Are you trying to tell us something?
I think you gotta... I'm crying out. I'm reaching out. I'm grasping for someone to help me.
I can feel that.
Yeah. I like to start the month off, nice. Right? Because when I think of like Exorcist and these big movies, I really want to be really close to Halloween. Like I'm jittery with it. It's almost like drinking a cup of coffee on an empty stomach. I get all vibrating.
You need it to mean something. You need it to be special.
I think it just hits harder.
I get that. Yeah, you're closer to it. Like you got to ease into it. I understand.
Yeah. But Willard, love the movie. Great performance. Also, R. Lee Ermey plays his like extremely dickhead boss. He plays the same role in every movie, but it's so good. Him and Willard's interactions are so like vile. It's such a great performance. I love both of them.
Fantastic. So we are now on to our day 2 recommendation, which for day 2 of October, we recommend another remake, this one of The Blob. The Blob has got to be, I have this like soft spot for monster flicks. Like I don't care how well the effects look or anything like that, just to see some kind of something kill people, it just makes my heart happy. There's this weird subgenre of horror films. It kind of popped up around the same time that stuff like Grindhouse flicks were getting popular and stuff like that, like real pulpy horror, called melt movies, which is, as described, movies where people melt. It's kind of like body horror, but instead of watching people get ripped apart and stuff, it's like watching people dissolve. And a lot of the terror kind of comes from when they stop being human, when they're dead, when they're alive. But The Blob is very similar to that. It's probably the most famous example of that kind of movie, where it's literally the Blob, which is this like weird amoeba looking giant cell thing from space that just consumes everything in its path. And it goes from like small scale individual kills to taking over an entire town. And the gore is fun. The death is fun. It's just such a fun movie. It hits that right notch where the stuff you're watching on screen is still terrifying. Like, oh, I wouldn't want that to happen to me. But at the same time, it's so over the top, you can't help but feel kind of happy about it almost. It's hard to explain if you haven't seen it, but it's just such a great film.
Has a lot of elements of religious stuff as well. You kind of have this priest or this pastor who's kind of declaring this doomsday part of the town. Yeah. And it has one of the best endings where that guy is doing gospel in the middle of nowhere. Because you think he dies in the film, but then he still has a little shard of the Blob, and it's just such a great foreshadowing of like the terror still continues. And also it hits a really big part of me because I love child death, and there is a part where the child, you think it's all safe and good, and the movie goes that far.
I will say, like, it doesn't only kill the child, it like it decimates the child.
It is a bit of a decimation of a child, which is pretty fun. And also you get a lot of really interesting performances from Shawnee Smith, which he became famous again in the early 2000s for Saw.
If you're in the market for monster stuff, like, there's sure the original Blob's good too, but there's something about the remake that just like hits. Like, if you like 80s horror films, you'll love it. It's not as good as one of my favorite horror flicks of all time, The Thing, in my opinion. But if you like The Thing, there are similarities to how the monster's shot, how a lot of the stuff feels, especially like when characters are killed and things like that. It's just a really good film. You should really watch it.
Moving into day 3, I'm gonna recommend, this is my Taiwanese day, and I'm gonna recommend Incantation from 2022. This is just a nice found footage horror film. I think utilizes breaking of religious taboos in a really fun way. The way that it presents even like these incantations or these spells up on the screen is kind of like made me, when I first saw it, I was like, oh shit.
I remember there was that one scene, but when the girl goes to the mountaintop by herself when they find her and she like kind of jumps at the camera. I remember that being one of the only recent jump scares to really get me.
I like it because it has one of those jump scares that feels earned. It isn't just like, oh, turn the music up as loud as you possibly can. It plays into, as we're going to see in this theme of movies I recommend, are religious elements, cultural religious elements, and especially like weird cult stuff. Like I remember this one is, it's like a group of friends or relatives go up to a mountainous like kind of clan or village up there, and they kind of disrupt a ceremony that's happening, and it's all kind of focused around breaking this ceremony and the kind of the repercussions she has with visiting this horrifying statue. And I recommend Incantation for my day 3.
Incantation, I remember the ending, which not to spoil it, but that ending scene where they get to the cave. And just that, I remember being so tense that entire time. The way they do the like ancient religion's great. The way they do their monsters great. It really does do an angle of horror I appreciate that I think is very underdone so well. I can't recommend it enough. Incantation for sure. So for the 4th day of October, I'm going to recommend The Sadness. So we all know our zombie films. We all know, our movies about a large crowd of people becoming monstrous or whatever. But The Sadness does something unique with it. It makes it especially terrifying because it's like everyone becomes inflicted with the overwhelming need to be bad. That's either like sexual crimes or mutilation or murder. Like everyone is as evil as they could physically be at all times.
It seems like the biggest impulse, like their darkest desires, that impulse overrides their brains, almost putting them in a zombified like state of just like pure unfiltered carnage.
Yeah, like everyone is evil all the time. It's a really terrifying scenario because unlike like most zombie movies kind of fall into a place where it's like, okay, but yeah, I could outthink these things. Like even if they're fast, even if they run or whatever, I could get somewhere. But these are just really bad people effectively, right? So if you know how to work a door, they probably know how to work a door too. It creates this really hard escape route for our characters in the film. Look, if you're looking for something that is bloody and gory and over the top and in your face, this one will definitely hit all the marks for you. Imagine like basically just the next tier up of a classic zombie film. So yeah, The Sadness is such a fun, such a brutal film. If you like seeing stuff get really intense really fast, I highly recommend.
My buddy Rob Jabaz directed this film, totally inspired by the Crossed comic books. I mean, you could even classify it as non-zombie, but it's just like how horrifying everyone is, like the base level primitive nature of our brains, and like just like horrible thoughts people have, horrible desires people have, and how it's enacted in this film. It's a beautiful looking film. Like it has no reason to be this beautiful, and the practical effects are amazing. It's just there's this great sense of artistry and craftsmanship to the film.
I remember so distinctly like all the infected wear these contacts that they look black initially, but when you look closer it's these super deep red like irises. And I remember just being so freaked out by like how uncanny the contacts looked on these people. Like, you may hear the description of like zombie film people are rage and kind of think like low budget horror, but it is a very high budget project, or at least it looks high budget, that pulls off, it executes on the idea very well. It elevates it to another level for sure, the level of production.
The Sadness, it's great. You should check it out. It's amazing. Moving on to day 5. It's my Japanese horror day. I have Audition. And I know that you said that you have never seen Audition. This is a must-watch Japanese horror film. Cannot recommend The Audition enough. From 1999. The best thing about this movie is all about a guy whose wife has passed away. He has a son, and he is kind of like, I'm ready to fall in love again. I mean, basically, it's a guy trying to find love. It's like a regular drama. He does this weird thing where he stages a fake audition service for a fake like TV role, and he's staging a fake audition for a part, but it's mostly for him to see if he can find a date, basically. And he stumbles across across a resume and he's like enamored by this girl named Asami. Halfway through the movie, it turns into this sadistic, surreal nightmare of like obsession. This is like up there with probably like one of my favorite Japanese horror films. There's so many good. Japan does a great
job. Man, that is high praise considering Japan.
I love this movie. I love the direction this movie takes, and the whole movie feels like a made-for-TV movie. It fits this kind of world that you're presented in. It's not that it feels cheap. It has like this atmosphere to it. It has like this kind of quality to it where it's not bad, but you're just like, why do I feel like this is like kind of a made-for-TV thing? And then it just out of nowhere beats the shit out of you with like surrealist nightmare kind of flavors. It's so fun. And also when I watched it again recently, like the actor who plays his partner in his business, who sets up this fake audition, he is the demon guy in The Wailing. This was just that time when Japanese horror was just blooming, and that's whenever you got all of these fucking American remakes that were pretty terrible, like The Grudge and The Ring.
What
and
happened
stuff,
is a bunch of
Ringu
like
and all this.
audiences too. I think they were seeking good horror and they weren't finding it in like Western films, so they started to like branch out, and that's when a lot of the stuff like The Audition started to get appreciated.
I feel like it had a cultural flourish, like kind of how Korean cinema is having now with a lot of people. There's just so much good shit that came out of this time, but to me, Audition, the performances are so captivating. Like you're so enamored by Asami and Shiguharu. These two people, the kind of relationship they have and the dynamic with his son is so compelling that when the movie does make that shift, the scene where he's like, well, yeah, I'll call you. Like, they're going on a date, right? He's like, yeah, you know, I hope it's not too weird that we're meeting outside of work. And she's like, no, I'm like actually happy you called, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, you know, go get it, dude. Hell yeah. And then he's like, well, I'll call you. And then his buddy's like, well, you know, don't call her too quick. Give it some time. So then he's like kind of tussling because you can tell he really wants to ring her up. And then it cuts to her house and it is the most haunting, like, you're like, oh shit. You're like, oh God. She's sitting by her phone and she's been sitting by her phone for days, not moving an inch. That's when the movie you're like, oh, I forgot I'm watching a horror film.
Yeah, it just immediately goes to like, yeah, there it is.
It's so good.
Got it.
Every time I get to that part in the movie, I just the biggest smile creeps across my face because I'm like, oh God, it's so good. So Audition, check it out if you haven't seen it. That's like, I think that's the thing that's really going to kick into the horrifying mood that you have. I didn't want to divulge too much. I could talk about that movie forever. That is my day 5 pick.
Nice, very nice. So from there, we're going to move into day 6 with another East Asian delight, and that is The Wailing. So The Wailing, I remember when I watched it, it was like hyped up for so long. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll watch it. And then when I did, I was so happy because it feels like the kind of movie that, at least in mainstream horror, so many people have forgot how to make. You have like a child possession is like your kickoff for the story, right? Or at least it's some people think it's a possession. Others say it's some mental illness he's going through or something rather. And then it becomes like almost an odyssey to try to find out what's wrong with him. And they come across this man in the mountains they think may have something to do with it. And then it's like a mystery you're watching that's being unraveled as the plot goes on. The last 10 minutes are so well done between everything kind of falling apart at once. Some of that last scene at the house at night, like just the camera work was done so well to convey this tension that's happening and this panic and everything. It feels like an old school classic horror film transported in the modern age with, you know, what we can do with cameras, we can do with tech and stuff like that. It's like a breath of fresh air in the horror industry, and I really love it. It's a great film.
Yeah, I remember when I first saw it, I didn't really know what to expect. It was very new to kind of me diving down into Korean cinema. This was very compelling because it was like a mixture of different cultural, religious symbolism, worship or rituals jammed together to essentially say the same thing, which is just the whole movie feels like an act of faith. You are being led by this buffoon. Like the dad, the protagonist of this film is a dad who is a cheater. He is a guy who is like, he's sluggish. You can tell he's kind of an obnoxious guy who is a family. I mean, he does love his daughter, but he's kind of a up. And just coincidentally enough, he crosses paths with essentially the devil, and it is now a constant struggle of him trying to save his daughter from this possession that she falls under, you know? And this whole thing of like, it's a barrage of all of these different kind of weird, you know, there's like zombies, there's like, you keep getting unfolding this information of like superstitions of people feeling like this person is evil. No, it's this person. No, it's I don't know which way to, you know, which way I'm being pulled and torn. Not leaning on your selfish desires is a big thing, which is a huge part to this movie. It's a beautifully shot film. Also, Korea is just like an unbelievably beautiful, like rich green surrounding. So like it's beautiful to see, but also it has these multi layers of raw human emotion, but then also terrifying spiritual, like philosophical like questions that are thrown at you in just a really approachable, fun way. But moving on, I gotta dip back into the remakes again, and I want to talk about Hills Have Eyes. It's just the classic remake from the late 70s, Hills Have Eyes. This movie me up when I was younger. I was so freaked out by the Hills Have Eyes that when I grew up like kind of in an isolated area, like farmland. And in this case, it's people basically parked out camping in the like desert. And then all of a sudden they are kidnapped by people who have been like a family who has been affected by nuclear radiation from bomb dropping, like the test of the nuclear bomb, which forewarning, there is an SA scene. All right. And I remember at the time it was so brutally, it made my stomach turn, and it's so weird watching it again today how tame it actually is. But then also people just continuously pushing that envelope, trying to go farther and farther with what we see. But this movie, I don't know, like I'm not gonna say that it's the best thing ever. I think for a Halloween, for getting out of your normal trope of like, you know, supernatural monsters and stuff, because I mean there are monsters, but they're like, I mean, just radioactive inbred mutants basically. Primarily a large part of the second half of this movie, the horror is in the daytime. It's like the blinding heat of the desert and like going across these kind of like nuclear fake towns that these people live in. Just super horrifying. I think that it's, like I said, not the best thing in the world, but I think it's a fun addition to this list that, once again, another remake. Some of these early 2000 ones, I think aesthetically, just how raw and gritty they were. That just was the early 2000s way. Hyper violence, grit, that Saw era of like people just want to torture porn basically. I wouldn't say this is torture porn, but this does have a very visceral,
it's not torture
kind of
porn,
gross,
but it does really lean into the physical violence of it a lot. Like the original Hills Have Eyes is still like a classic to me, but I mean it doesn't live up to any modern standard of like violence or blood or effects or stuff like that. And you can definitely tell they were focused on that with the remake.
I think that those kind of stranded in the middle of nowhere movies are really fun, and I think Hills Have Eyes, it's a fun one.
Let's move in to the 8th day of October. So for the 8th day of October, I want to talk about a Cronenberg special, that one being The Fly. The Fly stars a personal favorite of mine, Jeff Goldblum.
I'm in hell.
I know. I'll leave that one for the Creepcast people. They know where I was going with that. But The Fly is a film starring Jeff Goldblum about a scientist who is developing teleportation technology and accidentally combines his DNA with that of a fly that makes its way into the test chamber with him. And from there, throughout the film, the fly is continuing to grow stronger. He is developing characteristics of super strength, of a morphed body. And like Cronenberg is known above all else for his body horror, and The Fly is one of the main reasons for that. But at the same time, what he doesn't get enough credit for is the character piece that the film is. About someone who's so dedicated to his craft, he's starting to lose his mind, he's starting to question if this is worth it, he's starting to push away people that are close to him, and he eventually culminates in this brutal ending that's both brutal for the characters as well as the violence we see. But yeah, it is terrifying from a body horror perspective, it's terrifying from a psychological perspective. I know stuff like The Fly's kind of become almost memed on nowadays by how well known it is, but there's a reason it became so popular in the first place. Couldn't recommend enough if you haven't seen it.
The Fly is easily the most accessible Cronenberg movie.
Yes.
If you've ever watched any other Cronenberg movie, they are a fucking fever dream of a narrative, of a plot. They're usually very abstract. Cronenberg got his start in the 70s, and he's like translated into the 80s. He got some more money with some of the success of his movies, but they're just odd, weird art pieces all about the horrors of the human body. Like, he likes to touch on these themes a lot, but The Fly is such a streamlined movie. There's not a wasted second, and Jeff Goldblum does such a great job, along with Gina Davis. Every great memorable horror film, in my opinion, is a simple meat and potato story of something that is like, it would have worked as a non-horror film, but then you throw something on top of it and it completely elevates it. A scientist who becomes obsessed with his work in this new relationship to be transformed. I mean, it's like basically a drama with a couple. It's a new couple. It's like a nerd, Jeff Goldblum, when you first see him, he's extremely nerdy and he's just trying to get some pussy at the beginning of the movie. And he's just like, well, I can show you what I'm working on. And she's a journalist who's like, okay, fuck it, I'll chase the story. I mean, God, his transformation is so gross. It looks so good still today.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason Cronenberg is known for what he's known for. It's not hard to see. Everything still holds up about it. And yes, I do agree that this is the one that if you haven't seen a Cronenberg film, you can like show this to normal people and they'll be like, yeah, I enjoyed it, versus his other stuff where it's like you just have to be ready for the weird.
Using October as an excuse to just watch classics is a great excuse.
Yeah,
like there's,
I agree.
If there's any reasons to do stuff of like, I've never seen Creature from the Black Lagoon, I've never seen, you know, any of these other staples where you've probably seen the poster or seen it mentioned or you've seen the design a billion times, you've never taken chance to, this is the time to. So if you've never seen The Fly, please do so. Moving on, I'm gonna do number 9. Day 9 of October is my A24 day. I think The Lighthouse is probably one of my favorite newer age movies, if not one of my favorite A24 movies. And I think my favorite director to come out of A24 is Robert Eggers. I think that he's a perfect hitter right now, with The Witch being probably one of the best folk horrors I've ever seen. Along with the Northman, him caveating out of horror and doing this like a mythological tale, like Viking lore that was just beautiful.
The Lighthouse is fascinating. A lot of people kind of do the whole like oh, it's a myth retold, but like really I absolutely love like taking the myth of Prometheus, right, and then putting it in the setting of this old lighthouse town. And it's so obscure, it's so abstract. It's like you're seeing almost like a dream of like the stuff that's happening on screen, but once you kind of get in the vibe of it, it works so well. I love The Lighthouse so much. The Lighthouse is one of my favorite movies in recent years. One of my first YouTube videos I ever made, actually, back when I had like 1,000 subscribers, was me breaking down what I thought the movie was about.
No shit, that's cool.
Yeah, like that movie was incredibly inspiring to me early on.
You'll find with me, I like monologues. I like people. I love a great performance with just a very flavorful monologue, or like an actor who is just like oozing their character onto the screen. And Willem Dafoe, basically this poetry he's basically speaking in the movie is so well done, and the whole thing reads like a folk tale. You would tell this story to sailors moving forward about stuff, and there's even like rules in the movie about him, you know, killing seabirds, and how you look up afterwards and see in sailors like the souls of lost sailors are supposed to be reincarnated, or they're supposed to be represented in seagulls and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
You even have moments of like sirens or mermaids in this, and the obsession. And I love also small character pieces. There's only 2 people in this whole fucking movie, and it's them stranded on an island.
William Dafoe's whole scream, he has, you know, hark, Trident, hark, that whole speech is one of my favorite just character pieces of the last several years. I love it. I think about it all the time.
Stylistically, it's even in a square format, black and white. It has this grit. It really makes you feel like you're watching a movie from a time where they're supposed to be set from, because I want to say this is like early 1900s. I think we're like just got out of the 1800s into the 1900s, and you're kind of following a guy with a shady past that isn't totally given to you. And Willem Dafoe is kind of playing this old veteran sailor who is having to babysit this newcomer, and it's just the clashing of this is awesome. And also, as I know it's the meme, but very Lovecraftian.
Yes, it is
how
very
it goes about the
that
unknown.
one you're fully allowed to say with it, because I think that was the intention.
It is
of
a lot of iconography and symbolism with the light itself, and how they perceive this kind of like
the ending's so
this
great.
Obsessive quality.
The going to the light and reaching for it, and like the cast back down the tower. You know, it's so. Every time I see it, I get something else out of it. So yeah, I recommend it. Very much so. So now we're going to move on to day 10 of October, which for day 10 we've got a special one to suggest for you. That is Martyrs. If you're the kind of guy that likes to watch bad things happen to people, and a lot of really bad things happen to a lot of people, then Martyrs is right for you. It's been a while since I've seen it, but isn't it they get kidnapped at the beginning of the film. Is that correct?
First off, we need to clarify this is the French version. Do not watch the English version of Martyrs. It is a total waste.
Right.
It is a mind fuck of a movie. It's like all about this, like the movie starts off basically in a regular suburban house, and then someone comes in and murders a family. And you're kind of like, okay, this is another one of those movies you don't want to completely spoil. It's a movie where you think you know where you're going, and then it takes a right turn all of a sudden. And then it takes a left turn. And then it takes a right turn. I mean, this complete divulgence into a weird, rich society and this cult who are kind of this like high-class society who torment people for a certain gain. French hyperviolence is, without a doubt, probably the best. I don't think anyone does it much like the French.
I will give, like, it is a great film. It is very terrifying, especially if you're into body horror. I will say, though, be prepared. There is a reason that this movie shows up a lot on people's like most disturbing films of all times list. It is very graphic, but if you're okay with that kind of stuff, I think it's certainly worth it for what the film does with that graphic. Because it's not just like violence for the sake of it. It actually, like, you know, ties into the plot, stuff like that. But yeah, Martyrs is a great film. It is very heavy, but I think it does something with that heaviness. So therefore, I feel it's earned.
It's a very interesting take even on the martyr concept. It's funny when you hear the name Martyrs, you're like, oh, okay, you know, you think of kind of other figures in time who have been labeled a martyr. It's another movie that touches on faith in a way, and it's just the exploitation, creating your own martyr, like fabricating it. It's just gruesome, and it is, you know, like, you know, and I think that you're right to, you know, warn people. I know some people they get kind of upset with certain themes in movies and stuff. And Martyrs, though, French extreme, you can't get as extreme as French. Your day 10, that's a bit of a heavy hitter. Day 11, though, I like to go into my guilty pleasure stage. Two of them, Stay Alive and Jason X.
I don't think I've ever heard of Stay Alive.
Oh, God, Stay Alive is so good. Stars Frankie Muniz and like a bunch of other notable actors that you're like, oh, I remember seeing him in that movie. It's kind of that kind of film.
Malcolm in the middle.
Yeah, it has Malcolm in the middle. And the whole movie is about people who come across a game where if you die in the game, you die in real life.
Oh.
And who's the woman in history where she like would bathe in people's blood?
Bloody Mary.
Exactly. Well, yeah, how could I fucking forgotten that?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a video game take on that. And it's just like, it has all of the normal tropes of, you know, people getting separated and people playing this game. So you have like really shitty early 2000s video game graphics that are like, you know, them running through, all right, I'm down in the tunnel or whatever, and they're playing the games, and it's so cheesy, but I cannot recommend it enough. It's so fun. It's like, it's one of those movies where it's like a perfect popcorn, hang out and like laugh and have a good time. It's not horrible either. Like, it's an entertaining movie and the performances are fun. There's a lot of great actors. Like, you'll be surprised by the amount of people you're like, oh, fuck, this guy's in it. And then Jason X is arguably one of my favorite Jason, like Friday the 13th movies. Jason X is so stupid. God, it's dumb. I mean, it's just literally Jason in space. It has one of the best kills, though, in it, where he puts the woman's head in dry ice and smashes her head. It's amazing. But you have people fighting Jason on a spaceship like he's a xenomorph. And then there's even a part where Jason flies into the Earth's atmosphere like a comet. This is a good day to have a couple drinks and watch some shitty horror films and just have a good time.
I'll add a guilty pleasure on there as where I mentioned earlier that I like just monster flicks of any kind. I've got to say 8-Legged Freaks. That's always been just like, I just want to have fun. Yeah. Watch people get into a fight with each other for no reason.
Giant spiders.
Yeah, like giant spiders. There's a scene where I think I talked about last time we talked about this stuff, but there's a scene where a spider is hitting a guy with its feelers and it's making like the stock movie punching sound effect.
Yeah,
like that is so insane. And it's like people held up in a mall shooting spiders and stuff like that. It's fun. I love stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely understand the guilty pleasure thing.
It's a great palate cleanser, especially whenever you watch all these like serious movies back to back.
Oh yeah,
like it can fucking ruin your mood with some of these.
If you're weak, if you're a child, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
You mean less?
But luckily, there's a lot of movies that are actually just fun, which I think all of these are fun, but in their own way. But this one is like legitimate. Like, you have the lights on.
It's fun in the way normal
you're having some
people
drinks,
would say it's fun.
and you're Yeah.
All right, so after that, we're going to move on to another horror classic, if you're strange like Hunter and I, and that is Day 12. We have From Beyond. If I recall right, is actually based off of a Lovecraft short story. So this time, Hunter, let that word fly as much as you want. Lovecraftian.
Lovecraftian.
Because it is truly Lovecraftian, because the story is about a group of scientists who develop a machine to see into greater realities or things beyond our understanding. And when they go tapping on the glass, something immediately taps back. It is such a fun movie. The effects of this are fantastic. From the body horror to the creatures that come out of the beyond. It's schlocky in some ways, but it also like delivers on this classic idea of like the things we can't see or the things in another dimension beyond our own. It does it in a physical sense, it does it in a fun sense. So if you're into body horror and just like cool practical effects from back in the 80s, highly recommend.
Yeah, From Beyond is probably my favorite Stuart Gordon movie. This is the classic Stuart Gordon, Brian Usna. It's just it's my favorite Stuart Gordon film. It's probably my favorite B horror film of all time, if I had to be honest with myself. Just the beautiful pinks and purples of this mad scientist. You have Jeffrey Combs saying one of the cringiest, funniest lines of a horror film when he does. He ate her brain like a gingerbread man.
Bit off his head. Like a gingerbread man.
Which is one of my favorite lines. And the whole idea too is it's like very sexual in nature. The whole thing is them touching onto their pineal glands, which is supposed to be the gland, I guess, that makes you horny. But it gets so horny that it literally jolts out of your head like a cock and like looks around and you get like weird, like, oh, which I love movies like this too, where it's like, it's beautiful, but the technology wasn't back then to make it look good. So it kind of just looks like a shitty VHS filter with like Predator heat vision thing. And he's like, it's beautiful. And then the only way that he can feed is he has to suck the brains out of people's eye sockets. So you just see, there's a great scene where Jeffrey Combs is just sucking this girl's brain out of her eye socket. It's fantastic. Once again, great stuff if you're like a film nerd. I always get all giddy with this shit. Great miniatures, great puppets, and just a lot of plus, like really interesting.
Near the end of the movie, how like insane the effects level gets, right? Of all the different things people become and like the structures and all that. It's great. It's great to watch just for that alone. Like the props they built for it and everything.
The performance of Jeffrey Combs, like boss, who's like the main, like Dr. Edward Pretorius, who's just like this kind of weird, like eccentric scientist dude who's just like, I want my pineal gland to explode. And he like gets zapped into another dimension, and he is like living in this hellish, like cosmic pit. And he keeps coming back to just be like, I want to have sex with everyone. But every time he comes back, he's more monstrous and is just like goopy and wet. It's just, I love it so much. Easily my favorite Stuart Gordon film. I love that movie. Moving on to October 13th, almost halfway there. October 13th is another body horror day. I feel like I love body horror. What can I say? Probably the only Eli Roth movie I like, which is Cabin Fever.
That's the only one you like? You don't like Green Inferno?
No, I don't like Green Inferno.
This guy.
Green Inferno, I say no thank you to Green Inferno. Okay. But I do like Cabin Fever. This is another one of those, like, you can tell Eli Roth is just a huge horror fan. I don't think people realize too, back when Cabin Fever came out, this was like a huge debut for him. Like, he got very hyped up. He had Miramax behind him, like pushing him really hard. He was like good friends with like Quentin Tarantino. This was like the start to a crazy career, which, you know, he catapulted that into the success of Hostel, which, whatever you want to say about Hostel, that movie blew the up too. But Cabin Fever is just, it kind of, like I said, it's a love letter to other horror films of like, you have some like influences of Deliverance with the weird karate kid who's like, I like pancakes or whatever, and he does like the flips and shit. Very reminiscent of like the incest like redneck kid who's playing the banjo in Deliverance. The idea of just being trapped in a cabin with an infectious disease is just awesome. And I think that he really plays into the kind of comedy and the kind of like very campy aspect of, you know, all the characters just like very eccentric, weird, tropey characters kind of stuck together. But then when it gets to the actual horror, it's just gruesome. Like it's very gross. This is a super, super gross movie. There's a scene where a girl's in a bathtub and she's shaving her legs, and she basically just shaves off the skin of her legs with her razor. And it's just, oh God, the sound effects are disgusting. I was so, like, almost got sick. Like, their friend gets sick, so they're just like, I don't want to get sick. Throw her outside. They just keep her in a shed outside on this disgusting mattress, and they're just like, you know, it's like a kind of like, oh, we're getting away for the weekend, and I hope I get to have sex with my girl. There's like a scene where she's like swimming. It's like infected water, and she's swimming in the water, right? This girl that our main Boy Meets World actor guy likes this girl. And he's like, you know, I think I like you. And she like smiles at him. She's like, don't be gay. And she swims away.
Yeah, that's right. Classic.
It's a lot of fun. I think Cabin Fever, like Once in a Blue Moon, is really fun, especially during the Halloween season. Hits that niche really, really well. I love it. And also, I had Raw for today as well, which is another Canadian director, much like Cronenberg. This director gets compared to Cronenberg a lot, but this is all about a movie of a girl who is a vegetarian, and then all of a sudden she tries meat for the first time at her veterinary school, becomes obsessed with eating human flesh. And it's just an amazing character piece of this girl, kind of like, it's like a college film, coming of age movie that is just all disguised as a cannibalist movie, cannibal movie, which is just a lot of fun. You get a lot of the tropes of like, oh, I think I like boys, but I want to eat off his fucking face. I love this director though. She's awesome. She also did the movie Titane. Love Titane. If you want to see a girl f a car and get impregnated by a car, that's the movie to see. Very, very good.
What?
She does an amazing job with body horror. She's been compared a lot to Cronenberg, and I think rightfully so. She does amazing work.
After that, for day 14, I want to recommend an anthology, because we all know I like my anthologies, and I think one of the best anthologies to come out for recent years. For day 14, we have VHS 94. So the VHS series is honestly one of my favorite, like, still running horror series. Not all of them are perfect, but all of them are fun. Maybe with the exception of VHS 2. VHS 94 is my favorite. It has 4 shorts, and then it has the connector, you know, the bookend. But every single short is fantastic. Every one of them has something that I took away from it. Of course, it has Ratma. I believe the name of the episode was Storm Drain. But, I mean, what hasn't been said about Ratma, right? One of the best original horror movie monsters to come out in recent years. The whole section's done well. It has a great ending. But then the others are fantastic as well. The Empty Wake is very underrated, in my opinion. It is so subtle with how few characters it has. It's so well at the tension building of effectively a zombie in a coffin that slowly makes itself known. Such an inventive idea, and it does great. There's The Subject, which is insanely over the top, because every VHS has some just like gas pedal to the floor in a crazy episode, and this one's about like someone who gets converted into a camera head monster. And then of course there's The Terror, which I think me and you have brought up like 3 or 4 times on Creepcast. Like a group of rednecks who try to use a vampire to bomb the ATF headquarters. Like
it's really it's so fun. The way that they utilize that, like, oh, when vampires in light, they explode. So they've been harvesting the blood of this vampire, because vampires are immortal, they'll like regenerate, but they shoot this vampire in the head like every day, collect his blood, and yeah, they're just like this. They're gonna go blow up the ATF. It's just, I love that take on vampires. It's so fun.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's for one, the vampire looks great. It looks absolutely terrifying. The effects are well done, but just the way that information's fed to you too, because you don't know it's a vampire at the beginning. It's just, you have this group of militia who just every day kill this vampire over and over, but you don't know he's a vampire. They're just executing this guy who keeps coming back to life, and it's not until you see them put the blood in a rabbit to watch the rabbit explode you actually know what's going on. It's just such a well done short. It's such an inventive idea, but yeah, everything in the series does well too. I even like the connection between all of them. The SWAT team breaking into like this cult that have like just taken all their own lives. Every short drips in aesthetic. It's one of the best anthologies I've seen come out in the past decade. Highly recommend VHS 94. But if some reason you don't want to go with that, another anthology I recommend is Trick or Treat, which to me, Trick or Treat, not maybe best quality wise, but tonally, I've always considered it the most Halloween movie ever made. 3 of like the past 5 Halloween parties I've been to, Trick or Treat is on the TV. Like, just like, yep, turn it on. That's the movie. That's the movie you turn on at a party. It's fun. It's cool. I remember going to a haunted house back in Tennessee, and at the line to walk in, they just had Trick or Treat playing on loop on the way. Because, yeah, it's like that's the kind of movie that you would play on the way into a haunted house. It just works between the vibe, the characters. It has a fun ending. Like, it's a great party film for sure. But yeah, VHS 94 is my anthology pick for October, so at least for the 14th.
I mean, VHS 94, the VHS series has become something where it's like, it's hit or miss at times for me, but I think it's still something that every year I look forward to seeing the new iteration. It's like just a great Halloween jam. But I think Trick or Treat, yeah, it's definitely up there with one of my favorite. The same way that like there's some movies where you're like, oh my God, this is just like the quintessential Christmas film, like Jingle All the Way or whatever. Trick or Treat is that for Halloween for me. I think it's just everything about that movie just fucking oozes beautiful October magic.
Yeah, it just works.
On day 15, we are at the halfway mark of the month, you're going to want to watch a Spanish film. The Spanish film I recommend is Rec, or Record, whatever you want to call it. I think Rec is up there with probably one of the best found footage films of all time. I think
I'm just going to say it outright. In my opinion, Rec is the greatest found footage film ever made.
Oh, yep, really?
Definitively. There has not been a film, found footage, that has done so well what Rec sets out to do. The claustrophobia, the setting. I remember first time watching that movie, it did such a great job of setting up its environment that I was remembering as they were running up the staircases all the different doors they had to look out for. And sure enough, that's where the threats came from. It remembers everything it does. It makes the horror so personal. You might as well be in the room with the people. It uses the found footage aspect to its benefit. And yeah, I haven't seen a found footage movie that does it better than Rec, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think justifiably that's true. I think it's extremely effective. It's also extremely original. All about an outbreak that's happening in a basically an apartment complex in the middle of the night. We're following the found footage element comes from a person doing a report on firefighters. And it has a very organic way of like people because that's the kind of thing with found footage films is why are you still recording? That question can pop up in your head and you have to have a way to answer that. To have some person kind of already be recording something and to kind of like, well, it's my job, it's already here, I'm just going to keep recording, I think is really interesting. But we get a lot of great characters that we get behind with these firefighters that have to intervene in this kind of outbreak. Another thing I love is when characters kind of start to turn on each other, right? You have people who are like, I don't fucking trust this person, I think they're sick. Very much The Thing, which I love. You know, one of my favorite Humphrey Bogart films, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, kind of does that too. I remember that cemented my love for this kind of deception with man and each other and kind of like looking after yourself. And Rec does that perfectly. And also too, you get all these like beautiful little vignettes of entering people's apartments because you're like, they're checking on them. And you get all of these awesome, just brutally scary and attacks that happen only to have probably like one of the creepiest endings to a horror movie ever. And it's like just such a beautiful cherry on top at the end. Like I love the ending. It's so fun. And I think also for Spanish as well, I think I'd be doing a disservice without recommending When Evil Lurks, which is by Demian Rugna. That's like a pretty new movie too. It came out last year in 2023. And it's like a weird ghost movie. And this one follows a similar theme of like possession and it's very odd. It's throws you forward. But man, it hooks you so quickly with the practical effects, with kind of like the viciousness of some of these scenes and the kind of like tumultuous family dynamics and the kind of drama that's going on with this family and how this guy is just trying to help his daughter. But yeah, Rec is my Spanish one, and then also When Evil Lurks.
For day 16, we want to keep the found footage vibe going with one of the scariest found footage movies I have ever seen, the Poughkeepsie Tapes. So the Poughkeepsie Tapes effectively follow this long manhunt for an incredibly prolific serial killer who has an obsession with filming all of the murders and crimes he commits, from the stalking to the kidnapping to the torture to the murder. And this is all happening in Poughkeepsie, New York, hence the name of the film. The Poughkeepsie Tapes is a absolutely horrifying movie. Like, there's been a bunch of screenshots of it that'll even float online every now and then, and people will pass off that it is a true picture of a kidnapping in progress or that a serial killer got out. It's so believable a lot of the times because of how menacing the film is. There's a couple scenes that stick out to me. One is one where he kidnaps this woman. He has her in the back of a cop car and he's driving her away, and he's threatening her, and the threats are so terrifying and her reaction to it so visceral, it bothers me to this day. And then the ending of the film is awful. Like, like, it ends on the most depressing, sour note I think it possibly could, but it's fitting because the movie is sour throughout. It is a nightmare, and it really is about him developing an obsession with this one particular victim and her kind of mirroring Stockholm syndrome of him. It's just about that absolutely evil person, and there's no supernatural elements to the story or anything like that. It is just
I think this movie should have been so much bigger than what it was, or it's lived in so much infamy that that's also what made it big.
Yeah,
it was supposed to release in 2007 under MGM, but it was removed entirely. I don't know if that's from perception, because I know that was a big problem. Was I think a lot of people thought that a lot of this was real. There's so many, you've probably seen a snippet, but this never got an actual theatrical release. I think it was just on demand in 2009, and it wasn't until 2014 or 2017 or something did it actually get a physical release. So it's only ever been available on digital. So it's just it was such a pioneer, in my opinion, right before also Paranormal Activity. Found footage has always kind of been in this realm of being, it's capturing ghost stuff, right?
Yeah.
Which is fun. I do love that. One of my favorite ones was Ghost Watch, and I think that's an extremely inventive way of bringing in that found footage vibe in such an organic way. But I think the Poughkeepsie Tapes is just so evil. It's just such an evil, sadistic movie. There's even a part where he gets out and you almost think he's going to kidnap this girl, but instead he just punches her in the face and runs off and gets in his car and he's laughing. It's so petty and stupid, but it also just shows he probably was going to take that girl.
Yeah,
because you can hear her mom at the end yelling. The little vignettes of this movie and the kind of mystique they put around this monster, this criminal, is something that's it feels very similar to a Zodiac. The way that people build this obsession around this guy, but it's just so masterfully. For an independent film, it's so good. I'm so curious to see the universe where this gets a theatrical release. Even Paranormal Activity, that being made for next to nothing. Does that ghost movie? Do they get inspired and make something else that's similar to this? I always think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But I love Poughkeepsie Tapes. It's a beautiful one. Found footage is probably my if not my favorite, one of my favorite genres.
I mean,
so
if you do it well, it's so effective. If you play your cards right, it works so well.
It is the high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
There's so many bad found footage movies. So many. A sea, especially after Paranormal Activity. So many horrible ones. So when you find a good one, it hits so much harder. It's so much sweeter. And one that I don't think gets nearly enough praise or people don't talk about enough is Leslie Vernon Behind the Mask. And it's all about a fake documentary these people are making about a serial killer, from a movie, a Jason Voorhees or a Nightmare on Elm Street kind of guy. Where in this universe, those people are real. And this guy is trying to be as infamous as them, and it's getting to be with this person when he does all the kills and him setting up the kind of stereotypical tropes that you would find in a movie, and this film crew getting to know him. It's so good. It's so effective. Very reminiscent of Man Bites Dog, which I also have on my list for today, which is them following a serial killer as well, and a film crew following it. Man Bites Dog is way less campy. Man Bites Dog is much, much more cold and a much more brutal watch. It's a French film. Those French fucks they don't hold back, but Leslie Vernon is it's such a love letter to horror films, especially the slasher genre. The way you get bought into Leslie is so nice for the film to accumulate to his kill at the end. It's a really fun one. If you haven't seen it even yourself, Isaiah, you should check it out. It's a lot of fun.
I haven't seen it, but it's been recommended, so I'll check it out this month, I think. And then another one I really want to recommend that I skipped over a second ago but want to bring up is The Final Prayer. I believe The Final Prayer's its English title. I believe its British title is Borderlands. That's one of my favorite twist endings to a movie ever. You go into the movie thinking it's a possession film or some kind of exorcist demonic thing, and by the end of it, it is not that at all. And it is very cool. It is very Lovecraftian, if I dare say so myself.
Dude, I feel Final Prayer might be my favorite found footage movie. I have rewatched Final Prayer. God, I don't know. I reference it. I draw from it all the time. I fucking creatively love it. It's right up my alley too, with the religious stuff and just I don't know. I love Final Prayer. If you haven't seen Final Prayer, you're doing yourself a disservice. You gotta see it.
All right. After that, we are on to day 18 of Halloween. We're going to keep the found footage vibe going with another classic recommendation, this one being The Tunnel. So The Tunnel is an Australian horror flick that, if I recall, the setup for it is there's a homeless population beneath the city that is going to be flooded. So a journalist decides to break into this this underground tunnel system to try to make a piece about the homeless population of the city that lawmakers are not interested in the well-being of. And what begins is that quickly becomes that maybe it's not the homeless people they don't care about. Maybe it's they're trying to flood it really quickly because the tunnels are full of monsters.
Yeah, no shit.
Tunnel is very terrifying, and for one, just the setting of like underground tunnels beneath the city is always fun. It's the kind of thing that we see mimicked in found footage films like As Above, So Below, things like that, right? Which is another classic to check out. But the tunnel involves these people being picked off one by one by these monsters down there. There's a lot of really fun stuff it does with the found footage principle. Like there's this one scene where someone sets down a camera, and then we see from that camera's perspective as something picks it up and moves it away. Creatures themselves are very terrifying. A lot of the violence in the film is very well done. It's just a great movie all around. Can't recommend it enough.
The tunnel has this great moment where it kind of is it's like the starter pistol for the horror of the film, where they find this kind of, it's like a alarm, and immediately you see the sound guy, his cord, his like XLR cord, whoosh, gets whipped out, and it's just them like running in a panic trying to find this guy. But it's so haunting. It's just it's so crazy.
There's a couple more I want to recommend while we're still talking in the found footage genre. Is Lake Mungo. It's set up as a documentary about a husband and wife who lost their daughter in a drowning accident and are convinced that their daughter is trying to communicate with them from beyond the grave.
In my opinion, Lake Mungo is the best Australian horror film. It's so well acted. It's so well put together. Such a tragically bleak movie. It's just harrowing, but it's an interesting film about like a family trying to find closure in their wife and their daughter's absence, you know. Lake Mungo 2 was one of those movies where I got the DVD and the cover looked so terrible. And I think that was a huge deterrent to maybe like why it didn't get as many, I don't know, people don't really know about it as much, but Lake Mungo is awesome. It's not over the top either. I wouldn't even say it's a slow burn, but it takes its time getting to where it like wants to give you that like real horror at the end. Like, I mean, it like really takes its time. It's great.
But yeah, those are a couple of great ones to check out that you could substitute anywhere in here. But yeah, check out The Tunnel for sure. That's our day 18 recommendation.
On day 19, there will be a funny. It's the day of the funnies. I think it's a great day to watch Shaun of the Dead and Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Shaun of the Dead, I feel like it's probably that you don't need to talk about it. I don't need to talk about it too much, but I just think Shaun of the Dead, I watched it again for the first time in years. God, probably up there with like probably my favorite Edgar Wright movie. I love Shaun of the Dead. Edgar Wright as a director is just unbelievable, and him paired with Simon Pegg, I love that dynamic. It's so funny. The zombie stuff actually feels threatening. It's one of those movies where the comedy accents the horror. There's a lot of comedy, but there's also a lot of horror, and I think they play it in such a fun way, and it's just brilliant. I love that movie. And Tucker and Dale is just like a very schlocky, stupid movie. Once again, kind of a movie that's playing on horror tropes, but it does it in a great way where you really love Tucker and Dale. Like, I think that's like they're very charismatic characters, and if you haven't seen that one as well, it's really funny. Like, especially if you get annoyed with horror tropes, it's a great movie that kind of like points fun at horror tropes. So it's a great one.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, especially like there's a lot of violence and stuff, but it's all kind of played for laughs.
Sure.
Tucker and Dale's a ton of fun to check out. For day 20, we're going to be recommending a couple of series. Not a lot of series in here. We've all got our films, maybe our anthology films, but these are actually a couple of series. So I'll talk about one, and Hunter can talk about the other. I want to talk about The Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone has a very special place in my heart because it was one of, if not the first, horror thing I ever came across. I remember being like 7 or 8 years old, and my dad would show me episodes because he would grow up with the series. They kind of relied on their twist a lot of the time. Not all the time, but most of them, there'd be something revealed in the last couple minutes of an episode that changes everything. But some of them were just so well done that I never got tired of the convention. I remember the episode about the one everyone talks about, the one with the nuclear bombs going off. He drops his glasses, making him unable to read all the books he had amassed for years. Or the very first episode of the entire series is about a man who comes back from the moon to Earth, only to find the Earth's abandoned. And then at the very end of the episode, we find out that this never happened. He was just in a simulation and his mind broke down. They had so much fun with these little terrifying vignettes. I remember this one episode as a kid. I believe it was a woman who picked up a hitchhiker, and then you find out midway through the episode the hitchhiker's death, and she's afraid to drop him off, so she just keeps driving and driving across the country. Little stuff like that. So well done. It's understated horror that works so well. But yeah, I can't recommend it enough.
My favorite episode was always It's a Good Life. It's an episode about a child who has godlike powers, basically. And the whole thing is, people are like, but hello, Billy, how you doing? He's like, why'd you say it like that? Why are you being so weird? He's like, I'm not being weird, Billy. That's a beautiful coloring book. It's like a coloring of like a pig getting disemboweled. He's like, beautiful shading. Because if you upset the kid, he'll just make you fucking disappear, or he'll have you like meld with animals, or like all the kids in the town are gone because they're all afraid of him, and they're like, oh, he doesn't want to play with me, so he's killed every kid in town. Basically, they're just gone. No people. It's
like a malevolent god. Just
oh my god, yeah, but it's a 6-year-old kid or like an 8-year-old kid. It's fucking unbelievable. I like on these days too in October to just watch like 3 episodes of a series. And mine, I always like, and I do this a lot anyways, but Tales from the Crypt I think is probably my favorite horror series of all time. The amount of money they must have put into like making sets and like making these episodes is unreal. It feels like a beautiful evolution of Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone was very like stark and very like kind of serious. I mean, like all the time. Like Twilight Zone is like it's like a very dark show. Yeah. And it looks a little more comical now just because I mean the show was made like the 50s or 60s.
There was an episode where William Shatner was on a plane.
There's something on the plane.
Yeah, and was convinced that there was Bigfoot hanging on the wing of a plane. So not all of
it's fucking horrifying. Yeah. It's horrifying though. He like looks out, he's like all sweaty and shit, and you like look outside the plane, you're like, oh my god! It's like a full-on thunderstorm, and this thing is just on the wing of a plane. It's fucking unbelievable. The guy's freaking out. Since the show is in black and white, it's so cold. Like the show is just so cold and evil and dark, and I think it still holds up today, and the acting is so good. I love watching Twilight Zone episodes because every performance is just like so fun. I love it. And Tales from the Crypt is a complete opposite. It's like cheesy, and there's a lot of bad actors on it. There's a lot of people who got their start, like Brad Pitt. I think that was his first acting role, but because it's so much more loose and like kind of comical, it goes over the top in so many great ways, whether it be a lumberjack episode about like a guy who owns a lumberjack company who gets a new wife, and she's trying to suck everybody's dick, and he's just like, stop looking at my wife, and he like beats a guy to death. My favorite episode is about 2 guys who are gambling against each other, and they keep raising the stakes. They play poker, but every time you lose a hand you have to cut off one of your fingers. It's so brutal, but there's so many episodes that are so well done, and even the ones that are like really bad and kind of cartoonish, it's just fun. Like it's just a great, really fun show. It's such a beautiful polar opposites of even your Crypt Keeper host is so over the top and cartoony versus like Rod Sterling, who's just like, why don't you picture a world where babies eat each other and then you have to put them in an ice box, and you're like, what the are you talking about, dude?
Oh yeah, it's like a classic horror moment.
The classic
something we've
Twilight
all feared,
Zone
if
episode.
I do say so myself.
Yeah, but it's great. I love it. On day 21 of October, I want to finish out this. This will be the last of the found footage, I believe, and I want to recommend The Bay, which I also think no matter what, you gotta in October you gotta watch the Blair Witch Project. I don't care if people say that it's overhyped or anything. It's the OG. Dude, I know that there was some before, but nothing did it like Blair Witch. The only reason that found footage is even a thing now is because of Blair Witch. Pay respect to the elders, bitches. The Blair Witch, I think, in my opinion, is still the GOAT. But The Bay is an amazing found footage film. Once again, it kind of flips the trope, and also it's like weird. It's about like a biochemical kind of outbreak, but it's all from like, what is it, isopods?
It's like the little bug. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's the little bugs that eat fish's tongues.
Yeah.
But it's like, imagine those, but they're huge, and they contaminate the water of this town, and they start eating the residents from the inside out. And it's all these vignettes of like cop footage, news anchors, security cam footage of people surviving the day, and the whole movie is basically like people kind of talking about recounting that day in this like Rhode Island or Maine, East Coast town of this like port. And it's just really well done. It's very effective, and it's something so different than other found footage movies that it does feel like a fun palate cleanser. It isn't like paranormal. It is body horror in a way. It dips into that realm of like, oh fuck, this feels like it could happen. And it's a lot of fun. All right, we are into basically our last week of movies here, starting on day 22. What do you got?
For day 22, we are going to go with a classic, The Shining. The Shining, in my opinion, is the best Stephen King work, or I should say best Stephen King adaptation, which is funny considering he hated the adaptation for years because it does stray very far from the book. But Stanley Kubrick is a master of his craft, and there is a reason as to why. Regardless of the ethics of his filming behaviors. It does create some incredible films. I will not say it's because of what he does, but regardless, good films come out of the guy. And The Shining is one of them. The Shining is one of the most effective creations of tension I've ever seen. From the way the movie starts, to seeing the slow degradation of Jack throughout the film, to where it ends up at the ending, to the entire last 30 minutes of the movie that become a chase effectively. It's just so well done. I love the mystique of The Shining. I know Stephen King wants everything to be explained for 20 pages, but it just works so much better in my opinion when she's just running up the stairs and sees a dog man laid down across a guy in a suit. Or the ending where you see Jack's picture on the picture that was taken back in the 20s. The Overlook Hotel is some ancient old being that has existed there for years incalculable, and we just see a short vignette of a couple people who happen to come across it. It's so good. It's so good all around.
The use too of The Shining as a power.
Yeah.
Of Jack Nicholson's son Danny having this power of The Shining, along with the man who also works at the Overlook Hotel, and they're kind of talking to each other, and there's just these weird elements of telepathic powers or being able to speak with the dead, basically, which makes his ties with his dad kind of fun. I mean, it's a ghost movie, and I don't think anybody's ever oh yeah, it's my favorite ghost movie. This is easily the best ghost movie of all time. It's so crazy. Jack Nicholson's performance is fucking amazing. But once again, this is one of those movies where it's it's just an excuse to watch it again, man. It's I've seen it a billion times. Watch it a billion one. It's so good.
Yeah.
I wanted to shout out this movie called Eyes of My Mother. It's an American movie. This movie is so good. It's a girl who lives out in this farmland, and one day a man shows up to her house, kills her mom, kills her family, and she's left there alone with him. She knocks him out, and then she just keeps him in her barn for the next 20 years and cuts out his tongue, does all this crazy stuff. I don't want to dive too much into it, but the movie is unreal, dude. And I was this is a fucking classic in the making for me. Such a beautifully shot movie. So elegant and soft spoken. There's not a lot of dialogue. Hauntingly silent. I love it. So Eyes of My Mother, if you haven't seen it, check it out. On day 23, it is my crime day. It's a double mashup of Silence of the Lambs and Zodiac, which in my opinion are the best crime horror films ever made. I don't even know if you can count Zodiac as a horror film, but I just like watching it in October.
It feels the vibe. It's
it has that kind of deal.
A fall movie, if nothing else.
I get almost more horror out of Jake Gyllenhaal's obsession. This dark obsession with finding out who this guy is. It's a deep dive into madness. I love that about Zodiac. It's easily my favorite David Fincher movie. But Silence of the Lambs it's one of the movies where so many people have taken from that movie, whether it be Seven or whether it be even the Saw movies or this kind of mystery thriller. I think that Silence of the Lambs is such a masterpiece of a movie, especially Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster do great, but then it's just such an interesting concept of Jodie Foster going to Hannibal Lecter, not because he's even the main guy, he's just helping out with the case, to this other guy named Buffalo Bill who's kidnapped a woman and wants to wear her skin. It's a crazy movie, and it's once again, it's one of those movies everybody's seen it, but it's the excuse to watch it again, because I tend to find that with these classics, you remember the general idea of it, but then when you sit down to watch it again, you're holy f***, I forgot about all the awesome stuff in this movie. You forget about the setup and really how it plays out. I love it.
Yep. Hard to go wrong with it for sure. So for October the 24th, I want to recommend a movie that is a personal favorite of mine, and that is The Ritual. The Ritual to me is so inspiring. There's actually a horror project I'm writing right now that The Ritual is my primary influence for. There's so much stuff that plays with the idea of, oh, well, we have this The Woods, or we have a cult or something like that, and we have someone just kind of dip their toe into it. But there's few things that so well represent that carried out to its fullest than The Ritual. From the monster to the characters we have, all the characters are enjoyable, and watching them get picked off one by one, it hurts. The setup of the cult, when they come across the initial church and the statues, it unravels the mystery so well. I remember that one shot where they're in the skinny trees and they think they see something moving, but they think they could be just it's in their heads. It's so well done. The Ritual is a classic. I love it both as a character piece and as a horror movie. And also, if you're in the mood for another kind of pagan horror flick, we've got The Wicker Man, the 1973 version. The 1973 one's a great mystery. This guy goes to an island in search of missing young girls, if I believe right. They may be held locally on the island, and then it quickly turns into a folk horror cult film. It's fantastic. Now, the remake with Nicolas Cage, you should also watch, but for entirely different reasons.
Yeah, you watch that one in the summertime.
Exactly.
Not anywhere near the spooky time because it's that bad.
Exactly, but you still watch it because Not the Bees is funny. But the 1973 Wicker Man is a great horror film. To me, I personally like The Ritual a bit more, but either is a very worthy pagan horror choice for your Halloween season.
I feel like I have such a love for this 1973 Wicker Man. The Ritual is, I mean, bar none within the last, I don't even know. I mean, it's one of the best monster designs ever. But even like you were saying, like some of the props, like the statue, it's like this descent into kind of madness that these people go through. They kind of like these lapse of time they don't remember. They're kind of going insane.
Yeah.
Is amazing. But then like the monsters but I think that the best thing it did was I love the way that it visualizes nightmares. Like some of the parts in this movie, they're all kind of plagued by their friend who had been murdered. And they are in the woods, but then they keep like replaying this in his head of this like Quick Mart that he got shot in, and it's like the way that they set up the Quick Mart in the forest is just so, I love it. It's so creepy, and it's such a great representation of like slipping into complete and total chaos in your mind, and like a nightmare come to life in your actual physical setting, and how this monster is kind of like plaguing your thoughts. I love the visuals of it. It's amazing. But 1973 Wicker Man, Christopher Lee, and just like God, the film, like the film grain look, it's just one of those, like, you get so bought in with the investigator who's also just getting so pissed because everyone is so fucking kooky. They're all just like, I don't know, you crazy son of a bitch. And he's like, what? He's like, I am a man of the law. Like, you have to respect me. And then for it to it has like just such a haunting ending of just so good. I mean, everyone knows the ending of him getting burned or whatever in the statue, but if you've never seen the 1973 version, because I know a lot of people too are like icked out by like, ugh, it's so old. It's like, this movie's great.
Grow up. Become
grow
an adult. Shut up. I don't care. You're weak. Your lineage will be lost. The worms will forget about you.
Yeah, what he said. Moving on to day 25, because I like to watch Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which is, in my opinion, it's the best Nightmare on Elm Street. I love it. Nightmare on Elm Street 2, I like it more than Dream Warrior and all that bullshit.
Whoa,
Give me Nightmare on Elm Street Part
okay.
2. It's Freddy. He's dipping into a little bit more comical. I mean, like, by the third
You
one,
like it
he's
more
very
than the
much
first one?
Cowabunga, bitch. Yeah, I like it more than the first one. He's more realized in the second one.
Okay.
Also, I like the characters more, like the interesting dynamic of the guy, and like, I don't know. I know that Red Letter Media had this great video talking about it and how it feels like it's also it's a movie about like gay identity. It's like a queer movie, and it's funny to hear the writer talk about it because he's like, oh, I had no idea. I was just writing a movie. And the way people translated it, Freddy is... He gets more comical. They give him more of that screen time, but he's still nefarious. He hasn't gone totally schlock, which, don't get me wrong, I love schlocky, like, we'll see, bitch, whatever kind of the kind of comical version we get of him. But it's just, I love Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, and I also like Friday the 13th Part 2. That's my favorite one. For some reason, the Part 2s are my favorite, because also Jason without the hockey mask, and it's just a fucking potato sack with one eye hole. So
yeah,
much
I
fun.
do agree that he looks
it.
terrifying in the second one, much more so than like later renditions.
It's fucking horrifying.
The mask is far.
horrifying.
The potato sack is far scarier to me than the hockey mask. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, don't be wrong. The hockey mask is iconic.
Sure,
I love it. But like crazy redneck in the woods, and you're just like, oh yeah, you remember how it was his mom? Yeah, no, that's actually him now, and he's actually just been like hiding in the mountains, and he's here to kill you.
Yeah, and it also sets up every Friday the 13th film that comes afterwards. Like,
they're all the same movies, but this one is definitely like just a rehash of the first movie. You kind of have a similar ending. We're not rewriting the wheel or anything here. I think it's just a fun one. I love Friday the 13th Part 2.
Yeah. Next, for October the 26th, we're closing in on the date itself now. We have another classic, Hellraiser. So, like, there's all these horror movies that, as I was a kid, I remember being told, it's like, oh, it's the scariest movie ever. Things like The Exorcist, right? Or I remember a bunch of people told me The Poltergeist was one of the scariest movies ever. And Hellraiser was just kind of thrown in the mix with those. And then most of those didn't really live up to the hype. Like, don't get me wrong, I love The Exorcist, I love Poltergeist, but they're not that scary to me. Hellraiser was that scary to me. It is something about people being so obsessed with, like, physical pleasure. They're willing to, like, sell their souls in a sense to obtain it. And then you have the Cenobites, which are these horrific amalgamations of things that used to be people, but now we're so far removed from it. Hellraiser doesn't get called body horror enough, in my opinion. Most people kind of chalk it up as a supernatural horror more than anything else. But to me, the scariest part of the story is imagining the nightmare that had to happen for people to become these things. Our main character, who becomes the antagonist of the flick, he's like pieces of meat and flesh across stone. He has been completely eviscerated. And the idea of him still being alive through that is terrifying. And also there's that line near the end, the Jesus wept line, which still kind of creeps me out to this day. Like,
that's an improvised line too.
I did not know that. Really? Oh,
that's improvised. It's the greatest improvised line of all time.
I mean, it's
Jesus.
It's so freaky because it's like he knows he has seconds left alive in this earth, and there's no remorse, there's no sadness. He just wants to be vile for, you know, what time he can. While the word vile still means something, you know.
The Hellraiser movie too is kind of interesting because it gets such infamy with the chains and people being ripped apart, and Pinhead and the Xenobites. They're barely in the film.
Pinhead may be a little bit more, but I'd say the others wouldn't exceed like 3 minutes of screen time.
Oh God, I mean, like, if that. But
Yeah.
it's so effective, and this whole movie is deception.
Yeah.
They make it seem like the main character is the daughter, but really, to me, the stepmom is the main character. She's being torn by her love of this brother, and she's had to settle down with the kind of plain Jane that she married, this guy who's kind of the family guy. You know, now he's like, by the way, I'm fucking back, and I need you to bring me people.
Yeah.
And he's just been like killing people and like sucking up their blood so his body can reform. And it's this like insane deception and like this give and take of this like weird family drama. It's like this odd family drama of like a girl being like, I don't know which brother I want to be with. And it's just totally fucked up. One of the best horror movies, if not one of the most iconic horror movies of the 80s, Hellraiser. So good. To caveat that too, Dead Alive, Peter Jackson's cartoonish masterpiece. I'd like to include it on this day because Hellraiser is, the whole movie is very slow, and you have like a bloody guy and he's like, oh, fucking feed me, whatever. And then it gets into, you know, it's crazy, gory nightmare realm. Dead Alive is just from beginning to end, just so cartoonish and over the top. One of the goriest, funnest practical effect movies. And it's so funny to be like, this guy also went on to make Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, if I recall, Dead Alive for a while was the world record for most practical blood used in a film.
The parts of like this guy, this kind of sheepish guy, being able to kill all of these like dickhead zombies that have been, or like people that have been turned into zombies, the kind of creature his mom becomes. It's very, very cheesy. Like it's very like, at times in my opinion, borderline almost hard to watch with how cringe like the character is, and like, some of the dialogue is very comical. It's such a fun movie. Like, it's so fun building this character to the point where when it does get to the part where he kind of like, he takes care of himself, it feels so earned. It's a lot of fun. And also too, it's just Peter Jackson, just such young ambition, like just such a young director that just like explodes with creativity on the screen. On the 27th of October, we move back to anthology and I want to talk about my favorite anthology movie of all time, which is Creepshow. I love Creepshow. The brainchild of George Romero and Stephen King come together to make a bunch of fun horror shorts. George Romero does a nice little zombie film about a dad coming back to a life for his birthday cake, even though his family fucking hates him. Comes back there. Stephen King plays himself as like a redneck who wants to sell an asteroid, but gets turned into a veggie man. But The Thing Under the Stairs is probably my favorite short of any anthology series of all time, of like a weird crate found under the stairs of a university. The monster is so scary. The acting is so good. The guy is just beaten down by his wife this whole time, and he devises a plan to feed her to the monster. It's so good. And then you have the crazy guy who's like a sanitary nut who has cockroaches come over, and it's just this gross insect. Man, it's just so effective. And it's also really leaning into these like freeze frame comic book moments that are blasted with saturated color. It's just, I mean, I don't think you just can't go wrong watching Creepshow. It's a classic for a reason. It's on the little tippity end of the list here.
So I will also mention, while we're talking about our final anthologies, I have to mention VHS 2. I talked about it before. For me, that's what made the VHS one of my favorite modern horror series. I always go up to people, I'm like, oh, what's your second favorite VHS short? Because I already know what the first one is. It's always Safe Haven. It just does its concept so well, executes so well, the effects are so great. And it's here in VHS 2, but I like the other shorts of VHS 2 as well. I like the one about the dog.
That's a fun one. That's a fun use of the found footage format. I really like when people find justify the found footage. Like, I know I said, like, why are you recording? But to make it something where it's like, oh, we're playing with our dog, and you put a camera on him. Because, I mean, people do that. You want to have, like, funny footage of your dog running around, so it's just from the perspective of the dog the whole time. line was pretty funny.
I also like the other one, Ride in the Park, the zombie that has a GoPro strapped to its head, so it like attacks a little kid's birthday party. Like, it's just fun. And like I said, Safe Haven's probably the best. It is the best in the series, in my opinion. So yeah, but like if you're looking for anthologies to sub out somewhere, just put on VHS 2 while we're through day. And the nice part about the VHS films, because they're anthology horrors, you can start anywhere. It's just its own vignette of horror. So start with 2, start with 94, start with wherever you'd like. So for October the 28th, we are moving very close to the date itself. So we have a very big classic, and that is The Exorcist 3. If you've seen the original Exorcist, which I imagine most of you had, or you're at least familiar with it, then you know it is a staple of horror, blah, 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 one of the classics of the genre. What you may not know is that the third one is, as some may say, equally as good, or at least equally as scary. The Exorcist 3 follows the investigator and one of the priests from the original film, obviously not the one who threw himself out of the window, but that goes without saying. It's more of a mystery, really, than a lot of other like possession horror flicks. It's kind of about this investigator trying to piece together this crime and then deciding if, you know, if the devil has something to do with it or if it's just a killer at large. But some of the scares in it work so well. It has this one very iconic moment of a nun walking across the hallway with the syringe, I believe.
The scissors, the giant
scissors. That's right,
surgical
giant scissors. Yeah, across the hallway.
Arguably the best jump scare of all time.
Several have coined it the best jump scare of all time. It works well too because the scare of that moment, the jump is in the camera rather than the scene. So the scene's able to do, you know, breathe, do its own thing, but you still get that jump scare effect out of it. Yeah, The Exorcist 3 is a classic. If you haven't checked out or have only seen The Exorcist, recommended. You can skip 2, don't worry about 2, but just go to the third one.
The first movie was directed by William Friedkin, who is like amazing director, one of the best of all time. He just died recently, very sad. The interesting thing about Exorcist 3 though was it was written as a book called Legion, a book by William Peter Blatty, but he also directed it, and it wasn't even supposed to be an Exorcist film. They were just like, yeah, I mean, we have to fucking sell this thing. It's the third one, which is weird after the second one flopped so hard. The first movie is so good about the desperation of a mom trying to take care of her kid, and it's something too where it's like the religion aspect is the absolute last resort. She does all these things of like going to scientists, does these tests, all these crazy things, and then finally she's just like, it, I have no other options. I'm going to call in the priesthood. And what's crazy about that movie, it's like that's like the very close to the end of the film. It's like just a haunting movie of a woman who's just like, I don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
Like I'm so lost. And I think I like it so much just because it's another movie about faith. George C. Scott, who gives like such a great performance, just screaming the whole movie, angry as shit. And then he is met with his friend who he desperately, like, you're just like, has deep respect for, who is of the faith and stuff. And the weird thing is it's like a weird murder mystery. Like some of the events that are happening remind the investigator of a killer called the Gemini Killer, who is played by Brad Dourif.
Yep.
God,
a legend.
I love Brad Dourif.
Legend.
God, people, if you're not a horror fan, he's Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings as well, but he's also the voice of Chucky. Brad Dourif in this movie is so fucking evil. It's unbelievable. The way that he just like, he takes so long to say anything, like the way he just screeches out these words. Anyways, I'm harkening on it too much, but it's an amazing movie about faith and the dichotomy between the priesthood, the Gemini Killer, and the investigator. Like George C. Scott just goes through the fucking ringer in this movie, and it's awesome. If you've never seen this film, you gotta do it. It's
especially
so
if you hate George C. Scott and want to see him suffer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you will see George C. Scott definitely suffer in this film. There you go.
So if that's what you're into.
The last 3 days, these are the ones where I'm like, I'm knee deep in it. I'm neck deep in it. And this day is It from the 90s, the TV movie, and Fright Night. I wasn't a big fan of the new It movies, I'll say it. I think it's just because I have such a love for the old ones where I was just like, why the do I need a new one? Tim Curry, you can't beat Tim Curry. The old TV special too, horrible. Like it's like a really poorly acted, but it's so fun. I love it. The kid version, once again, way better than the adult version. But even still, the adult version still has this level of cheese and grit to it that's so fun. And also, I mean, dude, when I watched that when I was younger, I could barely fucking take a bath. I was so afraid of the drain in my bathroom that it freaked me out. I had horrible nightmares about it. Tim Curry is just so good, man. Such an iconic performance, and I feel creeped out by him and some of the scenes in this. It's just such an effective and also simple, such a simple outfit.
Yeah.
But it's so good.
Also, the original It, to me, the concept is never that scary. I understand how if you're a kid, like stranger danger stuff, it's scary. And I think it is creepy for sure. But to me, it's never been that terrifying, the idea of like the It clown and stuff. To me, the film works better as almost like a Sandlot-esque horror movie, right? About like kids experiencing stuff, the time in their life, which for me is why I like the 90s better than the new one. I understand that the new one is objectively scarier, but to me, the scares were never the thing that was attractive about it. Still has that special tone.
Especially as a kid watching it, it's so creepy. And also too, like the whole thing of it become, it's like a weird alien or like a like bug alien or something.
Yeah, that kind of kills it a bit.
But it's just so much fun. And also to keep the momentum up on that, I think it should be required by law. In October, you have to watch Fright Night. I like Fright Night more than I like The Lost Boys. I think Fright Night is the most 80s aesthetic, especially like that time frame of teenage kid, no one listens to him, and there's a weird guy across the street. Meh. It's so good. Fright Night, I think by law should be required to watch.
Taking your high school girlfriend to the theaters back in like the 80s to see Fright Night had to be like a soulful experience. Could you imagine?
Oh my God. I can't. It must have been amazing. It was good eating in the 80s, dude. Taken for date nights at theaters, that was good eating.
For October the 30th, one day, this is All Hallows Eve, the day before the big one, right? We have a couple of classics that are kind of in their self parodies, or at least respective of the entire genre. We've got Scream and Cabin in the Woods. So Scream, I mean, we all know it. The classic. There's two killers. The movie about that there's a serial killer and they go through all the rules of horror movies. You know, never be alone, never hook up, stuff like that. And then the twist that there's two killers. And it's classic performances from all around. I remember, I think this was the first thing I ever saw Drew Barrymore in, and she's like, you know, a classic staple of 90s films and stuff like that. Scream is like the final boss, especially if you're doing this list and you watch all the horror movies. Scream is the final boss of like, oh yes, a horror movie that understands it's a horror movie and exactly what that implies. And it has such a fun job at it. So can't recommend Scream enough. And also Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods is to what Scream is about like slasher films. Cabin in the Woods is for like monster movies. So it's about a group of teens who are stuck in what initially appears to be a cabin in the woods that just has creepy stuff happening around it, only to find out it is effectively like the SCP organization that contains all of these supernatural threats and is performing these sacrifices to an old occult god. And the scene where all the monsters get out and start killing everyone, oh, it's so good. It's such a great scene. Cabin in the Woods is great. Scream's great. Highly recommend both if you love the horror genre, or even if you hate the horror genre. Picks fun at it, which if you do, I don't know why you're this far into the video, but still.
The idea of Scream is so fun too because it's Wes Craven who made Nightmare on Elm Street, and he was like a huge benefactor, but kind of was him critiquing the kind of genre that he helped create. So it's like just a fun thing of it's so oversaturated, but to have it reinvent it in that fun way, is just awesome. And then Cabin in the Woods is, I think, like it's such a love letter to horror films, and to see Chris Hemsworth die in a really funny way. It's just a great treat right before he becomes like the biggest actor. And then lastly, on Halloween Day, I always watch my two movies I always watch on Halloween Day is Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and The Thing. I'm not going to talk about The Thing. I've talked about The Thing a million times. Yes, it's my favorite movie of all time. There it is. I think Halloween 3, Season of the Witch is the epitome of Halloween movies. I think aesthetically it is perfect. It's like what Halloween should have been, which is just like an anthology film each time. John Carpenter came out with Halloween. They're like, that's awesome. And he's like, this would be an awesome trilogy, or like it'd be an awesome anthology of like every year we do a new Halloween thing. And then Michael Myers blew up and they're like, that, bring back the pale-faced bastard. So Halloween 3 Season of the Witch was like just this continuation of this idea of kind of like new story every year or every couple years, and it's just I love it. The first time I saw it, I was disappointed because there was no Michael Myers, and then I kept watching it because it just fits that great like vintage mask vibe. The whole idea of like kids buying these masks and the kind of like commercialization of trick-or-treating.
Plus, I mean, it's such an interesting historic point, you know, because it's like, oh well, Halloween was going to be like once per year, almost anthology type, like a different spooky Halloween story every year. And then Michael Myers was in the first one, and that's not what the series became. Because then the second one, they're like, okay, well, we'll finish up Michael Myers' story. And then they tried for one movie to make it its own thing with Season of the Witch, and they said absolutely not, and jumped back to Michael Myers, which it's funny. It's a weird historic point in filmmaking, but also just the fact that it is so Halloween-y. It's about jack-o'-lanterns around town, like killing people. like you can't. Yeah, it's up there with Trick or Treat for me for being like the quintessential Halloween movie. So if you're gonna watch a movie, if you're gonna have a party, you're gonna have friends over, you're gonna watch something fun together, Season of the Witch is a great option. I'll also say the song that was made for the movie by Donovan is on my regular playlist I listen to every day.
It's amazing.
That's how good it is.
Holy shit, that's 31 films. So now you can't complain. You can't complain.
Now you have
about,
to
like,
shut
I don't
up.
know what to watch. Now you have to shut up and watch your movies. We even gave you the exact date. So today, start off the list with Willard, dude. Sit down tonight, watch Willard, and just let the things go. I'd love to hear you guys, rejoice about the movies or even talk shit on them. Maybe you fucking hate them. I don't know. These are just recommendations. And Isaiah, or Wendigoonish, I should say, thank you so much for coming and recommending some movies with me, my love.
Well, I had no other options.
That is true. He was forced at gunpoint.
If I wanted to get paid, I had to be here. But no, unironically, Hunter's a great friend. Always happy to be on the channel. Appreciate it, my guy. And thank you all so much for watching. And let us know what you think about these scary films, because they certainly mean a lot to us. So either, agree with us in the comments or be mean and make Hunter cry. That's fine too.
Please be mean and make me cry. I love that. Enjoy your October, everyone. This is the best month of the year. Let's stay scared. And also check out Creepcast. It's a great show, I swear.
It's okay, I guess. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, you want a beer? Or do you want to smoke some pot? Or we can have premarital sex.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Tune in, sit on down, because today we're going to be talking about the most haunted places in the entire world. We've done America. There might be more things to talk about in America because they are a part of the world. We've also talked about haunted objects. A lot of haunts. But today we're going worldwide, baby, because October is the scariest time of the year. And what better way to get into Halloween spirit than exploring some of the strangest and most terrifying places known to man? In the past, we've explored the scariest places across the United States, but now it's time to branch out and discover what the rest of the world has to offer, which no one is as old as the United States, so I doubt it's any. From the cold and mysterious castles found in Europe to the haunted temples in Asia to the cursed tombs of Africa, there truly isn't anywhere on the planet that the dead don't inhabit. The ghosts, they go everywhere.
Even underground?
They might be underground. So get ready as we cover some insane or unique haunts that are sure to cause a scare. The first stop on our journey takes us across the pond over to the where one of the most haunted places in the world is set to reside. Though you wouldn't think it at first glance, the Tower of London has terrorized people for centuries. Where's Tower of London? Not where is it, but what is it, like Big Ben?
No.
Not Big Ben.
It's not Big Ben, is Big Ben.
Is Big Ben the one that's by the bridge?
Yes, the London Bridge.
That has to be haunted too. It's falling down.
That's true, yeah.
Well, it's a little early in the morning when we're recording here, so give me a little break. Originally built in 1078. What?
It's old.
God damn. Originally built in 1078. Holy hell. God damn, give the motherfucker facelift. Have they touched it since then? Surely they had. Okay. The Tower of London has housed both royalty and some of the most notorious criminals in the history. The 18-acre half prison, half palace is situated on the River Thames in central London and was a functioning prison up until 1952, when it closed its doors and reopened as a tourist attraction. I don't really know if I like the idea of I'm royalty and I live here. Also, there's prisoners in the same building as me.
That seems unsafe. Maybe they enjoyed having prisoners.
Yeah. Royalty's white noise for sleeping wasn't just like monkeys and jungle music. It was like in like waves. It's people screaming and getting whipped. Many of the royal residents who ruled over the Kai had received exotic animals as gifts and stored them in that tower. This ranged from monkeys to lions, and in one instance, a polar bear. And in 1251, King Henry III received a white bear from the King of Norway and housed it in the Tower of London Menagerie, where it lived out its days swimming in the river and eating fish. I still don't think that's probably a good time for it. A big white bear. Play in the grey water. Eat our trash fish in the grey water. Now he turns into a black bear. He used to be white. It was grey. However, several witnesses claim to have seen a ghostly white bear wandering the complex.
Whoa, haunted bear.
I really didn't even think about animals haunting.
I didn't know they could haunt.
I thought animals didn't have souls.
Maybe this bear was reincarnated, or the person was reincarnated into a bear, and then, died, and now it's ghost haunts.
Would you rather be haunted by a bear or a man?
I feel like a bear would be way scarier than a man.
I don't know. In 1816, a night guard heard strange sounds coming from the jewel room and decided to investigate. He definitely wasn't stealing. Did you guys hear that? When he opened the door, he saw a large white bear standing in the darkness. What the fuck was the bear doing there? Shocked by this, he thrust his bayonet at the beast, only for it to pass through and stab the wall behind it. Oh, the guard was later found in a state of shock and taken to the guard's barracks, where he was inspected. The head guard found no signs of intoxication, all while the guard was silently mumbling about what he had seen. What do you think it really was? He obviously went in there to steal jewels.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a large fat man?
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, and then you mistake it for a bear. The guy comes up later, he's like looking at him in the hospital room. What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Rest your weary eyes, Godsman. You don't want to get haunted again, do you? Not long after the incident, the guard went completely insane and died from shock. I bet you that was probably syphilis or something.
I was gonna say too, it could have been some kind of hallucination.
Yeah, he probably was like fucking whores on the side. He's like, I work for the queen. These fucking dirty ass whores, whatever. He gets a dirty cock, turns his brain to mashed potatoes. I'm saying he's like, white bear. White bear, ghost, white bear. Around the same time, Edmund Linthal Swift, who would find the frightened guardsman, also had a scare of his own. One night, Edmund brought his family to Anne Boleyn's room in the Martin Tower, where she had been held before her execution. And after closing all the blinds and locking the doors, the family saw a pill-shaped apparition form in the middle of the room. A pale white phantom traveled to each person, sitting at the table in the middle of the room before stopping above Edmund's wife before she could move. The pill shot down onto her shoulder, forcing her to crouch in pain and yell, "Oh, Christ, it has seized me!" As soon as she yelled, Edmund grabbed a chair and threw it at his wife. She's like, I think I have shoulder pain, causing the ghost to disappear. Oh my God, thank God.
I feel like that was a bit of an overreaction.
She's like a broken jaw, like a broken nose, and her like eyes all swollen. He's like, my God, dear, you are haunted. May the evil spirits stay away from you, my love. To this day, it is known as the Phantom Lava Lamp and is said to haunt that very room. I don't like that. That scares me. I also don't, you know what it is? It's psychological damage. I'm too weak-minded. Or if someone's just like, it's haunted in there, I'm gonna immediately be like, what is that? I saw a pill. King Henry VIII is responsible for many of the ghosts found at the tower, so it's no surprise to see him lurking around. In 1890, a sentry guard was doing his round when he heard someone call his name, where he turned around and he saw a bloated face of King Henry. He claimed that Henry's face was deep red and drooling at the mouth. After calling his name, the spirit chased the guard down the hallway before it soon disappeared. You know what's so weird is that a lot of these like superstitions and folk tales and stuff, it's probably just other people who fuck with each other. Hey, Brigham, I'll hate you. And then there's another. And that changes that man's life forever.
Also, these people are deeply, deeply religious.
Oh, my God. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then you feel bad, too, because now the guy's just like, he's gone into shock. He can't speak anymore. And then the guys who pulled the prank are like... Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor, GamerSubs, for being one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support, and for having amazing, tasty, quality products like our own flavor, Raw Meat, that you can order right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and everything has 0 sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the sody pops and get into something tasty, consider Raw Meat GamerSubs. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors, and they also have big-tittied anime shakers that, you know, if you get your rocks off to that, I'd consider it because they're pretty sexy. it gets me stiff in my pants. So thank you, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this episode. And hey, check out Raw Meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw Meat, if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video. Anne Boleyn was the second wife of King Henry and was charged with incest and adultery after being unable to bear a male heir. Fair. She was beheaded for her crimes and has been seen walking around with her head in her hands. Just down the road from the Tower of London is the world's most haunted pub called the Grenadier. It was built in the 1720s as a barracks for soldiers, and it wasn't until a century later that the building was converted into a bar. And shortly after it was converted, a soldier named Cedric was beaten to death in the basement after getting caught cheating during a card game. Fair. It's just so funny back in the day, like, he cheated at this game. All right, let's kill him.
Do you think he was just doing really good? And
I have a sneaking suspicion he's like, I hate to say it, but it's a full house again. All right, boys. You know what I mean? Like, since then, it is said that his spirit haunts the pub and torments guests. On more than one occasion, people have witnessed a cigarette being smoked by itself. And one person even claimed to have been burned by an invisible cigarette, which is kind of fun. I like this because he's a ghost and he's smoking real cigarettes. And then he is also like, you know what? You know what? Fuck you. Put that in your neck.
Yeah, also, I like how that is definitely just some guy, other soldiers fucking with each other. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just flicking. Yeah.
People are probably so gullible, too. They're like, I got burned by a ghost. Instead of, like, looking around and being like, did you burn me? I bet you that was never said. What'd you do?
Also, this is a pub filled with drunk people.
Other patrons have claimed to have seen a spectral soldier in mirrors and photos taken in the bar. Cedric is also known to create cold spots, rearrange furniture, and cause people to feel depressed, along with feelings of being watched. These are all extremely common things, I feel like, in a bar. Oh, I kind of feel a bit sad. So they're chugging on beer the whole night. Oh my god. Who's watching me?
Yeah, it's a packed room.
Yeah. Are you looking at me? I feel like I'm being watched. Also, like, probably, like, just smell like shit. Just a total slosh. People are looking at me, ain't they? To appease the angry soldier customers, people stick money into the ceiling to cover his tab so he can continue his drink in the afterlife, which is kind of fun. See, I like little bits like that.
Yeah.
Every time I go to Los Angeles, I go to the Rainbow Bar and Grill. That's where Lemmy from Motorhead used to go. I buy him a Jack and Coke. There's a little altar to him. Buy him a little Jack and Coke and put it on his altar every time. Nick's seen it. Fuck. Fly. The next stop on our journey takes us south to the Mediterranean, where the most haunted island in the world is located. Poveglia.
I think that's it.
Fuck! Poveglia is a small island located in northern Italy and is home to a former plague hospital turned mental institute. That only makes total sense to me. Let's just change it. I mean, people are probably, after a while, they're like, it's fine. Just swap it over. People have been living on the island since the 400s, but it wasn't until the 1500s that it became a quarantine zone for the plague. After the plague ended, the area was abandoned until 1922 when it was repurposed as a psychiatric ward. Today, it sits abandoned and barred from the public for 60 years after the ward closed in 1968. Now, it is a hotspot for ghost hunters who get special permission to investigate there. And what makes this place so haunted is the mass graves that house thousands of plague victims all across the island. Many who have set foot on the property claim that it is 50% dirt and 50% human ash.
That's a lot of ash.
That's a lot of ash. Locals call it the Island of Ghosts because of how many spirits have been spotted. The most well-known specter is that of a mad doctor who jumped to his death in the bell tower. During his tenure at the psych ward, he performed hundreds of lobotomies that left people debilitated and in severe pain. Shortly after his death, ghost hunters claim to have contacted the doctor and sometimes see him roaming the halls. And in 2009, thank God we got here, Zach Bagans and the Ghost Adventure crew were granted access to the island to investigate, where there, they claim to speak with multiple victims of the doctor. Go ahead and show one.
I'm gonna try some English here, just to see what happens.
That's hard-hitting proof! But the episode's most notable highlight was when Zach got possessed by a demon and freaked out at his camera crew.
Me?
Yeah, I said you!
Whoa. Stop, dude.
This is gold. I love it. You know how many times does this happen?
A lot.
Motherfucker gets possessed all the time. time.
He's around a lot of demons.
He's around a lot of demons, but after a while, it's like, goddamn, Zach, do you not have any other precautions? He said that he got so haunted that he became like blind. That's why he has to wear glasses, right?
Yeah, special glasses.
I feel like there's so many episodes where literally he gets possessed and he's like, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass. I think it's a mixture of cocaine. I think it's a mixture of a little bit of alcohol. You're trying to tell me that Zach Bagans doesn't go around carrying a flask of peach schnapps?
I believe it. You know,
I would believe it in a heartbeat. He does a little bump, takes a little swig, and I think he takes like horse testosterone or something. He's sitting there and he's just like all wired up. Punching hole in drywalls and shit. I mean, I wonder how many cases that he's gotten possessed where he's like freaks out the crew.
I bet.
Or members of his crew freak out on them too.
Yeah, that's
It's a lot.
Did he get possessed at Hell House?
No, I think his cameraman did, and then he did. Which is my favorite part. Because I'm pretty sure he sat there like, dude, Zach, what is going on? He's just like... He's like, dude, I became so violent, I feel like I wanted to kill you. While cursing and filling his arms in the pitch dark, he began to punch the walls and wander aimlessly through the chapel. It took 5 minutes of freaking out before one of the other co-hosts, Nick, came over and performed an exorcism on Zach by telling the spirit to let it go, which I do love a drive-by exorcism. I do love how easy exorcisms can be. Hey, you're gone. Hey, let go of him. Thank you. He's a powerful priest. No fisherman dares go near the island, believing that it is cursed with dangerous spirits. Other than the Mad Doctor, of course. Locals are fully convinced that the island is infested with vampires.
What? Ghosts and vampires.
I didn't realize we were going to be touching on vampires in this haunting video. Yeah. If you're attacked by a vampire, it is technically kind of a haunting because it is a dead man.
It's true. Yeah, undead.
We kind of skirted the game, didn't we?
Yeah, a little bit.
This is because multiple bodies were unearthed with stones and even blood in their mouth, leaving many to believe that they were recently up and walking around feasting on human blood. There's probably people fucking, this. What's horrifying is when people are like, he's dead, and they bury him, and the people wake up, and they're like, oh my god, he's a zombie trying to get out, and no, it's just a guy trying to claw his way out of the fucking, that is my nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, that's why I almost like, I want to have like a little pill, in case anything happens, I could be like, oh, I'm done.
See, I would just have a contingency where it's like, if you're gonna bury me, cut my head off.
I kind of like that idea. I feel like I wish that was kind of a more normal thing. Also, I think that's also why the Vikings did it, right? Just set them off, and you fucking burn the fucking thing. Do you think, how many times do you think they were doing the float? Oh, Fjord, I miss you. Oh. And they fire it. And the guy's like, oh, oh, oh. Are they like, oh, no? And they go swimming, or are they like, oh, it's done?
Probably it's done.
I can hear a scream, so the afterlife, he's happy. Let's move away from Europe. Fuck Europe. Just kidding. I don't know. The Valley of the Kings is one of the most important archaeological discoveries in history, but it is also one of the most haunted places on Earth. The first tombs were constructed around 1500 BCE, and for thousands of years, Egyptian pharaohs and nobles were buried in the lavish rooms. That's what I want to say. I watch some people, there's like YouTube videos, people like being like, oh, I'm going into the Valley of Kings or whatever, the tombs and the pyramids. No. I'm so claustrophobic. Try not having a panic attack watching one of those videos. Go ahead. Watch a guy go up these stairs. Like there's this hallway to get to the king's room. You have to go up this huge, steep, narrow thing, but also it's one way. So people are also coming down. So you're like trapped in this thing and there's like watch a video and try not to have a panic attack. Go ahead. Challenge impossible. However, it would remain relatively untouched until 1922 when Egyptologist Howard Carter discovered King Tut's tomb and unleashed the mummy's curse, which that everyone knows King Tut, and then everyone, there's a lot of movies about mummies and all that kind of stuff, but the string of events that happened after that motherfucker opened that tomb is kind of odd. I will say that. As soon as the tomb was open, nearly everyone tied to it began to die off in mysterious ways. This is no shit. It's very weird. To the point where I'm like, this might be the only story on here where I'm like, The first one to go was George Herbert. He was at the tomb when it was open and paid for the entire expedition. He died from mosquito bite that led to blood poisoning only 4 months after the initial opening of the tomb. Which you could be like, all right, hey, it's a mosquito bite. It's gonna happen. I mean, what the fuck? You're in Africa. There's like marshy, swampy area. There's gonna be mosquitoes everywhere. Next up was George Gould, who simply visited the tomb before succumbing to a fever 5 months later. A little more suspicious, right? Yeah. Motherfucker just all of a sudden got a fever. Come on. I don't know. Sir Archibald Douglas Reed was invited by Howard to perform the x-rays on Tut's body, but died from cancer related to x-rays before he could make it to the tomb, which, to be fair, they probably didn't have very safety good precautions for the x-rays back in the day, but still kind of scary. The next two to die were Asa Mace, who worked with Howard Carter to excavate the tomb, and the other was the Honorable Mervyn Robert Howard Molecule whatever Herbert, a cricket player and the half-brother of George Herbert, and he too was one of the first people to enter the tomb. Long name, too long of a name. You gotta die. Both men would die of pneumonia a few years after the tomb was open and a year apart from each other, which seems just a bit odd.
Yeah, this is...
For noblemen, for people who have like money and stuff at the time, and also that their deaths were almost like a year apart, exactly a year apart.
Yeah, this is very suspicious.
Sure, the mosquito might die, right? Sure, the x-ray doctor that didn't use these safety precautions and he's given x-rays every 7 minutes as practice. Sure. And the other guys? I don't know. Howard's secretary would be smothered with a pillow Howard's secretary would be smothered with a pillow while at a bath club. Edgar Steele, the man in charge of the artifacts from the tomb at the museum, died from stomach illness believed to have been caused by foul play. So now people are just getting murdered, all right? And lastly, another museum worker in charge of displays was found dead in his bed from an unknown cause. An unknown cause! Just dead. He's gone. Do you think it was that easy? And the mummy got him. Yeah, and they like walk in. Oh boy. We knew it was gonna happen. He's just on the bed like. All of these deaths occurred within 12 years of the tomb being opened, and all of them had connections to the tomb, all right? And many have speculated that there's a scientific explanation for the deaths, but others believe it was the curse or even the result of satanic worship, which I don't know about that last part, but I do think that could have been the mummy stuff. Aleister Crowley believed in the occult and described himself as a religious prophet. Though he wasn't at the tomb's unveiling, he was in the same circle as all of the men who died. Crowley was known for performing ritual magic, and his diary entries contained multiple references to specific times, methods, and religious symbolism associated with some of the deaths that happened from the people in the tomb. I just imagine they're all just like, I want to hang out with Crowley. He has a big funny hat. Why not? It's also important to note that Crowley was in London at the same time of each of these deaths. Like, or just like make it like, I think he did it. And all of those convicted of the crimes were his friends. If you manage to escape the curse of the mummy, you can expect to see plenty of other ghosts walking the valley at night. The most commonly spotted is a chariot driven by a small man who rides only at midnight. It is said that the sounds of horses pounding on the ground and whips cracking are common before it approaches. Witnesses describe the chariot differently, with some claiming it blazed as it passed by. It's totally lit on fire. I know it's just not a little guy. The ghost is clear. And he like gets on his chariot, he's like, whoosh, rides off. It's not people, not because the world is so cruel, people won't point and laugh at him.
Oh, they're not scared of him anymore.
You know what I mean? Maybe that's the only time he can ride is at midnight, you know, or because you get pestered by so many fucking tourist trap people. He's like, only time I can ride is during the night. Yeah, there's no one there. Our last stop takes us to a little closer to home on an island just south of Mexico City, known as the Doll Island. Julian Barrera was a simple man who owned an island in
Milco Canals.
While he lived a relatively normal life, he would often collect dolls and nail them to the trees, as well as hang them from branches, believing it would prevent him from evil spirits. Or he was a psychopath, and that's just scary. As the collection grew, the dolls began to talk to him and soothe him to sleep. He would go to the dumps and look for dolls to bring back to his island, where he would dress them up before hanging them alongside the others. Though the exact reason why he started collecting them in the first place is unknown, most people believe it's because a young girl drowned near his island. That he collects dolls. Probably to appease the ghost.
Exactly. I feel like he drowned the young girl.
We don't know that. You're making assumptions that are probably true, but we don't know. The story goes that the girl was swept away by the current while playing with her sister. Her body, along with the doll, floated to Julian's island, where the dolls spoke to him in the girl's voice, demanding the doll back. Annabelle. Annabelle reference. So to ward off evil spirits, he nailed the dolls to the trees, but one doll wasn't enough. So he continued to hang more to appease the angry spirit. The more dolls he collected, the more word spread about his island, and eventually people were leaving their own dolls. And in total, there are over 4,000 dolls, making it the Guinness World Record holder for world's largest collection of haunted dolls. All of this went on until 2001 when Julian and his nephew were out fishing While on the boat, Julian exclaimed to his nephew that there were mermaids in the water singing to him. What? Before his nephew could even react, the old man was found dead, face down in the water, allegedly in the same place where the girl had been found. After his death, the island only seemed to get worse as other people began to see and hear some mermaids in the canals around the island. And throughout the island, thousands of dolls are said to move and talk during the night, but there are a few dolls in particular that paranormal investigators are interested in. The first doll ever hung up is inside Julian's former one-bedroom home. Numerous people who have gone near it have claimed to hear it talk and demand for more dolls on the island, which is fucking creepy. Also, just want to say too, the visual of tons of those, and then to think at night they all start talking, that's pretty scary.
Yeah,
that's kind of a cool visual.
4,000 dolls talking.
4,000 dolls being like, I need more dolls. No wonder Julian's just like, the mermaid, sing to me. You know what I mean? Bring me your doll, I need Beanie Baby. You bring me Beanie Baby, hanging on tree. The second doll, Augusta Tinta, was said to be Julian's favorite and the one that he would talk to the most. It is said that when Julian was alive, the doll would walk around the island at night, protecting him and even curing his illnesses. The fuck kind of Christ-like doll is this thing? Fuck's sakes. I have a woman in my ear.
Augustina, heal me.
Augustina, doll. Heal me. I need to be healed. Oh. There's a small shrine that surrounds Augustina where people leave small offerings in hopes that she will protect them too, which is fun. I like that. With so much death and destruction in the world, it's no surprise that nearly every place on Earth is haunted in some form. While we might have covered hauntings from faraway places, it's still good to check your surroundings. You never know who's watching. Thank you so much for watching this video, and hey guys, stay haunted. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to talk about end of the world predictions. Throughout time, there has always been the prevalent belief that we are living in the end times, right? We are always living in the end times, whether it's natural disasters, nationwide pandemics, or something based on religious scripture. It's always a looming fear that hangs upon many people's heads. People have predicted when the world will meet its end, even as far back as the first millennium. These predictions often resulted in a mass hysteria, with believers going to great lengths to prepare themselves physically and emotionally for their final day. The most recent iteration of this endlessly recurring phenomenon can be found on TikTok, taking shape in a specific community known as Christian Talk. The only God, the white Christian God. Jesus, blonde hair, blonde mullet, blue eyes, flip-flops, and a Dale Earnhardt tattoo. The Intimidator. Recently, there has been a ton of Christians on TikTok freaking out about the rapture that was set to take place on September 23rd and 24th. That was rapture talk grew as the movement spread and became more popular. Thousands of people were posting about how they fully believed that the end times were coming. Some were overjoyed, while others were stricken with intense grief. Oh God, we're gonna die. It's a bummer. This all began when South African pastor Joshua Mikela claimed to have a vision of Jesus telling him of his return to earth. According to Josh, he saw Jesus on a throne telling him, I am coming soon.
I am coming soon.
Jesus then told him dates of his arrival, which were 2 weeks out from his vision. A clip of an interview with Josh talking about his vision blew up and started the whole craze, but no one could have predicted the mass hysteria that would follow. It was pretty shocking. Right out of the gate, people began to post videos of themselves preparing their houses for the people left behind.
If you're seeing this and you're still here, I'm so sorry that you didn't make it. At least you're here getting to do all the sins that you wanted to do and be naughty with your fellow sinners. I don't know. Maybe you can make the best out of it. But yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, if anybody's here after the rapture, because my ass is going up, I got a jacuzzi back there. Feel free to use it, bozo. One woman stocked up on candles and Bibles, as well as leaving behind laminated note cards of scriptures for the sinners who she believed would enter her home and probably fornicate with each other, because what else are they going to do with hell on earth?
It's true. No rules.
Like Jesus said, I am going to come in 2 weeks, and I'm going to take all of the sinners and leave them.
Do you think he meant the other come?
Yeah, what if that was the thing? What if Joshua's right and he was like, hey, by the way, Joshua, I'm going to come in 2 weeks. I cannot wait for that day.
Jesus, what?
Whoa! Other believers began quitting their jobs, selling their cars, and rumors spread that some people were even selling their homes. According to one user online, her psychiatrist permanently closed her practice because she fully believed that the rapture was coming. A psychiatrist. She completely abandoned her patients and began posting TikToks about her excitement for the end times. Her patients were left in disbelief and shared her videos showing how insane she looked for abandoning her decade-long practice and for posting about TikToks online. Wow.
Well, that's the thing. If it's just going to happen, you got a 2-week heads up. Take a 2 weeks vacation. See if it,
No. I'm closing it down. It's the principal, Nick. Because she's like, it doesn't matter. We're free. She's letting them know, too. She's making a statement, right? She's standing behind. She's staying on business.
Listen,
you should yourself.
You should go on the tallest building. You should yourself. Jump off it, no fly. Big splat on ground.
Hey, we just want to thank today's sponsor real quick, Star Forge Systems. They hooked us up with this very mint, beautiful PC, and hell, I trust them. I mean, look at it. I wish I was from here. If you're looking for a new system, be sure to check out the link in the description if you want some nice, high-quality, big gaming PCs, right? I'm able to play Crysis from 2007 with max settings on this bad boy. Yeah, I bet your computer can't do that, so thank you, Starforge, for sponsoring this video, and hey, back to the video. Since they were not expecting to be left on Earth, people began to give away all their money to random strangers. Smart. An Uber driver posted about how they were picking up a couple after church who were crying hysterically.
And they get in my car and, they're weeping. And so I'm like, hey, is everything okay? They were like, yeah, the Lord is coming back. Jesus is coming back tomorrow. And I was like, wait, like tomorrow? They were like, yeah, I think it's like between the 23rd and the 24th. I was like, okay.
They said they believed the rapture was coming the next day and wanted to bless their driver with the remaining money since they wouldn't need it. Oh, dude, that is a blessing in disguise. God was just like, you got it, dude. There's your tip, you know what I mean? So before they got out of the car, they handed their driver a huge roll of cash containing various dollar bills and coins from around the world.
So it's like a bundle full of cash. Now, keep in mind, in this bundle, there's even coins in it because it was like in this like cup thingy or whatever. So there's even like euros, and I see some Canadian money in here. So there's dollars, there's hundreds, there's 20s, there's 5s, like there's all the denominations inside of this. So I have yet to count it up. So I'm going to count it up and come back. Hold on.
After counting it up, it totaled to over $1,900. They also said that they were getting together in their neighborhood to discuss giving away their homes and more of their money. He's like, could you give me your address? Tell me the time for that. I would love to know the exact time and place for that. Hold on. Jesus is giving me another message.
You should open up your garage door and let this man live in the basement, free of charge.
Okay, Jesus. All right, you're coming home with us. Who knows? Jesus works in mysterious ways.
I was going to say, this sounds... Okay, here's the thing. I think Jesus was pulling a prank. I think he...
Haha, Joshua. Knock. He's met Jesus. I was kidding the whole time. Practical joke on Joshua. But here's the thing, I didn't joke about Joshua. There he's come all over my feet and my legs. Like I said, that would happen 2 weeks ago.
Oh, Jesus, you're gone done pulled the prank on me. Not even Africa. It's a Jamaica. All right. Another person received a $300 tip from a woman who was overly generous for the same reason. Their coworker also received a $777 from the same woman, but after the rapture failed to happen, she came back demanding the money be returned to her. That's not very Christ-like, lady. Not every Christian believed in this, as many were trying to tell the others that this is literally stated in the Bible that only God knows when the rapture is coming. Yeah, but Jesus told Joshua, it's me, Jesus again. I'm being for real this time.
Oh, Jesus, I am not listening to you.
Jesus, I cannot listen anymore. The people are mad. I feel like I had like a really good like African thing going at the beginning and then it slipped away. Others pointed out that people have been predicting the rapture since the 1800s and would always try and convince people to worry about the next upcoming final day, right? This one's not just worry about the next one. However, the 23rd and 24th came and went. Nobody was called up for the pearly gates and everyone went about their day as usual. Some who believed the hoax claimed that they got the date wrong. They said it was actually next year or a few years down the road or maybe a couple more years after that. And some questioned their faith. And the pastor who made the initial prediction went live and apologized for everything. Oh, God. Why did I do that? It was not even Jesus who called to me. It was my mom.
Can a brother make a mistake?
Let's go back in time and take a look at other historic examples like the predictions proposed by William Miller. It looks a little haunting. William, you know, if he said anything to me, I'd be like, okay, William, the world's gonna end tomorrow, face. Thank you, William. William was a clergyman that had become obsessed with the Bible after returning from fighting in the Battle of Plattsburgh in 1814. Just want to show maybe a picture of it.
No, show some footage.
Yeah, shows footage of the Battle of Plattsburgh in 1814 when cameras were definitely around. Crazy stuff. He found himself particularly fascinated with the concept of Christ's return, aka he had PTSD and he might have been a schizophrenic. After seeing people die, you know what's kind of wild? Jesus coming back, right, guys? Okay, William. He became responsible for creating the Protestant religion movement known as Millerism, aka the followers of the belief that the second coming of Christ would occur sometime between March 21st, 1843 and March 21st, 1844. God, in that realm, right? This movement became popular, amassing an estimated 100,000 followers that were convinced that the world was nearing its end. They were strong in their beliefs despite being ridiculed and harassed by their peers. Which, dude, for those 3 decades, you must have been living so tall. Keep it counting, boys. Oh, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah.
This is like a common theme with all of these. They get it wrong. They're like, no, wait, it's the other date.
Because you're delusional. Because they believe it, and then they're like, oh, it was probably a mix-up. You put your whole belief system in that. It's really quite sad, Nick. During one event, William was egged by an audience member during one of his speeches, and I bet that sent him over the edge. In the span of just a few years, people prepared for this event by selling most of their belongings and turning their backs on their responsibilities. By March 21st, 1844, nothing had happened. The date would be moved to April 18th, only for it to fail once more. The last date proposed by William was October 22nd. On the day of, tons of people still believed in William. They put on their white ascension robes and climbed to the highest places available to them to await the second coming. Not only did this prove to be fruitless, but it led to a period known as the Great Disappointment, where people wept endlessly over their hopes being shattered alongside a wave of mockery from people asking, why haven't you ascended yet? First off, as soon as if William came in, if William the dog came in trying to eat his own face and handing out white robes, I'd be like, you gotta get out of this motherfucker.
Why? Robes are fancy.
Robes are cool, but if it's in religious context, robes are not cool. Yeah, we're just gonna put on these robes and go to the mountain. I'd be like, might have picked the wrong batch, is what I'd say.
What if you, what about jackets? Like sick, like club jackets?
If they were club jackets, or even just a nice suit, you wanna get dolled up to go to heaven? Why not? Robes, really? William Miller's popularity dwindled significantly, but he held firm to the belief that the second coming was approaching until he died in 1849. Maybe that's what he was. Maybe he was predicting his own death. Might have been. I don't know. The more that we learn about space, the more terrifying the unknown becomes, right? Very Lovecraftian. Since we've started studying the stars, one of the biggest threats to our planet has been stray asteroids that could potentially hit Earth, which actually f***ing up sometimes. Can't even think about it. There was one that they said, like, one asteroid's gonna pass by Earth, and they're like, but when it passes by in 30 years, it's supposed to come back and hit us. I think they disproved it.
Here's my thing. If an asteroid's coming, don't tell me.
I would rather just not know. What benefit do you gain of being like, hey guys, seriously, in movies and shit. In movies, they do that to build conflict for the movie. But what would happen is, like, Elon and all those guys, they'd be like, I don't know, I'm just gonna try this spaceship out. And they'd leave and never come back. As soon as that starts happening, well, Mark Zuckerberg's building like he built like a giant bunker in Hawaii.
Yeah, he said, well, it's not a doomsday bunker. It's just
and that's funny too. They're like, so what's up with the doomsday bunker? He's like, it's not really a doomsday bunker. It's just you could live there for 700 years if you wanted to.
It's a man cave.
It's like more of a man cave, and you're like, huh? Anyways, in 1910, many believed a nearby comet would end humanity. Halley's Comet, remember that one? Is visible from Earth every 72 to 80 years and has been spotted by humans dating back since 240 BC, which is crazy. I mean, go somewhere else. Hello. Scientists had predicted that 1910 would be the next time it passes Earth and observed the comet flying by using a spectrograph. This new technology allowed astronomers to view the chemical composition of the comet, and to their horror, they discovered its
tail.
that was made of cyanogen gas, which is extremely toxic. Oh, shit. After publishing the report, a French reporter put out an article discussing their findings, but also included a line saying the gas from the comet could, quote, impregnate the atmosphere and possibly snuff out all life on the planet. Bit of creative liberty in the title there, buddy. People began to freak out over the headline, believing that their death was imminent. Before the comet could pass, companies began to sell comet pills, which claimed to fight off the effects of the toxic gas. Insurance companies offered policies of people's belongings in case they were destroyed. Farmers around the globe refused to plant crops, believing that there was no point since everyone would be dead. No more corn. I'm done with corn. Others locked themselves inside their homes, while others fled to the caves and sealed themselves deep underground, which I'm pretty sure is partially some of the inspiration for Fallout. Oh. There you go. After the comet passed and nothing happened, people were shocked to still be alive, and they moved on with the rest of their lives. I wonder what's happened with the guy who took comet pills. Well, Greg, we took those, like, look over to him, he's like having a seizure.
He's on Halley's Comet right now.
Yeah. In 1993, former sociology professor Hon Ming Chen had created a Taiwanese cult named God Salvation Church. It had also referred to itself as Chen Dao, or True Way, as well as God Saves the Earth Flying Saucer Foundation. I like that one the most. God Saves the Earth Flying Saucer Foundation. It was a belief system that was a mix of various religions and other Western cult-like beliefs, like the acceptance of alien intervention, right? You see a lot of that with Heaven's Gate. Kind of became a big thing in the 70s and kind of evolved over time. He claimed that the second coming of Christ would occur in 1999, with God revealing himself from a spaceship disguised as clouds that would take his followers up to heaven.
That'd be sick.
He claimed that he could talk to the gods and receive their wisdom through golden balls that he could see traveling across the sky. Of course, salvation was not free. It was reported that Chen charged $60,000 to join Chen Tao and another $30,000 to board their spaceship. He's like, you keep it under 100. They won't be suspicious.
Mind games.
Exactly. It's all here. He convinced 140 dedicated members to sell all their belongings and move to California in 1995 after changing his mind about where the historic event would take place. This changed after followers witnessed the numbers 007 written in the clouds, which was interpreted as a sign that they must relocate their headquarters elsewhere. AKA, there was probably a 007 convention happening around. They're like, oh, Colorado! We gotta go! Despite the fact that this was actually just a marketing stunt to advertise the 1997 James Bond movie, Tomorrow Never Dies. They slowly relocated to Garland, Texas. Apparently, this is because Chen thought saying Garland really fast sounded like Godland.
From what Master Chen says, Garland sounds like Godland, and apparently thousands of years ago, God was here and they were told to return here.
Garland. What's that sound like? Can I do that accent, or is that a problem?
I think it's fine.
All right. Chen had guaranteed on his own life that God would make his appearance in Texas, of all places. Not a bad bet. You're in good company in Texas saying that kind of shit. Where would God go first? Everyone's like, probably fucking Texas. Probably fucking Texas, all right? In total, they purchased around 30 houses on Ridgedale Avenue, soon handing out flyers to its other inhabitants on bicycles in order to thank them for tolerating their activity in the neighborhood as well as their magnanimous acceptance. Trying to win people over. It's like, more money. Garland, we kind of weird. See a ball in sky. Garland, what's that sound like to you? Like, what? Garland, what's it sound like? Rhetorical. Don't talk. I talk you don't talk back. They would wear all white outfits and cowboy hats. Awesome. That is so sick. Confusing the neighborhood as to why they suddenly become the headquarters of a strange cult. Some claim they were friendly and that their beliefs were simply amusing to them. AKA, they're like, look, they look funny. What do you guys happen? Be alien. You don't talk to them. We cowboy now. Right, oh, okay, you are phony as man. That is awesome. They claim that on the 25th, just days before, God would show himself on Channel 18 across every television set in the country, taking on Chen's exact appearance.
It's 5 minutes after 12 right now, and Han Min Chen's not on there yet. And according to his own philosophy and preachings that we've heard, he's a phony.
You knew he had an interview coming.
I don't know. From there, God would then help people survive a nuclear apocalypse that would occur in 1999. It would bring people to a specific rendezvous point on the shores of Lake Michigan, where flying saucers would take them to heaven after potentially stopping briefly on planet Mars, of course. And people in the neighborhood feared that the group would end up committing a died because, you know, Heaven's Gate. March 31st rolled around and still nothing happened. Chin approached a crowd of reporters and stated that he must have misinterpreted God's message. He stated that his remaining followers would once again relocate to New York. A large majority of them gave up on Chin too entirely and began the process of moving back to Taiwan. He told everyone that he would punish himself by giving everyone in the crowd the next 10 minutes to either crucify or stone him to death, which nobody took him up on. From there, Chin Tao's numbers were severely reduced, and the group faded into obscurity by the early 2000s. Who even knows? He might even still be out there.
I hope they crucified him.
What if one guy's like, I will? He's like, wait, 1 second. The ball just like fucking gets stoned. End of the world predictions have only become more common with the advancement of technology. And it wasn't too long ago that people thought computers were going to end the world.
There still exists a general state of either denial, complacency, or even apathy about both the reality and the potential effects of Y2K.
The year is 1999, and a lot of people are getting ready to celebrate the new millennium. However, not everyone's excited. A large group of people fully believe that the world was going to end as soon as the ball dropped because the world's computers would fail.
8 to 10% of the population were fairly confident that this was going to be an apocalypse.
It was believed that the planes would crash, nuclear reactors would melt down, and systems controlling rockets would fail and be launched at random. All of this delirium stemmed from a simple misunderstanding of computers' code. Up until this point, computers' dates had worked from 00 to 99. But people believed that when the computer switched to 00, it would actually go back to 1900 and cause computer systems to fail. Oh God, run! To prepare for this upcoming event, people withdrew their cash, believing that electronic banking would fall apart and destroy them financially. Businesses like Best Buy and Radio Shack warned people to turn off their computers so they wouldn't be messed with the time switch. And others built bunkers and stocked up supplies. On New Year's Day, all the computers switched over and there were minor crashes. Various ATMs were temporarily down and stoplights occasionally stopped working and random databases went down. No major computer system failed and all seemed to be normal. Out of all the crazes, nobody died, though a 104-year-old woman was invited to join a preschool because the system believed she was 4. Isn't that cute? That's awesome. If you're watching this, chances are the most memorable end of the world prediction from your lifetime is the 2012 phenomenon. For people that don't remember this, or if you're too young or whatever, let me just tell you, when I was a kid, the 2012 thing, people were actually afraid of 2012. They were really afraid. My grandma, who has now passed, was like, we were watching the History Channel. She used to chain smoke cigarettes. We'd be watching like the History Channel. Of course, the History Channel had nothing to do with history. It was like aliens and shit. And she's chain smoking cigarettes, and then we were watching this 2012 thing, and she was getting me like horrified. And I was like watching it. I'm like, oh my God, is this real? I'm like, this is like this is like 10 years from now, or, you know, whatever. And she was like, when that year comes around, we should all stay together, and we should just get together and make sure that we're with family. And I was like, a haunting thing to say. It's like so cryptic, but everything's there. Like, you were gonna die and we should be together. It fucked me up, dude.
Was it the Nostradamus?
No, it was like, it's been so long, I can't remember. But all I know is just like the Mayan calendar's ending. Which also, even as a kid though, she's like, what the fuck do they know? And she was like, well, the Mayans. I'm like, who cares about the Mayans? The fuck? Maybe they ran out of stone. You know what I mean? I mean, how far were they just like, I mean, it'll pretty much be done by then. The idea that the world would face a cataclysmic event in 2012 didn't emerge out of nowhere. In fact, people claim that it was predicted thousands of years ago during the ancient Mayan civilization. A device called the long count calendar was used to measure time at a very long cycle that counted years in large chunks. In short, a new grand cycle was said to occur after every 13 Baktuns. Each Baktun consisted of 394.26 years. And it was just so happens that the 13th one lands on December 21st, 2012. Instead of treating it similarly to the exciting beginning of a new millennium, people convinced themselves that a terrifying world-ending event would occur at the time. So much so that they even made a movie about it with John Cusack. Really dumb. Not a good movie. He's in a limo and whatever. Theories are ranged from disastrous fires, flooding, aliens invasions, and planetary collisions, and mass extinction. Some kids growing up around believers of this impending disaster admitted to developing serious fear and anxiety problems in their older years to their parents' endless paranoia. It was f***ed up. If you have, like, the worst thing you can do is tell your kid, like, I'm really afraid. Because, like, as a kid, you're like, what? And they're like, you're fine. I'm afraid. Custom high-end doomsday bunkers saw a 700% rise during this time, as ultra-wealthy people wanted to play it safe and ensure the safety of their friends and family. Some preppers, like Tim Ralston in Arizona, would often perform doomsday dress rehearsals with the two children to make sure they were ready for the worst come December 21st. Another couple, Kathy and Bruce from New England, decided to stockpile bees instead of weapons. According to them, honey would become a valuable bartering tool in the coming apocalypse. I love that dude. That's a badass. Over in China, Liu Xingzhe decided to go a much different route, spending his entire life savings of $160,000 to build a 70-foot by 50-foot ark-like vessel to protect himself. He feared flooding the most and believed taking his homes to the seas would be the best option. Liu offered to let other people take refuge in alongside him. My boy Liu's selfless. He's a good man. In the end, the day came and went without anything significant occurring. Here we are.
I like to think that every time these doomsday predictions, that they actually happen in an alternate universe, or the universe that keeps going on.
You like to think that? Yeah, I like that. On TikTok, a woman opened up about how she and her husband have been talking with the Sumerian demon since July of 2013.
Me and my husband have essentially been talking to some thing on a Ouija board that goes by the name of Seven, who has been telling us that the world is going to end May 27th, 2025.
On TikTok rules, dude. She claims that one day the couple got bored and began to use a Ouija board, and out of nowhere, it began to talk to them in reverse binary.
In the moment, we have no idea what this means. We Googled it later. This is, again, July 2013. And it turns out it's binary, but it's backwards binary. So in this way, it meant nothing, but when we reversed the numbers, it meant hello.
Since that day, they began regularly communicating with the demon. Goddamn, they became friends with him.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Rockschmaw, you there? Yo, Rockschmaw's funny as dude. The demon had told them that they are the third group he has contacted, and the first two died during the first atomic bomb dropped in World War II, and the others was when JFK was assassinated. So the demon contacted JFK. Eventually, it revealed that the world would end on May 27th, 2025, and repeatedly told them to climb the mountain or return to the mountain. In Sumerian. She said that they revealed the secret to close friends and strangers once they were drunk.
We have shared this with people. They either kind of wave it off, they're like, oh, that's cool, or they pretend, they say they're interested, but then they never really follow up.
Another person claims to have a recurring dream every 7 to 8 years, where people all around the world gather to watch as the moon turns completely black. Like the eclipse? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not long after, large groups of alien ships fly out from behind it and start terrorizing Earth. People flee and pray as they try to survive. Eventually, the night sky is empty and blown apart. The person fully believes this is coming soon and that there have been warning signs all along. Yo, Roxas, stop that shit, bro. I'm gonna pee. A lot of people claim to have aliens in their dreams. Like one person who claimed to see a biblically accurate alien enslave the Earth. Okay, first off, a biblically accurate alien. Got it. In their dream, a giant orange orb hovers over the Earth, which is pulsating with plasma energy. It doesn't have eyes or any facial features, but everyone on Earth felt like they were being watched. He described the being as God and explained that he knew without a doubt that the end of the world was imminent. The dream ended with the alien keeping people captive inside of a structure-like shopping mall and also abducting people and putting them into a giant orange orb. Sounds like he just wants to go to Orange Julius at the mall. Doesn't it? And I was super thirsty when I woke up. Rockshaw, stay away from me, man. Nobody truly knows when the world's going to end, and that's probably a good thing. There are scientists out there who have listed numerous ways in which the Earth could end, right? Whether it's soon or within the next 1,000 years, but so far, every single prediction has been dead wrong. The next time you hear about some crazy world-ending event, take a step back and really think about what's being said. It's probably coming from someone who's chronically online or a scam artist looking to drain you of your bank account. Or, you know, pollution and all that kind of stuff will kill us too. There's a lot of fun ways the Earth's gonna end. It's gonna be sick. But hey, at least we have YouTube, am I right? Roll them credits! We'll just end it that way. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about... You guys see that Mike Tyson... Jake Paul fight? On Netflix, it was buffering the whole time. It was buffering the entire time. You know, the big fight between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson is come and gone. Jake Paul won. He beat a man who's 60 years old. A living legend. Mike Tyson's been retired since 2005, but yet he looked like a madman. You know, he looked in fantastic shape. He had a weird, sad little speech where he's just like, I can get in shape, but I can't fight nobody no more.
I got the ability to stay in shape, but I don't got the fighting guts, I don't think, anymore.
For him to even be in there was a major achievement, and Mike Tyson should be proud. And also, you got to see his ass, where he kissed a guy, and then he walked away, and his big ass cheeks were walking through. And the cameraman zoomed right in on those puppies. It was nice. But it did make me think. I was like, you know what would be kind of fun is younger people fight even older people. Could we get an 8-year-old versus a 90-year-old? Could you get a 5-year-old versus a 103-year-old hospice patient? Would that not be fun?
That would be a really good combat sport now. The old versus the young.
Oh, dude, that's what I'm saying. Battle of the Ages is what you call it. Battle of the Ages. Is that not good?
You could have a diaper league.
The diaper wars. You have a fucking 4-year-old who still pisses himself, and then you have like a 102-year-old woman. I mean, I would watch that in a heartbeat. Battle of the Ages, the diaper wars. It's the first saga. Dana White, come at me, give me a check, buddy. Let's make it together. Am I right? And that also led my mind to think about all of the other insane sports fighting events out there that are much, much funner than boxing. Boxing right now is a joke. It's a joke. It's an absolute goddamn travesty. It is a joke. Got one boxing guy who's just like, beat his ass.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. I've got my fair share of bad habits, and I'm sure you have yours. But when it's time to quit, you need Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. Black Friday and Cyber Monday are just around the corner. Why not get a deal on a healthy alternative? The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, which means you can use it anywhere. Yay! Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. And Fume is meant to fidget with satisfying snaps and clicks, Fume is there to calm you down when you're feeling anxious. Fume is super easy to use, tasty, and highly satisfying. If you're thinking of giving Fume a try, there's no better time than now. Head over to tryfume.com/PapaMeat and use my code PapaMeat to get in on this amazing Black Friday Cyber Monday deal. Buy one journey pack and get the second for 70% off. Plus, be entered to win a gold-plated Fume. Go ahead, scan the QR code on screen and grab your offer today. Thanks, Fume, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video.
I mean, this is the same kind of shit, though, where it's just celebrity boxing is kind of taking over. You know, of last year, it was Dylan Dennis and Logan Paul. Do you remember that happening? Does anyone even remember that, right? Who's KSI fighting next? Who cares? Right? All I know is I want more extreme sports to be at the front and center. And that's why today I'm going to be an advocate for some of these wacky endeavors. So let's get into it. Medieval combat sports. Now you would think that medieval combat sports we're talking about historically, they're still happening today. Okay? Historical medieval battles, or medieval MMA, is essentially mixed martial arts, but with competitors fully dressed in knight's armor and equipped with medieval weapons. Swords, axes, maces, all sorts. They probably some fucking horses riding around. It's pretty sick. This became popular sports like Buhurt. Buhurt. Where players would participate in battles that ranged from 1v1 duels to massive field battles between two large teams. It's the guy who was doing LARPing got in shape and he actually just wanted to kick someone's ass. And that's pretty much how that evolved. And it actually looks pretty sick. Also, some of the things, like people hitting each other with hammers over their head, even if you have a helmet on, my God. The goal is to knock your opponents down, as the knight is disqualified when he makes 3 points of contact with the ground. This can be done by throwing someone down, tripping them, or beating them until they submit. You will see people literally just hammer someone down until they're just like... The night version of Tap Out is a much more grueling game, it seems. And according to Australian Medieval Combat Federation National Marshals, you're not supposed to hit anybody at the back of the knee, the back of the neck, or the feet, and the groin, obviously. So they're just like, no cheap shots, dude. If you're gonna fucking make this stupid dickhead in a knight outfit fall down, at least do it with grace and decorum. In Buhurt, people may use weapons ranging from hatchets to pole axes, which promote different strategies to overwhelm your opponent. Yeah, you want to kind of f***ed up with this, so you can't do this at the Speedway, dude, with Toyota banners in the background. Can we not at least meet up in a forest? You know what I mean? Can we not meet up in a park? I mean, the boxing ring thing, that's funny. Right outside a Speedway track, I'm just, give me some nature, dude. You at least put a fucking cardboard cutout of a castle. Maybe even a guy walking around like a dragon cosplay outfit, like a furry dude. I'm just saying, spice it up a bit, dude. If you're gonna go medieval, what the f are you doing? So slowly walk towards each other.
We're having some good fights here, guys.
Oh. God, that's what I'm saying is that even though you're still wearing a helmet, you know how bad it would hurt to get fucking smashed in the head? I mean, like, we talk about CTE, like, medieval MMA is going to get you there. The armor itself can become incredibly expensive to purchase, some totaling upwards to $5,000 for your own custom set. $5,000 to get your own pair of armor. Honestly, I mean, it's expensive. Worth. For a custom pay, it's made for you. Are you kidding me? What's that? Oh, I wear that.
Blacksmith making that? That's a lot of time.
Oh my god, yeah. And I say, yeah, I know. I became friends with the blacksmith. He makes my armor. That's just a fucking cool conversation to have. Now you have something to talk about in your life. M1 Global, which is a Russian-based MMA league, further popularized the sport by introducing medieval battles as a filler between competitive matches. I would immediately be like, just keep playing that. This became such a popular event that M1 Global created a new division called M1 Medieval in order to put more of a spotlight on medieval combat sports. And I love that. See, exactly. They're just like, people are they're clicking off when we get to the real fight. There are still rules that apply, such as no stabbing, arm locks, or striking of the neck, spine, feet, or ankles. And to finish an opponent, you must strike them 3 times while on the ground. You just have to fucking smash someone's head in 3 times. Ah! 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 There are a few famous moments from the event, like an especially brutal KO from 2016 when a man was thrown to the ground and punched in the head 8 times. 8 times. You just need 3. He did 8. Being in the boxing ring here, I don't know why, it feels natural. It actually feels like a gladiator match is why. Oh, there he goes. We said punching, he is shield bashing this man 8 times in the head. I just want to say that. One of the biggest medieval tournament events is the Battle of Nations World Championship, which has been running since 2009 and often includes members from various countries. The events consist of large-scale battles that range from 5v5 up to 25v25, as well as a free-for-all last man standing event, much like the movie Role Models. Gotta crown a king somehow. See, that's the thing, is that you wouldn't give somebody a fucking belt, you give them a crown. How sick is that, dude? You're the heavyweight guy and you're the king of heavyweight.
Like a raid, a WoW raid.
It is like a WoW raid, dude. I wanted the Illidan blades and I want to fucking beat someone to death with them and then be crowned the king of medieval MMA. Or we can move on to Card-Jutsu. Card-Jutsu is essentially Brazilian jiu-jitsu that takes place inside of a parked car. I love that. Viv Mikhev, who holds a PhD in mathematics and black belt in both Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo, created the sport in 2020 with his friends. That seems like the wrong time. 2020, and you're in a confined space. They're just like, we need to be apart. He's like, I say we all just hop in the Camry. He stated, quote,
I came up with the idea of doing competitive grappling in vehicles. Since October of 2020, my friends and I run a small tournament of Card-Jutsu to study the aspects of Jiu-Jitsu application in such a confined space.
You cannot try to rationalize. He's like, we actually did it for technique purposes of rolling around the Corolla was just kind of, it made more sense. I think you guys just wanted to record yourself beating the shit out of each other in the car, which, more power to you. It's extremely funny. Both fighters start with their seatbelts fastened.
That helps with the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well.
Once the round begins, they can unbuckle and attempt to submit their opening move. And you can travel any part of the car and use anything inside of it to pin your opponents. You can even use the seatbelt to choke fighters out. How does that pertain to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? The guy is immediately, he's just like,
well, you use the buckle and you wrap it around his neck and then pull it up like that. And he could tear his ACL.
You tear his ACL while choking him?
Yes, but for the judo side of it.
It's like, that cannot be correct. And to win, you must beat your opponent in the best of 3. If the score is tied 1-1, there's a special final round that starts with both fighters in the back seat, lasting 4 minutes. This is quickly turning to gay sex.
When the match starts, they unbuckle and engage.
You play 7 minutes in heaven in your Nissan Pathfinder with your opponent. This is relatively new sport that is growing very slowly. They have an official YouTube channel where you can go and watch the championship matches. It's extremely funny. I would really recommend. So, there you go. Go there. Pretty funny.
I'm not sure what's happening. He's either dragging Faust deeper into the car or Faust is shrimping his way over to the other seat.
Choke your mom with your seatbelt while she's driving. That's Card-Jutsu. Pretty fun. New Battle of the Ages. Battle of the Ages is going to be applicable to almost all of these. In this one, old person driving, can't drive, senile. Baby in the booster seat starts there. They both unbuckle while the car's moving, though. I like that. Or we can do the World Freak Fight League. This one seems a little more mean-spirited. The World Freak Fight League is MMA, but with fighters with large gaps in skill skill and weight class. It seems to be more for entertainment value, as the matchups can be quite ridiculous. We're not really going for skill here, all right? We're not taking it as serious as Karjutsu. We're just here to romp around and just see what we can do, get in a little trouble. And in one case, Eddie Hall, who won the World's Strongest Man competition in 2017, got in the ring to fight the Nafati brothers, two famous TikToker twins. If you saw the image of this was kind of circulating around. It's obnoxious. I think they're 4'8", and then Eddie Hall's like 6 foot, I don't know, 6 or something. He's huge.
Who won?
I wonder who won, yeah. At one point, Eddie Hall effortlessly picks up and power bombs one of them while tanking hits. Basically, the guy's just saying,
and here we go on the replay.
He's just like,
up on a pile driver.
And another wild freak show fight matchup showcases a woman fighting against a man about 400 pounds heavier than her. This is a natural progression, I think, of the freak show. Just physical violence, dude. Put him in the fucking ring. Let him fight. And much like Karjutsu, there's also phone booth boxing. Phone booth boxing is exactly what it sounds like. Two boxers step into a phone booth and go at it until someone goes down or gives up. You just beat the shit out of someone in a phone booth. And whoever's just like, okay, God. It was popularized in Russia. It has loose guidelines as far as weight classes, resulting in odd body matchups. I think they're just kind of like, we're going to sit down an Excel sheet, just put your name on it. You know, we have no real requirements. I will say it is funny how almost all of these are all just Russian. Russians are just like, I want to beat someone up. We're very bored. There's nothing to do. One of our main city looks like Candyland. What city is that? Is that Moscow? Is that Moscow? I love it. Why have we not done it? There's none of that here in America, right? Not that I can think of. I bet you there's some in like some random town in like Nebraska. What the fuck is this? Punch Club, the Russian organization that hosts phone booth boxing, also runs Punch Fall, which is just bare knuckle fighting on top of shipping containers. They are above the pool water, so it is safe.
Well, what if there's alligators?
Is there alligators in Russia?
Import them.
Bears.
Bears in the water?
Yeah. Bears in the water, and they're fucking hungry. You don't give them food for like 2 weeks, and they're just angsty and mad. And then just for the fuck of it, you throw like 6 or 7 things of like Red Bull down in there, and, and their eyes all shrink, and they're like, and they're just like, go ahead, fight, it's a Punch Fall. We upload this to YouTube's. Or we can talk about comedy, which is not Bobbity, which I thought it was for a second, from Dragon Ball Z. Comedy is a team-based sport that is speculated to have originated from prehistoric times and has official rules set in India in the 20th century around 1923. Pretty sure that's when Gandhi was around. Was Gandhi a part of comedy? Maybe. Hurt no animals. Every living person. But when it comes to comedy, I will break every man, woman, and child's hands with my sheer strength. Comedy, no! Comedy is a fast-paced game between two teams of 7 people playing for the duration of 40 minutes. And comedy is a sport similar to tag, where one player on offense will run onto the opponent's side of the court and tag as many players as possible. It's like a version of tag rugby without the ball. Pure physical chaos. Slap comedy, however, is an alternative version of the game from Pakistan that simply consists of 2 players slapping each other on the chest. I know people have seen this. I remember because every time someone stumbles upon it, this is their first reaction. They're like looking at it, they're like, because it is funny. They just do. They do a Hulk smash jump on him, you know what I mean? They do, it looks like Captain America in Avengers Endgame. When he has a shield. Did you go to the movie theater and everyone applauded and they cried? Me too, man. Oh, if I could go back and watch Endgame in theaters again for the first time, right, Nick?
Could you imagine that was 5 years ago?
Can I imagine it? Well, I'm in hell every day because it's getting farther and farther away. Dude, how about that sick moment where all the boss bitches are just like, I don't give a f***, I'm gonna take down these aliens. And they hop in the trench and then there's 12-foot tall aliens, but yet they punch them in the face and it does anything? That a human woman would be able to do that?
Well, they got their skill. The Black Widow, she died.
No, Scarlet Widow. Scarlet.
She died. She jumped off.
Whatever. Both players are unable to run or dodge. When the time is up, the victor of the round goes to the person that got the most slaps in, or if an opponent forfeits, which let me tell you, they never do. I don't even know how they keep track. Who has a clicker? Is there a guy who's just like, you know, like you see people entering in like an auditorium and the guy's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I like to imagine they have 2 of those and they're just like, or we could talk about Epic Fighting Championship. Epic Fighting Championship is another Russian-based MMA league that features normal MMA fighters, but also includes completely random fights matchups without any regard for weight class. So you probably got a very tiny guy, super fat guy versus 3 women, women versus out-of-shape older man. That's the guy who put all the synthol on his arms versus an old Mongolian man. A Russian alcoholic versus Mini Hulk. It's similar to the other one, but it's notable enough to be different, so I just wanted to put it in here. Let's just say you're just like, these are all so fucking primitive and beneath me. I need something that is intelligent. Masters of the mind, body and mind. Well, you might be signing up for chess boxing. Chess boxing mixes the brutality of boxing with the high IQ mental stimulation that is chess. It's like watching Queen's Gambit and Fight Club at the same time. 2 players get into a boxing ring equipped with a chessboard in the center. Both players go 11 rounds, alternating between playing chess and boxing each other. It's very chaotic. And in order to win, you must checkmate, TKO, or KO your opponent. You have to either win in chess, or you have to beat the son of a bitch down to where it's like he can't even get up. It's pure chaos. And people, this one's become a little more popular. You see some little social media post about it here and there and some YouTuber events and stuff. So I'm glad to see chess boxing. Chess boxing, I think, dare I say, is one of the cooler ones of these. And you just got to use a little bit of intelligence as well. A guy up there who knows how to fucking play some chess and rock your shit in. That's a deadly combo of a man. Don't hit me! Yeah, I just block with one hand. Or we could do Hip Show. Hip Show is American Gladiators mixed with MMA. It's a sport where 2 teams of 2 fight in a complex arena primed for parkouring and unique confrontations. I guess American Gladiators had obstacles as well, but it looks more akin to American Ninja, I think. The arenas contain high platforms, ramps, ropes, and more. Woo! Just gets punched right in the grundle. Oh! Points are accrued throughout the match by throwing opponents, striking, ground and pounding, or taking control of specific obstacles for 10 seconds. And submission and knockdowns are awarded 3 points, while eliminating an opponent is 5 points. They really make it seem like someone died. Submissions or knockdowns are 3 points, and then by eliminating, if you fucking kill someone, they'll give you 2 more points. And it is common for matches to turn into a 2v1 situation, which can be especially brutal. With the rise of popularity of MMA, a new league of MMA fighting was formed, dubbed Trash MMA. This includes a wide array of MMA fighting with a little twist, such as lingerie MMA, midget MMA. Can we even say that? 2-on-2 MMA, and the list goes on and on. I feel like I can't say it anymore because with lingerie, we went immediately into midget. I don't think you can say midget anymore. I mean, I'm sure that's what it's called. I'm just saying do I have to bleep? Do I have to bleep what I just said? Maybe. But one of the more interesting forms of trash MMA is called shock MMA, which is MMA fighting with tasers.
It's like 14 years old.
I love it. The rules are simple. It's just 2 fighters in a ring with 3 million volt tasers strapped to each hand. There's no judges, skill levels, weight classes, or rules. It's just if you want to strap tasers onto your hands and box someone, you're in. You're in the league, all right? Congratulations, you're dumb. President and founder Michael Alexander said, quote, "We felt it was a natural progression. Boxing begat wrestling. Wrestling begat the MMA. And the next step to extreme fighting would be put true warriors in the ring against each other with 3 million volts of electricity charging out. Winner takes all." I like how he's also assuming he's like, those are not warriors. The guys who have their hands taped with tasers, those are the warriors. Those are the real gladiators. I mean, you can see the actual volts of lightning. What I don't understand about the shock fights, though, is, okay, first off, he's throwing kicks now. Yeah, so this really is no rules. It seems like they're just punching as hard as they can because they know, like, oh, if this piece of plastic gets drived into someone's face, they're gonna go down. The shock has nothing to do with it. Because when you look at them shocking, they're just doing like trying to tap him with it, and then they're throwing full punches just trying to get this piece of plastic lodged with little bits of metal lodged in someone's skull. I think almost all of these sports so far, I don't know if we can confirm this or not, but with shock MMA, it makes me think there has to be like death waivers signed, right? On all of these, easily, like just being like, if I die, my family can't sue, blah blah blah.
Isn't that with any combat sport? It's like,
I guess that's true. Well, I guess the thing is that with boxing and stuff, it seems a bit more realistic. Like this is a combat sport, but for like shock MMA, you know, I mean, that's just like murder up there.
I mean, that video does not look like a sanctioned.
No, shock MMA does not look like it's regulated very properly. Unlike our next one, slap fighting. Slap fighting has been around for many years and reportedly began in Russia. No way. I would say out of all of the obscure MMA or like obscure fighting events, I would assume slap boxing is probably the most popular. It's a sport that consists of 2 people trading slaps to the face, below the eye, but above the chin. It is required that the person being hit does not flinch under the threat of being penalized. So you have to just sit there and take it like a man. The opponent then has 60 seconds to recuperate before having their turn to return a slap. If he is knocked down, he has a 10-second count to get back up, similar to boxing. Points are awarded based on strength and effectiveness of the slap, as well as the reaction and recovery speed of the defensive player. One of the early legends in the sport is Vasily Dumpling Kamatsky, who was one of the first to go massively viral and kickstart the wider appeal of the sport. 2015, 2016, I feel like I saw a lot of people, like definitely Charlie was doing videos at the time. There's a lot of people covering the underground Russian slap boxing league, the areas that they would have these slap fights in. It did feel like a fight club. Very random. I think they got better over time, but the early stages, very grungy. What started as an underground sport has become a massive money-making machine for the UFC after Dana White saw its potential and created Power Slap. Power Slap, guys, not good. I just want to put that out there. Power Slap is really dumb. This show, while popular, has been heavily criticized due to the violent nature of the knockouts. In a standard MMA or combat sport fight, fighters will attack and defend themselves, but in Power Slap, combatants stand perfectly still while trading slaps until one of them can't go anymore or is knocked out. Let's just have a little montage of slaps. Power Slap has been criticized for a number of reasons, mainly relating to health and safety concerns surrounding the sport, but Dana White insists that the sport is safer than other combat sports, solely due to the fact that there are far less blows taken in Power Slap in comparison.
Governor, what'd you think of that?
I thank God it wasn't me that got slapped.
I would also argue, I'm not a Power Slap connoisseur here, and there's going to be probably a Power Slapper out there who sees this. I'm assuming they're probably just not in as good of shape as regular MMA people. So I'm going to guess the physical conditioning of getting slapped like you would do for other MMA sports probably isn't there. So people getting slapped around are probably getting much more damage, I would assume. I could be wrong. And then Dr. Benet Amalu, the neuropathologist who is credited with sparking the league-wide changes in the NFL to better protect the brains and heads of athletes due to the discovery of CTE, has heavily criticized this claim. This is what he told The Sun. "It is a very dumb sport. Very stupid and unsafe. It is primitive. To me, such a sport is inconsistent with the intelligence of humans. It is possible that a participant could die from this. Somebody could die or suffer catastrophic brain damage and become a goddamn vegetable." I added the goddamn myself, and he continues detailing the serious risk of the type of physical impacts that these Power Slap events have. "It is more dangerous to be slapped where your head rotates than when somebody hits you head on. The brain goes back and forth, twisting itself around the midline. That will damage your brain cells. There is no question. It has an inherent potential to cause this permanent brain damage. Anyone disputing this is being silly and foolish." This is definitely the guy who takes off his white gloves and he's like, "Shame on you, sir." And some fans have echoed this fear, as they believe Power Slap is far too lax on the rules, and because they want bigger and more dramatic knockouts, and because, it's a televised event, so they want bigger slaps, bigger knockouts. It's going to be a recipe for disaster. The first person to die at Power Slap, that's going to be a sad day. And there's currently an open letter by many members of the Brain Injury Association of America calling for Power Slap to be banned, as the injuries sustained in the fights can be much worse than football or boxing brain injuries due to fighters not being able to defend themselves. Some conspiracy theorists believe that Power Slap was created in order to alter the search results for the phrase Dana White slap after a video was leaked of him slapping his wife multiple times at a nightclub. If Dana White created Power Slap to hide the Google and Bing and Ask Jeeves search results for him slapping the shit out of his wife at a nightclub, how could I not be impressed? How could I not be impressed, Nick? Unbelievable. There's an entire world of crazy shit going on behind the scenes. Simple Google or YouTube results will have you finding a lot of crazy stuff out there. So maybe we don't need to watch these obnoxious Netflix events that cost us a shit ton of money and do nothing but put $60 million into Jake Paul's pocket and $20 million into Mike Tyson's pocket. Why don't we try supporting the little guys who wear the night outfits, who get smashed for nothing, only pride, who strangled each other in the back of Honda Civics. Their buddies strangle each other with seat belts. And Russian people just find ways to beat each other up and kill each other. These, my friends, are the true heroes that we need to be searching out and reaching towards. So next time someone says, "Oh, you're gonna watch the celebrity YouTuber boxing event?" say no! Let's dig deep down to like E-Bomb's World or something and go watch some Russian MMA. And with that, my friends, I wish you all a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm gonna die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Hey, loser! Go check out MeetKenya.store and pick up Melvin McCobb's manga. Pre-orders end January 1st, and they ship 8 to 10 weeks after the pre-order ends. Hurry up, loser!
And the prince and the princess lived happily ever after. The end.
Another Hunter, please.
I mean, I think I got a book about, like, we had the frog book, or we have...
No. I want something spicy.
Spicy how?
With a strong female lead. Ooh, who's not afraid to be a boss bitch. Oh, and a handsome young man who can take our damsel under her arms and seduce her.
Oh my God, Terrence, stop! Enough with that. Come on, I'm sitting right here, man.
Sorry.
If I get you this book, will you just please go to sleep?
Yes. Oh, please.
Okay,
please.
fine. I'm going. God. Just try to get some sleep beforehand, please. Will you try?
I'll try.
Okay. God, Terrence. You gotta work on this shit, man, for real. You gotta...
Sorry. Now for a little me time. Sorry.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit it down, because today we're talking about smutty books again. I apparently have to read through more of the smutty book talks for Terrence, because for some reason he wants that as a bedtime story tonight. I don't know. I've tried to get him to sleep for 7 years now, and I have not seen him sleep once. So any recipes I can try to mix up to get him to fall asleep, I will do. And it's unfortunate because book talk and the smut talk books, the smutty books, have reared its ugly head at us once again on this channel. Last time I read some, a lot of people were confused. It's like, I don't know, like I say, a lot of people were just straight up like, why the hell is he doing this? Well, it was really funny. And today, I'm gonna read some more from apparently some of the ones that you've sent me, because this is the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway I got last time was, we didn't touch it, we didn't even scrape the iceberg. We didn't even dig deep enough. Apparently this is not, it goes deep. Real deep, real smutty. And I want to see, can we try to find the most depraved, disgusting piece of literature that I can try to read to Terrence tonight to help him go to bed. And I think that is a valiant effort to try.
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, Bad Dragon! Are you in the mood to spice up your life? Spice up yourself? Shove things in your hole? Check out Bad Dragon if you're of age. Because it's a great place that makes great quality products, and it's a fantastic company filled with beautiful people. We've been to the warehouse. It's like Willy Wonka's goddamn factory in there. The quality control, the designs, the community. It's all beautiful. And if you want to spice up your relationship or even just spice up your own personal life, it's a great place to look. So please go to Bad Dragon, check out all their amazing items, and hey, tell them Papa Meat sent you. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring this video. And back to the video.
Long are the days gone of classic fantasy romance novels, or romance novels in general, you know, with your Okatars or your Fourth Wings. You know, see, I thought that I was getting into some spicy stuff from Sarah J. Maas. Little did I know. And I think we touched a little bit on to the real stuff whenever we got into some icebreakers. I'd read a little bit more of that. It's aggressive. There ain't no beating around the bush on that one. That book is aggressive. People often point out, although that some of these books contain romantic scenes, they're also compelling stories. That's what people say to me. They say, Hunter, yeah, there might be some f***ing and sucking and fingering and blowing and all that kind of stuff, but they're good stories, right? Unfortunately, for many smut talk enthusiasts, these books don't contain enough romantic scenes, or they aren't explicit enough for their taste. You are getting to the point now, ladies and gentlemen, that people are like, the story is so irrelevant. People just are trying to get that deep, hard going all the time. They want to read about it, right? And then some people now you start to get smutty book hipsters coming out saying that there's not enough, or that the scenes aren't graphic enough for them. Word, you know what I mean? I think the romantic books, they need to do a little scratch and sniff. That's why it's like jisms or something. They have a little scratch pad you can do. Oh, that's what Derek Spunk smells like. Yeah, Jessica opened her legs, and then you like open the page again, then you scratch the center of the book, and you do. But, my friends, this is where the amateur writers step up and they claim their throne as the most devious, most vile, most explicit, dare I say most sexy writers of them all. And with spicy books on high demand, all of these authors are getting book deals. And let me tell you, they're selling copies, okay? You'd be a fool. If you're a writer right now, just fucking make some real quick, dude. You know what I mean? Why not? You try to get a paycheck, or you trying to be an artist? And now you no longer have to scour the internet to find fan fiction with steamy love scenes. They're all front and center at any local bookstore. Barnes & Noble is basically a little fucking shop now. The wall that is the romance section at Barnes & Noble is shocking. All right, I mean, I thought I was in. Where's the Great Wall of China at? It's all over? All right, well, it looked like that. So let us dive back into the world of spicy books, smutty stories, and see if we can't find the most depraved, most evilly delicious. I want pants, basically, is what I'm saying. But I don't pants by the end of this episode, Nick. I'm myself. Starting off first, we want to get into, if we're going to talk, I guess, genre here. For some reason, I don't know, for some reason, I guess it's kind of obvious. Sports smutty books are very, very popular, okay? And one of the biggest genres right now, it's called jock fantasy. All right, jock fantasy novels. I like that, dude. Who doesn't want to get plowed by the captain of the football team, huh? Just one of these, like, right? And last time we talked about Icebreaker by Hannah Grace, which is probably the most popular book in this genre. Icebreakers is really peak jock fantasy smut. A lot of talk on nipple play, isn't there? He's like, he breathed on my nipple. Like, just right over a nipple and then just like, it's like, is it, oh, bing. You're like one of those door stoppers when you were a kid.
Women love nipple play.
Women love nipple play? Hey, man, if you're the expert, I'll listen to you, okay? I think everybody likes nipple play. I like nipple play. I want someone to just suck on my nipples like I'm an Ethiopian woman breastfeeding a child.
Do you have like a ring of hair around your nipples?
Oh, yeah. It's almost like eating a Jolly Rancher with some hair on it. You're just like, I know there's a sweet treat in there somewhere. And this book got a lot of attention on social media. Icebreakers got a lot of attention on social media. So now there seem to be hundreds of sports-themed romance novels trying to follow in its footsteps, because once something is popular, ladies and gentlemen, you will have copycats. Or people will be like, I wish, yeah, he's a hockey player, but I wanted the lacrosse captain to break my legs, break my back out, dude. I want him to work me in like an old leather glove, like a catcher's mitt. And one of the books that we have been recommended a lot is one of the more spicy sports romance books, and it's called Pucking Around by Emily Rath. If you take the P away, if you replace it with an S, sucking around. See, I like that. Really wish it was a different sport. Like, I hate that I'm going into this and it's gonna be hockey again. This is the synopsis of Pucking Around, so buckle in tight. Pucking Around by Emily Rath is a contemporary romance novel centered on Olivia, a determined and career-focused woman, and Jake, a charming but carefree professional hockey player. Olivia is assigned to interview Jake for a magazine feature, but their initial meeting doesn't go smoothly, with Jake's laid-back attitude clashing with Olivia's serious demeanor. I'm just trying to hang free, Olivia. She's like, would you take these questions seriously? But despite their differences, sparks fly between them, leading to a passionate and complicated relationship. The book is about one woman in relationships with three different men, and a lot of the time, they all have sex together. That took a left turn real quick. That turned into a NC-17 version of Bridget Jones' Diary is what that turned into.
So they're running a train on Olivia.
Oh, dude. This book has an average rating of 3.82 out of 5. Not bad. And over 150,000 ratings with nearly 17,000 reviews. And it is over 700 pages long. Why? They're like, you've read Infinite Jest? Child's Play. Have you read Pucking Around by Emily Rath? That's why David Foster Wallace himself. Oh. All right, so let's go into some reviews once again. Roll the reviews. What the fuck have I just read?
Oh my god, the feels! Loved
This was the best romantic. What's RH? Oh, reverse harem?
Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean? What's a reverse harem?
So a harem is a guy with multiple women.
Oh my God, Nick, hold on a second. Hold on. I thought it was Harlem for a second. I was thinking of the basketball team for a second. Harlem Globetrotters. I was like, what are you talking? We're playing basketball now? Sorry. Okay, so a harem is what?
A harem is when a guy has multiple
a bunch of
women.
Right, he's around, but this is the woman with a bunch of boys. Right. This was the best reverse harem I've ever read. This book had it all. I mean, my poor Kindle is dead. Why?
Scorching my hands right now. I gotta say, it died a happy Kindle.
This was so hot! Fans yourself frantically. That... I feel sticky all of a sudden. I want to say a big old girl talking about breaking down a goddamn Kindle. Destroying technology? Damn! All right, let's move on to Nicole. Nicole says, "Be still, my kinky f***ing heart." Cringe. I have no words. This was utterly epic. Finally, someone wrote a hockey reverse harem worth reading. Why is it's all abbreviated RH? Is it that normal? Apparently reverse harems that's the new thing. This has everything you could ever want. Tons of hockey scenes. Why is that the first thing? If you like hockey, no, seriously, this is a big one, okay? If you're like a big Bruins fan. Training / recovery. 3 totally different MMCs.
Male main characters.
The most beautiful bi-awakening friends to lovers' relationships and spies. It has everything you want, and leading with hockey scenes really got me. That was, she's like, it's ice and corn dogs and pucks. What else could you need? Or how about Rachel?
Fanning myself from how steamy this book was. This one pushed the boundaries of what I've read before. Sure, the beauty of exploring new things through reading.
Whoever she's dating, he's going to be like, what do you mean you want to try this now? All right, so to excerpt. Excerpt number 1. This is from chapter 30. Chapter 30. This is probably only 200 pages in. Okay, so just think about 500 more pages, all right? Holding Caleb by the hips, I sink my hot mouth around his shaft. You know, last time we had at least the fantasy thing of like there was a little bit more. This is just, we're getting right into it. Okay. I sink my hot mouth around his shaft, taking him deep. The metal of each piercings click over the bottom teeth as I swallow him, sucking him until he's crying out.
His pierced.
Love. Loving this feeling of fullness. Caleb's tart. I think of sweet tarts, right? She takes, rubs it together, blows out his fake smoke. Okay. Caleb's tart coats my tongue, and I know he's at the edge of release. I slip my hand inside his pants, cupping his balls. He gasps me on his tapping the back of my throat as I choke, loving every second. Who wants to choke? Would you want to choke? Girl, I was in heaven. I shiver. Oh, my limbs suddenly boneless. This is a feeling I crave almost as much as the orgasm. This feeling of being hollowed out and filled up in one. End of the excerpt. That's the end of the chapter. The 30? All right, well, we'll move on to chapter 82 of Pucking Around. Here's what's gonna happen, says Caleb. Mars is gonna lie down. Hurricane, you'll ride him. The 2 characters' names are Mars and Hurricane? Hurricane, you'll ride him. I'll take your ass while Jake takes mine. What? What? Wait, so, hold on. He's somebody while he's fucking the ass? How do you do that? What shape are they in to make that work? That has to be the real definition of a Chinese finger trap. I glance quickly from Caleb to Jake and watch as Jake's expression changes from one of confusion to interest to excitement. That is the kinkiest f***ing thing I've ever heard, he says with a grin. Mars, please say you're in. I'm gonna die if you don't. We gotta try it. Mars glances between them. I'm f***ing Rachel, yes? No one is f***ing me? Chapter 82. All right, you're deep. What is going between the other pages of this goddamn horror show? Chapter 100. I'm not even stopping. Chapter 100.
fuck?
I pant, slapping his hands down so I can jerk my cami off up over my head. What the cami? A camisole. What's a camisole? Oh, in modern usage, a camisole or cami is a loose-fitting, sleeveless undershirt which covers the top part of the body but is shorter than a chemise. It's all Hobbit lingo. I don't know. Restarting it. I pant. I need you all.
Need to have you.
3 pairs of eyes watch me, but it's Caleb who speaks.
Say what you want, Hurricane.
I stand and take a step back, dropping my silky shorts to the floor, leaving me naked.
I want all 3 of you, all at once. I want to be dripping with your...
Okay, dude. Goddamn. Make a mess of me. What? Claim me so there's no more doubt where I belong. What? Make a mess of me that is downright. That is some doghouse level dirty right there. I want you just tear this up. Oh, good. There's a part 2 to chapter 100. Well, good. Oh, yes. Jake laughs. Bend over, baby girl. I'm taking this. Not so fast! Caleb calls. Jake and I both glance over our shoulders.
What the fuck is that?
Jake mutters. You didn't think I'd leave you out, did you, Angel? Caleb teases. My eyes go wide as I see he's holding another slightly larger plug. This one is black. Bend over, Caleb orders, his free hand smoothing down the curve of Jake's ass. Oh my god. The buzzing in my ass is making me feel so full, bringing my organisms right back to the edge.
Hurry.
I beg.
Please.
Shit! Jake pants, his eyes wide as Caleb inserts the plug. This is... you know what, though? You have to have some amount of respect for someone who sat down and said, F it, I'm writing almost 1,000 pages of this. Here's another thing. That's a lie. I'm not reading. We're not reading any more of that, right? Okay, we're not. That's a lie. I'm not. This video is gone. For women, is this a book club book, do you think? My to-be read list is a mile long, and here I am considering rereading Pucking Around for the 8th time. God damn, dude. Just yourself and go to bed. I mean, what else do you have to do? I mean, honestly, how are you gonna have a like? What do you even say in a book club with this? What did you think it was hot? It's like if guys got around, they're like, "What did you think of Playboy this week?" It's like, "Yeah, I made it to like page 6." Actually, sounds like a pretty good club, honestly. What, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Brett, the women were like, "I couldn't last. I got 100 pages in.
I couldn't even finish it, girls." And everyone's like, "Ee!" They kick their legs. Ee!
You have wine, all getting wine drunk, and their husbands come home. They're like, "What is going on? Get out of here, Rebecca! Get upstairs!" That's what I like to think. That's the kind of people having that kind of. That was me acting. All right, Nick behind the camera did this.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, God. All right. Anyways, out of sports. Let's get out of sports. All right. Let's take a different route. Another genre taking over right now is the dark or taboo themed books. And the #1 most recommended smut book in this genre is Credence by Penelope Douglas. Here's the thing too. These covers are always so deceptive, aren't they? The cover of Pucking Around and Icebreakers. You would have never expected that in there. Now Credence already. Let me tell you, there's an upside down forest. I feel like this is about to get crazy. If there's already some surrealism happening on the cover, you better believe. I don't know what's gonna happen. He's got a bear. I don't know what's going to go. An owl. I don't know. This book is pretty controversial because it deals with multiple taboo topics like incest and abuse. You know, the fun stuff. And here is our synopsis of Credence. Tyrion de Haas, the only child of a film producer and his starlet wife, she's grown up with wealth and privilege, not love or guidance. And when they suddenly pass away, she knows she should be devastated. But has anything really changed? She's always been alone, hasn't she? Jake Vanderberg, an ugly name, isn't it? Her father's stepbrother and her only living relative assumes guardianship of I see where this is going. Assumes guardianship of Tiernan, who is still 2 months shy of 18. Wow. Okay, this is... God damn. Sent to live with him and his 2 sons, Noah and Caleb, oh god, in the mountains of Colorado. She also realizes that lines blur and rules become easy to break when no one else is watching. One of them has her, the other one wants her, but he's going to keep her.
This sounds like a horror book.
This is a legitimate horror book. One of them has her. One of them wants her, and the other one is going. That's not how it reads, right? I mean, my God. This book has an average rating of 3.68 out of 5 and over 415,000 ratings with 48,000 reviews, and the reviews are pretty mixed. Okay, which let's read some of the reviews now. From the first one is from Namera. What the actual hell did I just read? Girls' parents commit. We can't say that. Girls' parents unalive themselves. Girl is placed under care of her father's stepbrother, who lives in the mountains of Colorado with his 2 sons. Girl spends winter hopping from one of their beds to the other before falling in love with the one who's a psycho. Martina, I'm free! Worst experience of my life! Alexandra, people liking this book should be studied. Glinda!
If a genie gave me 3 wishes, I'd use all 3 of them to make sure Penelope Douglas never writes another book ever again.
Wow. Well, not only does she have a lot of books, that, I will say, that is one of the more overwhelmingly negative of the comment sections, because usually girls are just like, it's too wet, there's not enough towels. You know what I mean? That's usually how it all goes. That's pretty much what happens. All right, so let's just get into the excerpts. Let's just dive in ourselves and see. We're going to start in chapter 23. Caleb stands in the dark corner, his jeans unfastened but still on as he watches me. I hold on to Noah as my body moves up and down the mattress with the thrust. Caleb eyes on me, turning me on even more. My contracts. I don't blink. Look at me, Hector. And my body tenses, every muscle tightening as I come. I cry out, looking at Caleb as I shudder and shake, his eyes not faltering as his brother me. All right, at least the brothers aren't right? Not yet. Noah! I lean forward and take Caleb in my mouth. Okay, so now the brothers are tag teaming their cousin, correct? Okay, I'm making sure. Just wanted to make sure I got that lined up perfectly. His long, thick muscle, hard as a rock. I fist the base because I can't take it all. And and suck him slow and gentle, licking and teasing with my tongue. Our moans fill in the room as the winter rages outside. Using my good arm to using my good arm. Does she have a gimp arm? And
Yes, so.
She's like, give me that. Let me reposition. Diving back down, I sink my mouth down him farther and farther, feeling him tap the back of my throat. There's a lot of that's like a verbiage. Tap the back of my throat.
That's how you know he's big.
That's how you know he's big, because he's tapping it. Because his hard muscle, as she calls it, is able to go down. It's able to wrap around. It's able to do.
Hey.
Knock, knock.
Hey, I'm here. I'm big.
He jerks. Strangled groan leaving his throat. Ah. Noah digs his fingers into my hips, pumping me from the bottom, and I know he's about to come. But Caleb grabs me and pulls me off his straining, kissing my mouth fierce and hard. Come here. Bro, get off her, bro. It's my turn. Then I feel it. Him behind me, between our legs. His fingers press into my other place. I tense up. I'm down with a lot, but I don't think this is a good idea. You can tell like a millennial or this, and she was like, I move on Noah, holding Caleb's eyes as he taunts my ass, working the tip of his finger inside me. I swallow, tighten it up, but he moves my hand to my tell me to prime myself. Goddamn, you better prime yourself real quick. This is called an oil check. Slowly, I relax, and after a couple minutes, I start backing up into it. My orgasm's building again. That had like, can we actually read any remote part of that? That has to be all bleeps. We can put it up on the Patreon uncensored, but this has got to be. How do you get turned on knowing that it's 2 brothers? Well, let's skip to chapter 26. And I guess some context here is the main character is sleeping. He climbs on the bed, hovering over her on his hands and knees as she sleeps, moving his mouth but unable to voice the words "pretty little." Okay, all right, man. Climbing off her, he watches her face as he gently pulls her shorts down, watching her face as he slides his hand inside of her panties. Okay, there's no way we can read this. Okay, no. I'm not reading the rest of this one. He's just her while she's sleeping. This feels like it was written by a murderer. This is what have you ever heard of the Toy Box Killer? This feels like it was written by the Toy Box Killer. Shame on you. I'm not reading anymore. Did I mistake you for a sign from God? That f***ing Sleep Token song. My love, did I mistake you for a sign of God? And the girl's like, yeah, I think some taboos are broken, even though all that's going to be censored. Just know that, guess what? It's kind of hot. Well, I know that the jock one is really popular, but fantasy romances, that's where the bread and butter's at, all right? Fantasy romance is the king above all else in the smut book world. These books contain all sorts of the regular fantasy tropes, creatures, magic, and anything you may find in a D&D campaign, except it's filled with smut.
I like it.
To literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter. Okay, let me reread that. Literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter and typically read these much over the books based in reality. Okay?
So the previous two, they won't read, but
Myself and the other admins of Book Group 18 Plus created our own scale that we call the Wetometer.
How much, like, how different can the wetness be? Don't get me wrong. If anything, it's like, is it like it feels like the Charlie moist meter. Anything, I bet there better be she's just like, it was sludgy, thick, and it was just sticky. Okay, so Wetometer. 1, clam jammed. 2, is that a tingle? 3, bites bottom lip. 4, nips perking up. What? I just, the nipple thing. God damn. 5, mildly moist.
That's 5 mildly moist.
You're halfway up, and it's just like, it's like chapped lips. 6, clinch before drench. 7, juices are flowing. 8, we have splash down. 9, fuck, I broke Bob. What's Bob?
Bob, you know what we're talking about? You know what we're talking about.
And then 10, I flooded my basement. Awesome. One of the books here that is consistently getting a 5 chili peppers rating or a solid 10 on the Wetometer is A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen. Once again, it's just like these all look like Hot Topic covers. Like, you know what I mean? A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen is a dark, spicy fantasy novel that follows Finley, a young woman who accidentally stumbles upon a forbidden forest and is captured by Nifane, a powerful cursed dragon prince. The book is essentially a spicy retelling of Beauty and the Beast, where she becomes trapped in his castle and must navigate a dangerous, secretive world while trying to break his curse. And this book has a 3.81 out of 5 average rating with 55,000 ratings and almost 5,000 reviews, and many of the reviews are conflicted as well. Also, I really like how in the last book, whatever cadence, the amount of ratings on there, people were just being like, Beauty and the Beast retelling, check, but much spicier and kinkier. Smut, check. Funny, check. Strong heroine, check. Explicit sexual scenes, uh-oh! Marquise, terrible writing, excessive vulgarity, and Beauty and the Beast is twisted beyond recognition. Claudia! Okay, how do I review this? This was ridiculous. Take Beauty and the Beast, but make it into A, smutty, B, more smutty, C, foul mouth, and D, with all the singing furniture becoming horny. If you don't think Belle walking to the castle to get a full-out or kind of funny, then maybe this isn't for you. But if that's amusing, then hello, join in. The reading, not the pervert. Let's get into the excerpts here. Without further ado, let's start beating around the bush. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, right off the bat. All right. Lava spilled out and dripped down to my sodden core. I couldn't stop a moan as an intimate presence feathered across my skin. It was incredible. The best thing I'd ever felt, reaching down into the very center of me and pulling out a raw hunger I didn't want to shy away from. Desires fitted through my head, of touching, of tangled bodies, of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. See, it's like it has you for a second, and then it all of a sudden... Hello? Yes, there's mice inside my walls. Of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. I just, what you think is that romantic?
Not if you say it like that. How would you write it?
How would I write if I wanted to be like, I don't know, I wanted every piece of him.
Inside my mouth?
I wanted him inside my mouth. I wanted him to impregnate my tongue. Me, this incubus was a strong mother... I do like how it's written. Now, see, now we're getting to like creepypasta territories. I've read enough creepypastas now to be like, yeah, here we go. I've never felt something like that. Don't unzip your... Do not unzip your jacket.
It's getting hot in here.
It's not getting hot in here. I had to ignore the sudden brain-fogging desire to drop down right now and spread my legs, begging to be taken. Old girl's just trying to get her nut. Also, I thought it'd be, unappealing that'd be. Dominates me! I pushed it away with everything I had, ignored the sudden wetness between my legs and the unyielding desperation to be taken roughly. God damn, dude. Someone hit me! Have him pound that big into me over and over again. Finley, isn't it? Why did that rough voice suddenly feel like a sensuous lick across my heated flesh? I hated that I loved it. Hated that I suddenly craved his kisses between my thighs. His fingers banging into my slicks. Wait, what? His fingers banging into my slick X? It felt like his magic was... Yeah, sorry. The pest guy's gonna come in here and spray for rats in a second. I'm like, he's walking by with a huge spraying for
Hello. Heard you guys been hearing sounds at? Could you tell me possibly where it's been?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
As I said that, the pest guy came in. He did. I heard you guys are getting rats in your walls. We were just like...
drunk on this feeling, desperate to let this big alpha push me down into the dirt right now and drive that big deep into my needy.
Okay, I just want to say, it's like it has some fantasy stuff, and then all of a sudden it's just like,
I want him to just rail me in tons of my apple like I'm a Cinnabon cinnamon roll.
it just throws it in randomly. You're like, kind of like whiplash. Whoa, that's what I feel.
But let's skip to chapter 8, shall we? An iron grip latched around my right ankle. I flipped back to kick, but he pulled me towards him. My animal purred.
God, I don't know if I like the animal thing, dude. Kitty. I've heard people say kitty before too, and I'm always just like, ugh.
Meow. My animal purred within his dominant manhandling. So when it dribbled into my panties. Ugh.
Also, you can't say my animal and then immediately go into my. That's kind of, I don't know how I feel about that.
He leaned forward, his hard length resting right where I needed it.
My animal thrashed against my hold where my hips buck back. I hate that it's just like it's its own creature now.
Shivers go to me as I rubbed along his, momentarily dropping my head and closing my eyes, focused solely on that delicious sensation. He growled,
his free hand gripping my hip and keeping me still while he rocked, the glorious friction dripping the liquid fire into my desperate.
I feel weird. I feel like the guy's gonna come walking. I feel like I'm reading the story in like my parents' house, and I'm like trying to be quiet.
My eyes snapped open at the realization of what I just said, not what my animal had made me say. What I had said.
All right, skip to chapter 10, dude. We're blazing past it.
He shoved one side of my pants down before the other.
The rat guy walked back in. Someone write a smut book or a spice book of a pest guy who comes in while I'm trying to work. Spraying. I'm just like, put it up on red. Thank you.
Let me get at your.
I can't read this with this guy here.
Let me get at your.
I'm like whispering out. Let me get at your.
I want you to force that big all the way down my throat, then flip me over and ram it deep into my.
Hungry chills spread across my flesh. Yes. I whispered, widening my legs for him.
Oh, God. My eyes fluttered as one finger slowly ran along my slick folds. It's like an alien movie. Predators in there.
You're so wet. He growled. I'm going to make you for me, princess.
Oh, God.
My movements were reduced to little jerks of pleasure. As he returned to my and threaded in 2 fingers, I'm going to make you so hard you can't think of any other name but mine!
The fantasy setting and then having the dialogue be so innately human is ruining it for me. I don't know with this one, dude. Chapter 16.
When he didn't answer, I returned the favor from the other night and ran a finger up his crack.
I don't know if any guy's just like, whoa. You paying cash or card? And she's like, Visa.
My ex used to like a ass tickle and sometimes a poke when he was getting a job.
Do not talk to me about other men, he growled. I felt my animal arc and purr within me.
She did like when he went alpha.
Oh, God, referring to your, like, inner beast or your as, like, a third person.
She did like when he went alpha.
Have you ever tried it? I asked a husky voice as I traced a finger up along the scar again, still featherlight.
No. On impulse, I leaned forward and licked the top of the scar. His hips puckered.
He let out a long, tortured moan. Also, she's saying scars asshole, treating it like a lollipop, Tootsie Pop.
How many licks to get to the center, Knifeane?
God, this is the last Agasaur, thank God. He groaned as I massaged, reaching down and tangling his fingers in my hair. He groaned. Ooh. Oh. I felt a soft tug and my animal about surged to the surface. God, enough with the animal. I forced her back down.
Get back down there.
Get down. She pushed us to go too far. I was about to bang him with my... Oh, God. I was about to bang him with... Why does that just read so? That's not weird. That's just aggressive. God damn, dude. It's like I'm like in a boxing match right now. His fingers in my hair turned into a fist. He held me firm, and I moaned within that hold. His breathing came fast. Mine was faster. My neck swelled. So wet. So desperate for him. I couldn't wait. I couldn't do this slow.
It was killing me.
I mean, the only thing, and I will say, the only thing I'm going to give Terrence is I will give him this copy of Pucking Around, because at least Pucking Around is it's 700. He'll have a nice night read for a long time. I think my least favorite was the fantasy one. Oh, Beauty and the Beast thing. It's like, you can't be romantical and all of a sudden just be like, and then I want him to pound my and put mustard on me and fill me up with as I check my iPhone. It feels like two different fantasy, and then it brings me back down to reality. If I'm in a fantasy book, do I want to be in reality, Nick? No. So, and don't say butts. And pedophiles and murderers. And if you're thinking of a movie, what do you think? You're probably thinking of sneaking in contraband. Right. Some of the best stories come from people trying to smuggle things into prison. Prisoners have to constantly find more creative ways to bring things in, whether it be cell phones or drugs, all that kind of stuff. And they have to get creative. You know, back in the day, it was just your butt. I feel like the butt's a dead meme.
Well, that's the first place they look.
What's the whole thing? They have you like squat and cough.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's you get naked and they're like squat and cough. So you squat, you do. You're supposed to immediately just shit out everything. There's no way you're pushing like a box of ibuprofen up that deep, you know what I mean? Our first little subject today, which is an attorney smuggling K2 soaked court documents. First off, just want to say, great prison pic. He looks lovable, but he also looks like he could just kill me with his bare hands. In the gay community, he'd be called a bear. Just kind of cool. In 2025, this year, this happened this year, 2025. 37-year-old Nathan Williams got the help of his other inmates to come up with a unique way to smuggle in drugs to Duval County Jail. Oh, God. You see that Jacksonville Jaguar thing? Duval. He took an assortment of their legal paperwork and had them soaked in K2, a synthetic form of marijuana that is illegal.
It's illegal now?
I guess it is illegal. Okay, well, I think it's a synthetic form of marijuana. It's like rat poison. If it was marijuana, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. But they're like, no, this is bleach and Tide Pods. That's gonna get you hot. I smoked it once. I know I've told you this story, but I was playing World of Warcraft with my buddy like way back in the day, hitting some shit off of like a Monster energy can pipe. And we were just gaming, and all of a sudden I was like, I had this horrible panic attack, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I thought that I was having a heart attack. I'm like, dude, I'm having a panic attack. So now I can't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was 16 years old.
Try it again. It's been 32 years.
I don't want to. I'm sticking to healthy stuff like Jack Daniels and whiskey and rum, dude. That's why I have this. That's why I have this body. He was successfully transporting the drugs for financial gain for a while, but an increase in drug overdoses led to an investigation that resulted in him being caught and arrested. He now faces 8 third-degree felonies. So you know, starting it off light, you know, they have this year a little K2 soaked in rat poison, shove it up your bum, and then now people are ODing on doo-doo pills. I don't know how I'd feel about if I'm trying to get high. It's like, this is up my ass. I guess if you're in the clink, it doesn't matter.
You throw a condom around it.
I like to think that it was just like bare fist, just like covered in the K2 oil, and he just like, he wants to get high too, and he's like, oh. Well, I guess if it wasn't covered, it would just dissolve in his body, and he would probably just OD himself.
Or he did the saw method and dipped it in wax and swallowed it.
Yeah. Well, I want to get more eccentric with it, so that's why I'm going to switch to pigeons smuggling in phones. Did Dr. Doolittle get arrested? What the f***? How did that happen? In 2017, a pigeon was found trying to enter a Brazilian prison with a cell phone attached to it. Guards noticed that an inmate was frantically trying to capture the moving bird, so they intervened and lured it down with pieces of food. Dig in their asshole and grab out some like a cupcake or something. Hi. Further investigation revealed that it was wearing some sort of vest designed to help it carry contraband over prison walls. Pigeons had supposedly been bred and raised by inmates with the purpose of having them smuggled out and given contraband, so that they could be released and use their instincts to return home.
Bred them in the prison.
He's like, no, give them time. They must make love. Only if they make love is his home. That's a pretty devious way of bringing in some stuff, though, huh? Training pigeons.
How'd they get the first pigeons?
Probably sweet treats or something. Probably plantains or some shit like that. Or we could talk about an updated pigeon, a drone, delivering and drugs to inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, with a giant metal rod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones are being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones, and films.
Where do they watch these films?
It's also just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so you have to bring a portable DVD player too? Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those inside. He would make up to $6,000 per drop-off. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries, though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm going to buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and to inmates inside, dude. Apparently, he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them he was using the money to create a new, customized drone that could carry larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're going to be so impressed with this evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's going to hire me. Shorts was convicted yet again, prompting prison management to become more aware of how new tech could be utilized to smuggle stuff into prisoners.
Look at that drone.
The picture of this drone is obnoxious. I think DJI drones have 4 propellers. This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been around a drone, it is not a quiet affair. I don't know how the guards didn't realize this was happening. Also, like, all these, look at all these windows. Is everyone just like...
Today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps. Our dearest friends at GamerSupps make amazing energy drinks and non-caffeinated drinks for you to enjoy throughout your day. They're gluten-free, keto-friendly, and goddamn it, they're good. And we have an amazing flavor, raw meat, right now that you can try and enjoy. It's basically summer in a cup. It's unbelievable. They also just released their V-Card game. So if you like card games, I would check that out as well. And use promo code PAPAMeat and you get 10% off whatever you order from GamerSupps. It's amazing drinks, amazing quality. These guys fucking rule. They're one of the most supportive brands that we ever have on this channel, so please go check them out. Check out the drinks, the shakers, and also check out their new card game because it's a lot of fun. Thank you, GamerSupps, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
Gotta go back to the attorneys though, dude. Those are the real evil motherfuckers out there in the world. An attorney smuggles fentanyl-laced weed to a dominatrix in prison. It's like if you're an attorney, they're just like, no matter what, there has to be some kind of marijuana in my ass. You have to pay me, and you also have to give me a chapstick tube. In 2023, a Russian dominatrix named Victoria Nostrova began convincing her attorney Christopher Hoyt to smuggle in bags of fentanyl-laced marijuana into the prison for her. She was definitely like silver tonguing that motherfucker. Do you want me to whip you? He's like, yes. Yeah, could I whip you? She's like, if you want. He's like, I'm afraid. Do not be afraid of things you do not understand, Mr. Attorney. He would do this regularly before being caught with a loose bag of drugs in her shoes, leading to the lawyer being arrested and replaced. Oh. Thank God we put the replace thing. Being arrested. Well, was he still in the case? As it turns out, the reason for Victoria's imprisonment is absolutely banana nut crazy. In 2014, she was caught on a traffic camera propping up her recently murdered neighbor in the passenger seat of her car. And according to the victim's daughter, quote, all that was left basically was his skull and bones. No legs, no left hand. I couldn't believe it. She's like, I don't prefer people have left hand. Her goal was to steal money and valuables from the neighbor, but instead became an international fugitive running from the law to escape Russian prison. And by 2016, she started working as a dominatrix while regularly visiting a salon in Queens. It was there that she met Olga Tisk, a stylist that bore a striking resemblance to Victoria. She decided this was her ticket to freedom. Victoria wanted to have Olga killed so that she could take her identity and live out her new life in Queens. God, Victoria's kind of a baddie though, huh?
I'm not a killer. I'm woman. Only woman.
Also, they don't look that similar. I think the only similarity is they kind of have a cold Russian stare. Like they're just like, how are you doing? Victoria begged Olga for an eyebrow touch-up that she could perform at her home. There, she brought out a cheesecake as a thank you gift. Olga ate a slice of the cheesecake and found herself vomiting 20 minutes later before passing out. The cheesecake had been laced with phenazepam, an intense tranquilizer that could lead to death if dosed high enough.
I walked over to the waste paper basket, and right there was this plastic container with what appeared to be the remnants of pastry, something that looked good.
Olga was alive, but spent the entire night feeling sick. To finish the job, Victoria visited her to deliver some chicken soup, again laced with more of the drug, which sent Olga into a coma. She's just like, oh, you're sick from cheesecake I gave you? She's like, yes, her stomach bad. She's like, don't worry, brought you green chicken noodle soup. You have to drink quick though, drink what hot, drink it. Oh, Olga. Oreo, your food is no sit right with Olga. Victoria then ransacked her place for valuable jewelry, a passport, and an employment authorization card before leaving. When she woke up, there were pills surrounding her in what seemed to be a staged Urukai. In 2018, the New York Police Department finally found Victoria with her boyfriend buying a 50-inch TV, where she was eventually in prison for murder, as well as a slew of other crimes that emerged after her arrest. We just want to talk about Victoria. It's an interesting story. I like how they catch her outside of a Best Buy. She's like, I wanted to buy OLED TV. The picture better for me, Olga. They're like, you're Victoria. Are you sure? But, I mean, you know, yeah, we could talk about smuggling stuff all day, but I want to get to the juicy shit. Prisoners of TikTok. Huh? Prison TikTokers, dude. That's where the money's at. Speaking of smuggling, the birth of social media sites like TikTok has given inmates a new hobby to indulge in with the cell phones they smuggle into the cells. That's right. Prisoners have started posting TikToks, giving us a glimpse into life on the inside.
Look how nasty this cell is, man. They just put me in here. I asked for the cleaning supply, they told me no. Look, the light don't even work. I ain't got no light. This the light.
So all you guys, when everyone was complaining about, oh, TikTok's gonna go away. Ooh, this is unconstitutional. Look at some of these TikToks, dude.
2025, we got niggas sleeping in the mat out this bitch. Hey, bro. Are you all right in there? Yeah. All right.
If we get rid of TikTok, then we don't know what the prisoners are doing on the inside. Inmates would post videos of themselves creating do-it-yourself projects, messing around with other inmates, and most importantly, food videos, baby. Many inmates would post detailed videos showing how they would rig their living space to make food that was less depressing than the slop that they would receive on a daily basis. A lot of people making some, horrendous concoctions with various ramen packs and everything else.
This is what set it off. The pickle placement.
Also, some of them, dude, I eat a lot of these recipes that they're doing. One of the bigger prison influencers has made him a name for himself as a very prominent TikTok prison chef. Said shelf for a second. His name is Untiktolard, the prison chef. Did I say that right? Untiktolard?
Untiktolard.
Whose name translates to a TikTok convict. In French, whatever, was he eating snails, dude? Has over 400,000 followers on his account where he posts videos of his personal prison recipes as well as other types of educational, amusing content. Let's show some of it. How quirky. The French sure are fun, aren't they? You know, who gives a fuck about TikTok, right? I shouldn't have even led you down that road, because the thing that connects us human beings is love, relationships, physical affection. So let's talk about prison dating and relationships. Let's roll that shit. I want to first talk about a murderer rapper who impregnates two jail workers. Impressive. In 2024, Darius Tyson was accused of getting two employees at Durham County Jail pregnant. You dirty dog. Darius, the highest ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. I thought if you take a prison photo, you have to look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass of that woman. He's just like, that one's gonna be mine. While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as a detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly. What if they're poly couples? In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider getting a few. What you want to think today's? No kidding. I just want to know what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh. Just as, come on. Come on. Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. Huh? Is that a silver tongue thing to do?
I'm going to try it.
Are you? I legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on! In court, he claimed that he was sexually assaulted. Word? Seeing as a detainee by law cannot consent, according to his attorney. Oh, Darius. Playing the system now. He is still in prison and awaiting a trial for his previous charges. Damn! Do you think he kind of did that? He's like, oh, I had sex with them, and then I'm going to impregnate him, to then they can come back and be like,
they get pregnant. Everybody know.
Darius is a smooth talking man. He got his chops licked, all right? I get it. Let's talk about an OnlyFans prison guard who bangs another prisoner and then goes to jail herself. OnlyFans people, man, they do anything to get that content, won't they?
And it works.
Oh, trust me, the video is very good. Come on. In 2024, a 30-year-old female prison officer went viral online after a video was released where she was seen having sex with an inmate from a London prison. That's just literally a man giving her back shots right there. Do I look pretty? The inmate's friend, who was smoking weed while he was filming the sex tape, saying, "Guys, we made history. This is what I'm telling you." People discovered that the woman, Linda de Souza Abreu, whatever, Linda, is also an OnlyFans model and a married swinger. Oh, wait, is it still open? Can I still donate? What are you saying? Apparently, this was not the first time where Linda engaged in sexual activity with a man in the video. There was another instance which was easily found because she was still wearing her prison body cam at the time. She was ultimately jailed for 15 months for a crime and no longer works in the prison. She's like, oh.
It's a crime to have sex with inmates?
Yeah. Come on. That's all she had to do. So what, I can't bang I'm going to lose my job at the prison and not be able to have sex with the inmates anymore? They're like, no. Come on. Or in her case, come on. Charlie XCX is my favorite. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. He's like, would you shut the up? It's a brat summer. You know, prison guards, they're little dirty devils. I mean, this next one we're talking about is prison guards having a jacuzzi orgy. Are there jacuzzis in a prison?
I guess at this one.
Sometimes when people talk about the amenities that prisons have, it makes me just be like, why the f am I out here, dude? I'm paying for that. If I'm paying for a jacuzzi in a prison, I'd be pissed. In Lanton Prison in Belgium, good waffles, it was discovered that 10 prison guards were consistently hosting orgies outside of work. Is that a crime, dude?
No.
I think that's fucking awesome. One of the male guards would bring everyone over to his house to throw parties inside of his jacuzzi, where they would each draw colored bracelets in order to decide on who their sexual partners were going to be with.
Do you think they drew Magic the Gathering land cards?
Yeah, did they play Magic while they were doing it? No, I like to think that instead of even the beads, after a while they do that thing that kids do in school where it's just like 3, 4, 5, 6. Red or blue? Red. All right, you're Jared. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd like that. One employee identified as S was a nymphomaniac that literally refused to work until she had sex. In the morning at 6 a.m., she would relay this to her colleagues, and a senior prison official began granting her access to his office to have intercourse with whoever agreed to that day. So basically, he'd just be like, my room's a pit. She's like, I want to have with Tony. It's Tony Soprano. All right, fine. I would have with Ash today. Come on. Fuck off, Carmel. I'm busy. This information was given by an anonymous source that revealed that S was hardly qualified to be a security officer. What? Really? It was originally just a visitor who would come to Lanton to see her inmate brother that was charged for murder. The prison guards were shocked to see that she became a prison officer seemingly overnight. She probably just immediately sucked and fucked one of them, right? The man in charge of hosting sex parties was found to be engaging sexually with female inmates as well, which resulted in him being banned from a women's wing of the prison, and S, however, was banned from the men's wing, as they believed that this would help her calm her sexual urges. A thorough investigation had to be conducted to see who else was participating in the bizarre sexual behavior. That's the end of that. They still work there. Me and our work staff, we're all consenting adults. We like to go to jacuzzis, drink Mai Tais, and bang each other out. Off company time. Are we not talking about the pit in the office? Makes you think the guys making the rules are just like, we're not going to take away that, are we? If you're talking about prison, the first thing you think of is what? Prison escape stories.
That's not what I was thinking.
Really? What were you thinking? We got to move past the sexual assault, man. I guess I'm thinking of like Alcatraz, dude. Work with me here, Nick. God damn. What about prisoners who've just simply had enough? Yeah, like they're just like, I'm tired of this. I want to go home. Some prisoners spend years waiting for the right moment to break free from their cells using complex and coordinated plans. Everyone thinks of Shawshank Redemption, dude. We get it. Crawls through, you see the paper, they look in the stupid hole, and he emerges out from the shit pipe. Whatever. We get it. Let's look at some real life stories, all right? Like our first one, an inmate who used peanut butter to trick the guards. Bet you didn't think of that, did you? You ever think about treating security guards like dogs? Might not have to dig for 7 years with a metal spoon. Maybe you can just get out some Peter Pan peanut butter, dude. In 2017, 12 prisoners escaped from an Alabama jail using only peanut butter. Okay, first off, it's Alabama. That's the first thing. They have a monkey working the key system like in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Come on, Jim Jim, you want this? Come on, get it.
During meals, the prisoners were regularly served peanut butter sandwiches. To enact their plan, they had slowly been stocking up loose peanut butter in the cell for a long period of time. I'm guessing they're just taking the thing out and they're just like scraping it out and like just keeping peanut butter. But where? Like just put it in the corner. It's a huge like mound of peanut butter. Look at that. Damn. There's also got to be a guy with like a peanut allergy who's like down the block like, calm down, Jerry. We'll be out soon. He's like, let me set the stage. It was 6:30 p.m. at night. With a hefty dollop of peanut butter in one hand, one inmate was able to cover up a number on their cell so it matched the number of a door that led outside. So they're just saying that if it was like 610 and the door that led outside is 810, that they're just like, it's like, that's 810. He's like, I guess this is 810 even though the 8 is made of peanut butter. And waited until an inexperienced prison guard went searching for the exit door, mistakenly opening their cell instead. All at once, they rushed past him and headed for freedom. Are you saying that he was like, does this lead outside and he is looking into a cell? This looks weird, but I guess is where I'm supposed to. Gentlemen, using a stack of blankets they brought with them, they covered the razor wire on the fence and were able to climb over them. Some were prepared with cars to pick them up, and others simply ran on foot. While the majority of them were caught in less than an hour, 24-year-old Bradley Kilpatrick was nowhere to be found. Using helicopters, they searched everywhere they could, guaranteeing $500 to anyone who could give them useful information. Alabama, dude. Goddamn, what a fucking hellhole. I will give anybody $500, count it, $500. That's right. See, his eye, he knows. $500 to anybody who can give us some useful information. And I'll tell you, if anybody wants to pass forward that right there, the Jiffy. Come on. He was eventually captured after being spotted in Tequesta, Florida. And in a press conference, a sheriff, James Underwood, stated, quote, escapes happen. We've got some evil people down here, and they scheme all the time to con us and our employees out of the jail. You've got to stay on your toes. This one time we slipped up. I'm not going to make any excuses.
Some of the inmates been pretty smart on what their plan was. Changing some numbers on the door with peanut butter. That may sound crazy, but these people are crazy like a fox.
I'd be like, maybe fire the guy who looked at a peanut butter sign and thought that the inside of a building led to outside of the prison. I don't know. That's just me. Or we can talk about Casey White's prison escape. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison. Seriously, Alabama, you guys suck. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison with the help of a corrections officer in 2022. The officer, Vicky White, oh dude, he's silver-tongued this girl who's just like, no one really dated. I never went to prom. He's like, darling, I'll take you dancing tonight. Are you serious? Will you really? The officer, Vicky White, began giving Casey special treatment after she found herself developing romantic feelings for him. As her relationship developed, she began using a burner phone to contact him from home. 1,100 phone calls were discovered on record. 1,100. She's like, so I just had to call you. He's like, God damn, dude. What? Hey, Vicky. It's just good to hear your voice. You left 30 minutes ago. Vicky was incredibly well respected and had been working there for 25 years. Because she was a supervisor, she had a lot of power. So, you know, that probably was. She probably just to get her raise. And she's like, I'm going to get mine, dude. I'm time to jump on the pogo stick. I'm ready to bounce, girl. She started to plan out a way for Casey to leave with her so they could live the rest of their lives together. Before enacting their escape, Vicky began purchasing an assortment of camping gear and firearms. She had sold her home, then announced her retirement with only 1 day's notice. Hey, I'm leaving. They're like, oh, wait, what? Vicky, what? I'm gone. Their plan was to organize a, quote, mental health evaluation at a local courthouse, during which Vicky would walk him out of the jail and leave in a corrections patrol vehicle. It worked flawlessly, and soon a search began. They were tracked for a long time, constantly swapping vehicles and keeping the police off their scent. After 11 days, they finally caught them hiding out in a motel after receiving an anonymous tip. When the two of them got in the car to leave, the police engaged in a high-speed chase and rammed them into a nearby ditch. A vicious firefight broke out, in which Vicky accidentally shot herself and collapsed. Casey was outgunned and surrendered so that the police could quickly tend to the woman he now claimed was his wife. In the end, Vicky died from her injuries. God, that one got ran over quick. Casey was sent back to prison and is eligible for parole in 2081. I'm aware if he was eligible, because he definitely got time added onto his sentence because of that. Come on, Vicky. She's like, I don't know. Come on. How long you been here, girl? How much you make? Oh, hell. They can get you a raise. I got a raise for you right here, Vicky. She's like, Then she shoots herself apparently in the heart. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, He's like, just take me back, dude. She's like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde. He's like, take me back. Is it Chicken Tuesday? Take me back. No way the Vicky snuff is that good too. You know what I mean?
Look at her.
Or both of them. First off, he's got those big ass fucking monkey ears. She kind of looks like a vampire a bit. She's got that hair lip where her mouth goes up in a V.
She looks dead inside.
25 years as a prison guard. Yeah, dude, I'd be dead inside as well. Prison life is a truly fascinating thing. We got to learn about people smuggling in marijuana up their bum, people prisoners falling in love with guards falling in love with prisoners, technology bringing drugs from the skies, evolution of birds bringing contraband into Brazilian inmates. It's a fascinating time. And I'm so glad I get to live in a time where technology lets me know about every single aspect of it. I could have done without the OnlyFans thing, if I'm being honest. I don't know. Honestly, I was just like, I'd rather hear a love story like Vicky's than the old, Charlie XCX. I can't believe I got me bum rammed in the prison cell.
I thought that video was fake.
Yeah, when it was making its rounds on Twitter, I was like, this is a set or whatever. It did not feel real. And to find out it's real, it's just so stupid. What are you doing? I don't know.
Women are the biggest gooners. Have you seen them waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Women are waiting outside for Luigi's
Huge
court case?
line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just want to see him.
Because it's like Beatlemania over a guy who murdered somebody. I guess Luigi's a good looking guy, isn't he?
And he's a hero.
Did he do it? Do we know for a fact that he did it?
Yeah. They found his manifesto.
Oh, so he was just like, yeah, I did it. Maybe we'll get Luigi banging one of the guards. If Luigi meets Darius in the clink, you better believe Luigi's getting a little pussy before he heads off to the big man upstairs. That's all I gotta say. Until next time, stay out of prison. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mr. Maul.
Yo, man, you know what it is.
Can I have a honey glaze sandwich on rye?
Yeah, here you go. Here goes the honey.
Honey glaze, extra honey.
Extra honey.
On rye.
On rye.
Please.
Please.
To go.
To go.
The chips and the drink.
We got it. We got it.
The day after things. This is our lunch.
This is the day after Thanksgiving.
I told you we don't eat trays. This is all.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're going overboard. There's something so crazy about the idea of uncontacted tribes. There are many known to reside in places like the Amazon rainforest, as well as many other places of the world. People in these communities maintain their traditional way of life, living without the use of technology. And in fact, some tribes have survived for thousands of years on their own. There is, however, a darker side to this. Many people go out of their way to interfere with the lives of these tribes people, and they get fucking burned, dude. Maybe literally. I know they get stabbed a lot or shot with arrows, Uncontacted tribes are susceptible to all sorts of diseases, seeing as they've not benefited from modern medical advancements. Making contact with the outside world increases the likelihood of spreading disease outbreaks throughout their community, like influenza or measles. In some cases, these outbreaks have wiped out entire tribes. The tourists face harm as well, as it is common for these indigenous tribes to be protective of their land when faced with outsiders. And in many cases, people have been brutally tortured, murdered, and even cannibalized in an attempt to make contact with them. Without further ado, today we're going to be talking about some of the reasons why you don't contact the uncontacted tribes. These are little curious cases of some of mostly religious. It's going to be a lot of religious people going in and trying to say hello. I don't know. Spread the good word, and the good word was not meant to be spread. Of course, starting off with the YouTuber who gave Diet Coke to an indigenous tribe. I feel like that'd rot your stomach out if you've never had Diet Coke before. You see what that shit does to pennies?
Be yummy.
Yeah. Oh, I like it! Recently, an American YouTuber named Makalio Victorio Polivalikov was arrested for interfering with the Sentinelese tribe. The Sentinelese live on the North Sentinel Island, a small island that resides in the Indian Ocean. They are known as the most isolated indigenous people in the world, with a total population estimated to be around 150 people. They aggressively reject any sort of outside contact, partly fearing that it will result in diseases that can take out their entire tribe. There are even photographs of the Sentinelese shooting arrows at helicopters whenever they encroach on their land. On some occasions, they have been friendlier towards people approaching them with gifts, like Diet Coke. Here, or a PS3, Xbox 360 and PS3, that's all you need. In many cases, however, outsiders were met with hostility. Like in 2006, a fishing boat had drifted to the island while the men inside were asleep. They were hacked to death death with axes, and their bodies were reportedly hooked onto bamboo stakes as a warning to passing boats. Didn't have Diet Coke. If they would have found Diet Coke on the boat, it would have been a different story. Polyklov, the 24-year-old influencer, planned to take a GoPro with him to the island in order to make an offering and get some good content out of the situation. Get a little GoPro, bring a little Diet Coke, get some good content. The math was there, ladies and gentlemen. The math was there. He prepared an inflatable boat and set out on this journey by himself. His offering consisted of a coconut and a can of Diet Coke.
The coconut seems insulting.
I'll see what he says even more insulting. 1 Diet Coke for 150 people? Motherfucker couldn't bring a 12-pack? Using his binoculars, he scanned the island upon his arrival. He expected a horde of sentinelese to be waiting on the shores. He blew a whistle to get their attention, but to no avail. He then stepped onto the shore to grab sand samples and leave his offerings before returning home. As soon as he made it back to the port, he was arrested. It is considered illegal to visit the island or even be within 3 miles of it, because they want to protect it from the outside influence that can destroy their way of life. Further investigation proved that Polyakov had more previous attempts to visit the island in the past. After an appearance in court, he may carry a prison sentence for many years with a lot of heavy fines. Which also, if you've heard nothing from this place besides people getting axed to death and shot with arrows, why would you want to keep returning? Also, what benefit are you going to do dropping off a goddamn coconut and a can of Diet Coke?
He wanted sand samples.
He wanted content. He wanted to get attacked, is what I think. He wanted to get attacked and have the GoPro POV of it. POV attacked by contactless tribe. It's like Indiana Jones. Start the plane! And this isn't the only guy to get in trouble with the Sentinelese. There was another person who had a bit more of an oopsie-daisy fate. John Allen Chow, the man who tried to convert the Sentinelese to Christianity. See, this is where it goes downhill. This is where we start getting some rough pumpkins.
They're a bunch of atheist Redditors.
Yeah, the Sentinelese are a bunch of incel atheist Redditors, 4chaners who are just like, God, who? John Allen Chow was a Christian missionary who felt he was called upon by God to spread the word to the Sentinelese people in North Sentinel Island. I'm going to say that's probably not true. It's all me. Really, John Chow? Really, you're the person to do it? He's like, yeah, me. Gypsy, is that you? Yeah, it's me, Gypsy Rose. That's the only person that could convert the Sentinelese to Christianity is Gypsy Rose. You better do it.
She'd bring her like prison wine drink.
Yeah, her fucking soup goop.
Drink it, Ryan! Oh, goddamn, Gypsy, what the hell is that?
Chow was a religious and adventurous thrill seeker who believed the risk would be worth it if it meant he could bring Christ to the island that he considered to be Satan's last stronghold on earth. His quotes, not mine. His trip was partly inspired by the mission trip of Jim Elliot, who was killed in 1956 by members of the Huarani tribe, whom he tried to make contact with in Ecuador. Think that that's just a warning sign, but my boy said, challenge accepted. John prepared for his trip by attending a boot camp style exercise in 2017, run by a religious Kansas City organization. I live there! They created a fake village filled with people pretending to be hostile native people wielding spears. Where the hell would they have even done that in Kansas City?
They're doing it in the crossroads.
Go Patrick Mahomes. It was noted by the leader of the organization that Chow was the best trainee they had ever taken in. How many people are you training for this? You're God's warrior. Go with Christ, Chow. He's like, thank you, sir. He took every precaution experts would recommend to prepare himself for the trip, including exposing himself to several diseases so he could become immunized to them. Unsure of how to actually travel to the island safely, he convinced a group of Christian fishermen to take him to the island illegally. He paid them $400 for the trip. When they arrived, the fishermen refused to step on shore. They dropped John off with a kayak and left him. Bye, John.
Bye, guys. Can't wait to talk about Christ!
Jesus! Before meeting the tribe, John stripped down to his underwear to make the Sentinelese more comfortable. He took the kayak to shore with some fish for gifts and shouted that he loved them and Jesus loved them too. However, this elicited a hostile reaction and he was shot at with arrows. He retreated, waiting things out a bit before returning to make another attempt. I like how they let it slide once, so I get the fuck out of here, man. He's like, okay. But I got some fishies. They shouted at him, so he attempted to mimic their words back. He even sang worship songs to them, but they just laughed at him.
That's insulting, because what if they're like, get out of here?
You get out of here. They're like, never had reverse psychology before. And I like how he's just like, God's building a church. He's gonna march like a mighty army man.
Do you think he was TikTok dancing too?
Yeah, like the Secret Lives of Mormon Wife's chick with her baby dying. She's like, gets into it? Maybe. Eventually, John was able to give them gifts, but a child shot him with an arrow as he attempted to preach gospel to them. He's like in their hut, whatever, and he's like, all right, so listen up, guys. You got the gifts. Let's talk about Jesus for a second, huh? He gives him one of these, and then a child's just like, he's like, fuck! Actually, what? He said, crackers! Cheese and crackers, guys, come on! Luckily, the arrow was blocked by his waterproof Bible, which he was holding up to his chest.
God saved him.
Oh, sir? His kayak was stolen from him. Ah, damn. Not the kayak! His kayak was stolen from him, so he was forced to swim back a full mile back to his fishing boat. As he pondered his next approach overnight, he journaled about his fear of death, claiming it would all be worth it to, quote, declare Jesus to these people. They gave him 2 attempts to just get the fuck out of here.
I know. Yeah, you're pressing your luck pretty bad.
At the same time, too, though, he's just like, listen, if you're going by the gambler's code, what is it? You're 1 gamble away from winning it all back, from taking home the house, huh?
It's like the guy digging through the mines
Yeah.
to the,
Classic
to the
meme.
diamond.
But he probably thought to himself, too, there's a reason why they haven't straight up scalped my ass, dude. He's like, I'm supposed to get in there and do it.
They're playing hard to get.
They're playing hard to get. The next day, he swam back to shore and approached the village on foot. This was the last time anyone ever saw Chow alive. His journal entry stopped from here. The fishermen watched from the boat as the tribesmen dragged John's lifeless body across the beach before burying him in sand. How did the people in Kansas City not prepare him for this? Your defense tactics are amazing, but at the same time, man, be persistent. Go with Christ, brother. How is there not a protocol? If it gets hairy and you're able to get out, just get out.
Okay.
You're God's favorite warrior, John. Really? I also run a Toyota dealership. You really are a messenger of God, aren't you, John?
Picture this. You're home alone when suddenly the worst happens.
His partner insisted they both stay put, as the waves would eventually subside so they could turn the boat back over. Rockefeller believed he could swim to shore for help, despite his partner pleading against the idea. Rockefeller tied floats to himself and swam 3 miles ashore, but was never seen again. His death was declared death by drowning in 1964, but further research and investigation had shown otherwise. A rumor floated around that he made it to shore and was eaten by the Asmat tribe. But the Dutch who controlled this area admittedly refused this idea. They're like, no, come on, guys. I never saw that before.
The Asmat like Diet Coke.
We did not have coconut and Diet Coke, so they do not care. They can't even see you. It was later discovered that the Dutch government and local church authorities were fully aware of how Michael died, but were staying silent of the details. I don't know. I could not tell you what happened. Okay, is that Dutch, right? Isn't that Dutch or is that Swedish? That's Swedish. And we're just gonna go Swedish. I could not tell you what happened.
That's like Italian now. Yeah, Mario.
Yeah, that's Mario. All right, fine. He's Italian. I could not tell you what happened. Michael did not drown. He was tortured, beheaded, and eaten in ritualistic cannibal killing by the Asmats, a violent New Guinea tribe. Not peaceful. Some would say violent.
You're just smearing them. Come on.
Well, you know, I hate to be that guy, but cannibalistic eatings, beating them, torturing them, all that stuff. I'm gonna say that they have a violent tendency. To be fair, he stepped on the turf. Gonna get burned, dude. He almost approached safety when a flotilla of 40 canoes with 50+ men had gathered nearby.
That's terrifying. You're just swimming for your life.
Well, you're like swimming up, whatever. You like get him on shore, and you're like. They spotted him, and an Asmat tribesman drove a spear into his side. He's like, hey, how's it going? He's like trying to pull the Diet Coke out of his jeans. He was cut from his anus to his neck, down the side of his trunk to the armpit, across the collarbone to the throat, and down the other side in the ancestral ritual to butcher a man. Cut from his asshole up to his neck, wrap around. From here, an axe was used to break his ribs. All of his legs were cut off, and his sternum was ripped out before they removed his entrails. He was still alive. I'm kidding, can you imagine? He was scalped, and his head was cooked and cut across the face from a nose to the nape of his neck. A hole was made in the skull where they dumped his brains out into a palm leaf. I made a nice bread out of it. A nice gravy, I don't know. It was mixed with sago, wrapped up and left to roast for a special meal. And far before Michael's trip, a Dutchman overseeing the colony ordered the execution of 5 high-ranking tribesmen, and they believe Rockefeller's killing was a retaliation for that execution. Way to go, Dutch. Killed those 5.
Oh, that's why they're keeping quiet. We don't know.
I couldn't tell you why. But, you know, we're even. Yeah, they said we're even. I don't know what they're talking about.
So did the Asmat, like, tell them this is what they did? How do they know all these details?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. They go, they're like, what happened? The guy's like, dude, listen, it's a total fucking misunderstanding, okay? We thought he was Dutch. I don't know. He killed 5 of our bros. We're pissed and hungry. We fucking hate him. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. I'm like, what? The Dutch did? And the Dutch are like, sorry about that. I guess we kind of fudged up the details there a little bit. Probably should have just told you what was going on. That's okay, Dutch. Thank you for finally being honest. No member of the Rockefeller family has publicly accepted the version of the truth, and they repeat, to this day, that he drowned to death. There were private investigations after the official ruling of drowning that seemed to indicate that the theory he was killed was actually correct. Like other Rockefellers, all rich assholes are just like, no way. He was a poor swimmer. That's how he died. Like, did he get eaten? No. Why not just admit, yeah, I got eaten?
Is that like a shame to their family?
Yeah, no Rockefeller gets eaten. We've never been eaten. We've drowned. We're a good drowning family. Poseidon, the god of the ocean, wanted to claim him, and he's immortal in the ocean. He's the governor of Atlantis. He's the mayor of Atlantis. Good on you. Good job, Rockefeller. Will Rockefeller a proud people? These are claims that Rockefeller's mother hired a private investigator who went to the tribe and swapped a boat engine for 3 human skulls. While there, the tribe supposedly stated that they were the only white men they ever killed. It was claimed that he had brought the skulls back to the family, where his mother paid the investigator $250,000 as a reward for proof of his death. Yeah, they're just like, I don't know, take this one. He's like, thank you. Also, that back then, that money, pretty penny. We're proud. We're the Rockefellers. In a 2014 book about Rockefeller's death, the author Carl Hoffman tells stories of how he visited the tribes, and during one visit, witnessed a man acting out someone's death and stopped to record the act. The acting was eerily similar to the stories of Rockefeller's death. The language later translated to reveal that the man was urging him to never speak of this incident, saying if he did, Carl and his people would all die. Like, f you, bitch. F you, dude. Come on. The hell is this?
Are these the Asmats saying?
The Asmats are saying that. Don't ever speak of this or you'll all die. I'll be like, how about you suck the fattest part of my cock, dude? How's that sound? The Asmat people were known as a semi-nomadic tribe that were versed in every taboo known to the Western world. Men would openly have sex with each other, their wives would be shared, and they would drink each other's urine during bonding rituals. They hunted human heads, killed their own neighbors, and ate human flesh. And apparently, they would even suck the chief's cock. I like how that's like the end point. By the way, they sucked the chief's cock. I'd love to be the chief of that village. Come on in. Fell down. Speaking of cannibalism, there's plenty more where that came from. We could talk about the handicapped student eaten by the Kalina tribe.
Kalua.
Is it Kalua?
No.
Kalina. The Kalina tribe. In February of 2009, God, these are like kind of recent. The hell's up with all these people? Like, goddamn, leave them alone. Like in the 30s, I get it being like, what adventurers, you see, right? The Nazis haven't even come around yet. We're going to save these goddamn barbarians. But now it's just like, I just fucking leave them, dude. We have the Xbox. We have Dead Rising. Why do we need to have the uncontact? We can run around a mall in a video game and kill zombies.
Gotta show my Facebook homies that I saved this tribe.
Did you guys see on Facebook that I saved that tribe? Did you like the post? Were we friends on Facebook or no? In February of 2009, 3 indigenous Brazilians were investigated under suspicion of having murdered and eaten a 21-year-old handicapped man. The Kalina tribe, an indigenous Arwan-speaking tribe, was assumed to be behind the slaughter of the young disabled man. It is believed that they carved him up with over 100 cuts in order to eat his insides. You know, you can just cut him open. 100 fucking cuts, more effort. Whatever. You do what you gotta do. 3 people were investigated by the police, and it was shown that they bragged to the relatives in the reservation about how they ate an innocent man's heart and liver. This was strange, as the Kalina tribe do not practice any form of cannibalism, leading police to the conclusion that they were either drunk or on drugs. Is there tribe drugs?
Oh yeah.
Oh, the little... They blow the powder in their face.
What's that drug?
Peyote?
Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca?
Yeah.
I didn't think that you could get the munchies on ayahuasca. Ayahuasca so much that you're eating raw heart and liver. To each their own. No arrests were made, partly due to Brazilian law not allowing military or civil police to enter their land. Why they even investigate them then? I guess just to be like, did you do it? Yeah. All right. Even people who claim to be experts in uncontacted tribes truly can't predict what will happen when they arrive. This was surely the case with Riley Franciscado, the Amazon expert. Riley Franciscado was killed in 2020 while attempting to contact an isolated group in the Serangueras, Brazil.
Having a stroke.
I'm just going to say Dayton, Ohio. Local ranchers and loggers had targeted the area's wood burning and chopping down protected land for its resources. And in the process, an isolated group had been sighted, urging the Brazilian Indigenous Affairs Agency to investigate. The 56-year-old team coordinator was killed by an arrow in the chest at the border of the Uru-Uru-Iwa'u tribe's territory. Is that how it's said or what?
That's pretty close.
Whatever, dude. I'm just going to... You put it up on the screen. I'm almost positive. Uru-Uru-Iwa'u tribes. Dayton, Ohio territory. Reporters say he pulled the arrow out and ran 50 meters before falling. Riley may not have been a missionary, but his intentions were to save the people by preserving their territory and empowering them with resources despite what was being taken from them. I like how he's just like, I was just trying to fucking help, dude. Poor Riley. And in many of these cases, the people that set out on these voyages simply disappear, with very little details on how they met their fate. One of the earliest examples of a high-profile case of someone dying at the hands of an uncontacted tribe was the story of Percy Fawcett. Did I get that name right?
You got it right. Yep.
Okay. My boy Percy Fawcett was a South American explorer, geographer, cartographer, and archaeologist. Is Indiana Jones? Is he not? Is Indiana Jones?
That is Indiana Jones.
His explorations gained him immense fame, and he was even awarded a prestigious medal from the Royal Geographical Society. That doesn't sound too cool. There you go. Awesome. Yeah, it's not the Game Awards. It's not an Oscar. Those are the real awards that matter. His many expeditions had slowly put the theory into his head that there is such thing as a lost city in the Amazon rainforest, something akin to the fabled city of El Dorado, which is their gold. It's all gold. There's a cartoon of it too. A chick with chick in the movie.
Chell. Yeah. You know they f***ed off camera.
Eiffel towering with the guys. He set on a trip to find the supposed lost city, which he referred to as the City of Z. It's kind of sick. This would not be his first expedition into the area, as previous trips were plagued with exhaustion, sickness, and terrible weather. His son Jack and his friend Riley, two men that shared Percy's obsession with the City of Z, would accompany him on his most recent endeavor. Percy kept moving at all costs, to the point that his son and his friend had to camp alone for a night because Percy was moving at such a breakneck pace. God, why don't you fucking calm down, Percy? I'm gonna get there before you guys. Together they trekked through the dense forest, going through unmapped areas populated by hostile native tribes. Percy kept moving at all costs, though, to the point that his son and his friend had to camp alone for a night. Dad, I can't! My foot's stuck! All three of the men disappeared, never returning home. Who would have thought? 2 years later, in 1927, many volunteers began the search for them, despite Percy's insistence that rescuers should not risk their lives in the event of his death. The mission was a failure. It was never clear what actually led to their deaths. Some claimed it was due to harsh forest conditions and diseases. Others claimed vicious animal attacks. Some even suggested that Percy started a commune in the jungle, simply pretending he was dead to live his new life in the rainforest. I wonder if that was all inspired Apocalypse Now. Maybe, because that's about a general who he just faked his death and went off and...
I thought you meant Apocalypto.
Or it's like Apocalypto. Like that scene where he's like dick itches or something. And they give his like a leaf that you put on your cock. They're messing with him. Remember that? He's getting ready to wife and he's like, yeah, I can't get hard. I can't impregnate my wife. And they're like, yeah, rub this leaf on it. And he's like, okay. And he's like, ah. He runs out of his hut. He's like, ah. And they're all laughing at him, but they all die, so he wins in the end. Spoiler from the movie from 2004 or whenever that came out. Sorry. In 2005, a journalist named David Grand retraced...
All we know is Hulu just dropped another absolute banger. Ever since the Gypsy Rose video, I have been consuming, ladies and gentlemen, not just food, not just alcohol and soda pops and candies and sweet treats, reality television. I think I've said before that I'm a big fan of Gold Rush, American Choppers, and Deadliest Catch, but also something came across my lap, a little manila envelope slid in front of me of a little secret new show that's blowing up, very popular right now, called The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And today, we're going to talk about this show, because let me tell you, I watched the entire season in 2 days with my friend, Trevor. Why did we do this? This is what it's like hanging out with me, dude. But this is... it's not the funnest thing, but we did watch like 8.5 hours of Mormon reality television. And I've been seeing some of these things pop up on TikTok and stuff because this show is starring a bunch of people from Mom Talk, which is a Mormon subsect of mothers who twerk and dance for power. It's good liberation, I guess. I don't know. But it all started in Salt Lake City, Utah, the Mecca, the capital of Mormonism in the world. And this is where these fine LDS Latter-day Saints queens twerk and drink soda pop. There's a lot of soda pop drinking in this.
Is there?
Yeah, because Mormons don't drink pop or caffeine. They can't drink alcohol. They don't swear, and they can't before marriage, which they all break those rules. They all break those rules. A lot of times in the show that we'll get into, they'll have like mocktail people come over and they'll just drink Coke and Pepsi. I think they just have a sugar crash and then they're just like, I gotta get out of here. And then they leave after they all suck each other's and eat each other's and cokes and stuff like that. And they twerk and listen to Bruno Mars or whatever. But Mom Talk is a group of 8 Mormon women who started the group. Really, it's just them using the hashtag Mom Talk on their videos of them twerking and dancing and, you know, doing like fake laughing. Mom Talk and fake laughing. Oh my God. Especially like photographs of girls being like, or they're dancing and they're like it's the funniest thing when you've done this 8 million times, dude. What's funny is you get to see behind the veil, dude, because it's just the most petty bullshit of all time. They say it's to promote positivity and highlight the femininity of women in the Mormon faith to show that they aren't just stuffy, cultish religion and to showcase their personalities, which is aka rich, generic, famous white women that just do this. They're just clones, but they're individuals. One of them gets surgery on their pussy, and they show that. And she describes it as 2 hot dog buns. There you go. Coming up momentarily.
My meat curtains, they just hang low.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Now I've got my fair share of bad habits, and that's why I have Fume. Fume is award-winning flavored air device that helps you fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, so you can use it anywhere. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. And Fume is meant to fidget with satisfying snaps and clicks to help calm you down when you're feeling anxious. I found that Fume is super easy to use, and some of their best flavors are orange vanilla and crisp mint. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PAPAMEAT to get your free topper. It's the perfect accessory for your Fume device. Slip it onto the mouthpiece for a softer, warmer feel. Head to tryfume.com. That's tryfum.com and use code PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to get your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
But the 8 members of Mom Talk, the 8 circles of hell, are Taylor, Frankie, Paul, Jennifer Affleck, yes, she's related to Ben Affleck, Demi Ingman, Macy Neely, Jesse Nikitakura, definitely said that wrong. Also, I think I said a bad word at the beginning of that. Michaela Matthews, Whitney Levitt, and Layla Taylor. She's the youngest of the group. I'm gonna stir up my mouth. This group is riddled with controversies. Not really, just a couple. But some of the funnier ones is when Whitney Levitt filmed a TikTok dance in December of 2021 while in the hospital room next to her baby that was receiving care for RSV, respiratory virus that can lead to serious complications and even death if untreated. It's unbelievable because I remember even when Nick was in the room, he was like, "Is that the girl who danced next to her like dying child?" And she was like, and we were like, "I don't think so." And then in the show, they showed it. She's like, "Yeah, people keep leaving me hate comments." It's like, no shit. I gotta watch this video again. It's so funny. I like how she kisses at the beginning, too. I love kissing at the beginning and doing... And the baby's just like... She's like... Lil Lee was taken off of oxygen. Oh, brave, Whitney. Whitney, you're such a baddie. The next major controversy in the group is what led to the creation of the show that we're getting ready to talk about, and what led to us wanting to cover this cringy phenomenon and why I watched 8.5 hours of this. It's just the cringe. The de facto leader of the group, Taylor Frankie Paul, posted a somewhat cryptic video in May of 2022 of herself saying she was separating from her husband, Tate, and it left fans of the group to wonder what happened to cause the split. After she posted that video, Taylor posted a second video of herself in an empty house talking about living alone for the first time, getting divorced, and raising 2 kids by herself, which added to the gossip within the fan community. Oh my god. People are spilling the tea. This is the first time, too, I got to really indulge in the spilling of the tea. Petty, interpersonal stuff that should stay behind doors. But instead, it's thrown into the internet for everybody to act like they're a part of it, even though it's like gossipy bullshit that I despise. If something's going on in your personal life that's like between 2 people, I think just leave it there. Do I need to know? Because usually when it always comes out, it feels like it's just profiting one person. It's always good to know some dirt on somebody or to fucking like kick up some shit, but at the same time, it's just pathetic. There's an extremely active community on Reddit all about Mom Talk gossip. Fans in the Reddit community spent their endless unemployed hours investigating and noticed that other members of the group were unfollowing Taylor, and many of them were liking comments on TikToks and Instagram that were saying Taylor cheated on Tate, and that's why they were splitting up. The plot thickens, the tea begins to spill. Finally, on May 25th, 2022, Taylor went live on TikTok to broadcast to her 3 million followers that she was in fact going through a divorce with her husband Tate. Oh my god! Taylor, tell us why! The reason they were separating was due to what they called soft swinging. And see, this is where I became very, very intrigued.
Back to being in an open relationship, Tate and I kind of opened those doors, and he never like fully went, I don't know what you would call it if it's like soft swinging, but you don't like fully switch, if that makes sense.
You're probably wondering what soft swinging is. Well, it's when people do everything but so this group of Mormon people were fucking on clits like Jolly Ranchers and deep those footlongs all day at these fucking parties where people are eating candy and drinking Sprite. Hello? I mean, like, I feel like I'm in hell. This is crazy. Can you imagine someone's like, "Is it too late yet to say sorry?" And they're like filming TikToks and the guys in the background like, and they're like, ah! Like knocking over Bibles and shit. group would have parties together. And at these parties, certain members of the group, not all of them, would go off into other rooms and swap partners with each other. Little swinger action, dude. To each their own.
What does God have to say about that?
He'd probably say, well, at least you're doing it with a fucking holy person. That's probably how they justified it, right? But they would not go all the way with the other members unless their own spouse was in the room with them. That is also a revelation that I forgot, that they would only fucking fuck each other unless their partner was in the room, and then they would have sex with them, which is just, it's just cucking. I always wonder, what do you get out of cucking? Look at her go. Man, you're folding her like a chair, scraping her up like a grill. Spank your ass. There you go. Sweetheart, you want to pick? Nope. Okay.
I think there's two philosophies. I think there's one of the humiliation of like, my wife's being f***ed. And like, that's hot.
We cover a lot of humiliation kinks, I feel like. I think the it's hot is in the same category as being like, I can't believe my wife's fucking another guy. God, it's hot.
The other reason I think is like a safety thing where it's like, well, if she's gonna fuck other guys, I want to know.
That's humiliation too. If it's, I'm gonna fuck other guys just so I know that she's doing it, that's him just being like, well, she's gonna do it anyways. You know what I mean? It's just acceptance at that point. Those are both humiliation kinks. They gotta be.
Maybe they're not very good at laying down the pipe, so they want to see someone who's actually good and be like, God damn, that's
me. Taylor stated she broke the rules of the arrangement by actually going off and having sex with another member's husband without her husband in the room. And part of the reason it was so bad was because her and the other husband actually developed feelings for each other. So Taylor, that witch, that scarlet letter of a woman, went off and had sex with the guy without her husband in the room to facilitate the arrangement and not be able to probably jack off his pud into like a bucket. Which it's like, Taylor, stop rocking the boat. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Taylor was very careful not to name anyone in the group specifically that was engaging in the soft swinging, but it led fans to speculate and come up with their own ideas of who was cheating with who. Because of all this drama, Hulu decided to pick up the show to follow the drama of the friend group. This is where entertainment's at. Okay? When I was excited about watching the show, I was like, we're going to be watching Mormons fucking and sucking. We're not going to see anything, obviously, because it's on Hulu, but it would be funny to be like, oh, we're going to go drink soda pop at this guy's house, and we're all going to be like sucking cocks like Jolly Ranchers and all the other things I said before, right? Would that not be a kind of an interesting show? And then for them to kind of skirt around like, but I mean, you know, we got church tomorrow, so we can't be up too late. Like, that would be fun. I would watch that show. So far, the show has been highly criticized by members of the LDS community due to the group often acting in ways that go against the religion's teachings, like showing them occasionally drinking alcohol, dressing provocatively, and dancing in a sexual way. You're going to find out very quickly that the entire thing is very convoluted. Rules mean nothing. They mean some to some people and nothing to other people. And they're like, it's bad show. Did I watch all of it? Yes. Would I recommend it? No. Because here's one. No swinging in the entire show. How do you get out of it? If you're in swinging, how the fuck do you just like, I'm not in anymore? Yeah, right, dude. Show the swinging that they're still doing. That's bullshit. To really get into the grasp before we start going into these episodes, because I'm going to tell you, I'm going into all of them. It's going to be a painful watch today. I need to introduce you all to the main cast of characters. Starting off with the head dog, Taylor Frankie Paul. She is the leader of Mom Talk. She essentially started the group by getting the other Mormon mommies that were using the hashtag together to make a friend group that filmed content together. Basically, it was a bunch of Mormons in Salt Lake City, Utah, who were twerking to Bruno Mars and Charlie Puth, or the fuck his name is. And they were just like, oh, seriously? You guys dressing provocatively don't know about God. And then they would like slap their, like you would see their ass, like their ass just like this. And they're like, yeah, Bruno Mars! Twerking in front of the camera and their kids like dying in the background. And they're like taking shots of like RC Cola. Doing galaxy gas.
Joseph Smith didn't say anything about this.
Taylor's most known for being the one who caused the most controversy by revealing in a TikTok live that she and her husband were splitting up due to the group porking each other at parties and causing a huge rift within the group. She's the main focus of the show and is currently pregnant with her boyfriend's baby. We're going to get into that, all right? Her boyfriend's addicted to fentanyl. They don't really go into that either. That pissed me off, too. We'll get into that. Next up, we have Whitney Leavitt, a.k.a. fucking Count Dooku, dude. She wants to be Palpatine, but she's Dooku. I would say Taylor's Palpatine, and then Whitney is Count Dooku. She's sitting there with her arms cut off like, oh! She is the main antagonist of the show, if you can even call her that. She's just another Mormon mom who's just like, who else fucking hates Taylor? Who else thinks Taylor should get hit by a Hummer EV? Whitney is a catty who causes nothing but problems by poking and prodding at other members of the group and then acts surprised when people get mad at her. I think everybody has that friend. I'm Whitney. in her friend group. She does things like tell other girls secrets to different members of the group and make jokes at their expense that cause arguments, and then cries and gets pissy when they all call her out. Also, and this is just me speculation, this is a complete fabrication. It's a lie what I'm about to say. Don't take this as a joke. Her husband, Connor, is definitely gay. He's a gay man. He has to be gay. This is me joking. This is a lie. I'm fabricating. He's a gay man. Next up, we have Jessie Naganikura. Hopefully I said that right. I don't know. I've never heard anyone on the show say her name once. Forgive me. She's the oldest member of the group at 31 years old. Oh my God, used goods. Yee. She's the wild Mormon, and they refer to her as having the loosest Mormon morals and occasionally drinks alcohol, aka she's the fucking heretic. They basically referred to her as like a demon. Also, 31, not that old. She looks like she's 58. All right, I legitimately thought she was one of the moms. I understand what I look like, but guess what? I'm being a catty bitch because we're watching reality television. That's only fair. She owns a hair salon that the girls go to so they can get their beautiful platinum blonde hair touched up and talk shit about the other girls. AKA, she makes tons of bank, and all of her cheap-ass Mormon friends go there, and they're like, do my hair today, bitch. And they get the exact same haircut, and they all just like walk out looking the exact same. Same. Next up, we have Michaela Matthews, one of the younger members of the group. She's mostly quiet and kind of off to the side the whole show, and only makes a comment every now and again without adding really any substance. She's a forgettable character. Forgettable meme. Sorry, Michaela. Her main issue is that she has some unknown chronic skin issue that doctors apparently can't understand or figure out, and she goes through a bunch of testing constantly, but they have no answers for it. She's a goddamn anomaly. I don't know what the hell to say it. She's just barely soft-spoken, and then all of a sudden she's covered in bruises. She is married to Jace Terry, which we never hear from him, so who gives a and they had their first child when Michaela was 17. Jace does not appear on the show because I'm pretty sure he was in his mid to late 20s when he impregnated her when she was 16. Next up, we have Jennifer Affleck, another younger member of the group. She also has no conflict within the group, and all of her conflict comes from her psychotic albino husband who emotionally abuses and controls her in every moment. His name's Zach. He is apparently a second cousin to Ben Affleck, and they bring up that they're related every chance they get. I think the first thing Jennifer says in the show is that she was the first J-Lo to Ben Affleck, and you're like, oh my God. There's a speculation that he may not be related to Ben Affleck at all, and he's just lying about it because they have the same last name. I don't know. All right. She gets clowned on by the other girls for being the most Mormon of the group and is a lot more reserved than the others, probably because her husband is a psychopath. We'll get into that later too. Literally, he's just like, I'm going to medical school. And then she calls her and she's just like, why are you yelling at me? He's like, you dumb. What are you doing? We're getting divorced. I'm cleaning out the closet. She's like, oh my God, Zach's being weird. And then the next scene, the other girl's like, hey, so when your husband emotionally manipulated you, what happened with that? She's like, no, it's fine. It was like so blown out of proportion, like, and I deserved it. So it's like, whatever. And you're like, well, that's a fun life. I love being an Affleck. Next up, we have Macy Neely, who is Whitney's only friend on the show. After the split between the group, she also exists just to make catty comments occasionally without adding really anything to the show besides just being a fence rider. Her main conflict in the show comes from her becoming the CEO of her fertility company called Baby Mama. After Whitney has her little freak out and doesn't show up to the grand opening release party, their relationship becomes rocky. She's married to Jacob Neely. Once again, we rarely see him. Who gives a shit? Keep up with me. Keep up with me. Next, we have Layla Leanne Taylor, who's the youngest of the group. She also adds basically nothing outside of being the designated cultural hire, as she's the only one that isn't white. She's not currently dating anyone and was recently divorced, so her only real exposure to the show comes when the girls take her to Vegas for her birthday, which makes no sense because they don't drink or gamble, so they just go to Vegas just to be like, we're crazy! And then they sit in an Airbnb the entire time. So, awesome!
Do you think that was like a Hulu thing? You guys have to go to Vegas.
Oh, probably. We'll get more to it when the episode comes up. I bet you anything, they're just like, you need to do something that isn't just eating candy and drinking soda pop. And they're like, yeah, we're getting our hair done. They're like, no, go to Vegas. Go to Vegas and fucking smoke a cigarette. And they're like, oh my God, what? No! And then lastly, we have Demi Ingman, becomes the main enemy of Whitney and leads all the girls to go against Whitney, as she is the most outspoken of the group and leads to a lot of the shit talking. I would say Demi's probably my favorite of the entire series. All right, I'll say it.
Okay.
May I say it?
You may.
Her husband, Brett Ingman, is 16 years older than her, and fans online have discovered that he was a family friend of hers when growing up, so people believe the age gap relationship is partial grooming. But the relationship seems to be very strong, and they don't argue like all the other couples. Demi said that she knew Brett at the age of 9 when Brett was still married to his first wife and having babies, which does sound awkward. But I will say, she seems the most normal, and he seems like the most normal guy. Do I know that for a fact? I have no idea. right? This is a petty, terrible show with snakes and tall grass. I have no idea. But all I can say is, out of all of them, I'm like, I would rather just be in that household. If I was to be a son to any of them, I'd be like, give me to that, those people. Let's get into some of the guys here, because the men in the secret lives of Mormon wives are very interesting because they're all terrible. They all seem to be terrible, terrible people. Anyways, let's talk about Dakota. Taylor's boyfriend, he is a former heroin and fentanyl addict that gets Taylor pregnant immediately after she gets divorced. I think she gets divorced, and a month later, she's like, I'm gonna need a pregnancy test. And I know that motherfucker's ramming fentanyl still. I was like, give me some fentanyl stuff in the show. Holding out the entire season, doesn't come. If you're looking for fentanyl content, this is not the place to come. Taylor later disclosed that Dakota was the other husband she fell in love with during the soft swinging scandal. So, you know, she got down real good by the fentanyl and she fell in love. Can you blame her? The thing about Dakota is he is very emotional and manipulative towards her, but they always end up back together and work through their current fight before immediately starting a new one. He pretty much blows up at her. She's just like, what the f? And he comes in and he's like, babe, honestly, I was out of line. I'll never happen again. And then she's just like, I'm going to Chippendale's show in Vegas. And he's just like, what the f? You stupid bitch. And then a day later, baby, why do we keep doing this? It's every day. Next up, we have Connor. Gay guy. Whitney's husband, he seems to be totally checked out of the relationship and is almost definitely gay. All right. He seems completely gone. He seems soulless. He seems unhappy. This is the kind of guy where I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's just time to write him the divorce papers and say, let's just split. Shake hands and split, dude. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's worth fighting harder when you have a kid. All right. They have a lot of kids. They're Mormons. They got pups. All right. Connor's accused by some of the others of having been on Tinder, which causes some arguments between him and Whitney, but he takes full responsibility for his actions. He's just like, yes, I did do that. That's fucked up.
I had a real problem, and it led to something that really hurt my wife. I'm so sorry.
My whole speculation with it, I think it was Grindr. I unironically believe it was Grindr, and they're not giving us that bit. They're like, we'll fucking sue you. Telling people it's Tinder. Whitney claims she wants to be out of the drama and not involved, but he will regularly update her on all the gossip he hears about the group. She like basically forces him to be like, tell me everything the other men are saying. She's like, what happened? He's like, oh, you want me to... Okay, yeah, Taylor's like mad at Dakota. And she's like, obviously. He's like, yeah. And he like sees his gardener outside and he's just like, I thought at one point, I thought that she was going to walk in on him like fucking, she's like dancing with her sick baby, and then Connor's just like, I don't know, sucking, doing whatever he can, having a good time. Why not, dude? Connor, get out there. Get on Grindr. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but the most evil person I've ever seen on a reality television show is Zach Affleck, who's Jennifer's husband. His family is apparently extremely wealthy, as they are all doctors, and they gave him a ton of money for medical school, but he blew it all on his gambling addiction. Okay? He's extremely emotionally abusive and threatens to divorce her and says he doesn't love her anymore and calls her names because she went to Chippendale's show on Layla's birthday trip to Vegas, which let me tell you, the Chippendale show, she wasn't even in the same room as the show. She went up and said, hi, nice to meet you, and talked to them. And he was like, you're a bunch of f***ing. He was in Vegas with her because he didn't trust her to go. And he's just like sitting at the table gambling. He's like texting her like, you're a dumb cunt. Like, I hope you die in hell, you rotten whore. And he's like, hit me? 22, my luck. Now that we're introduced to everything, I'm just going to do an episode by episode breakdown because I think it's funny. That's all I got to tell you. So let's get into episode 1. Episode 1 is quite the hook. First off, you realize very quickly that all of the episodes are labeled after books because it's religious, right?
Oh, because the Book of Mormon.
The Book of Mormon. Or like, you know, the Book of John. You know, they say that about all kinds of shit. The first episode takes place after all the swinging drama has calmed down a bit, and Taylor meets with one of the girls at a restaurant. Taylor and Whitney haven't seen each other in a while since Whitney and Connor just moved back from Hawaii, so they also meet at a restaurant and talk about the reveal of the swinger parties, and Whitney says she can't trust Taylor anymore.
Genuinely was like, I don't feel safe with Taylor. I never want to make a video with Taylor ever again. Like, I still don't really trust you.
They don't ever say who was in the swinging thing, but right there it makes you think Whitney and Connor were definitely fucking. Also, here's another thing. Connor was...
I was gonna say, Connor watching, that's why he was involved in the swinger thing, because he's getting off seeing other dudes.
Oh, I bet you think Connor was getting sucked by other dudes. You know, like people are just like, I don't know, let's have a couple shots and get crazy. He opens up like a Gatorade lemon lime and he's just like, well, let's just get nuts. He's like pouring some like Tang powder into a glass and he's just like, I don't know, let's just see if we can forget some shit tonight, huh? Slams it down. I'm gonna make you see God tonight. Connor might even get me excited about it. I'm like, I don't know, Connor, let's go to a closet. Taylor talks about how she started recently seeing Dakota, a former heroin and fentanyl addict, and tells her mom she might be pregnant with his baby.
I have to take a pregnancy test tonight. You're so stupid. You're always screwing up everything. It pisses me off.
In the first episode, there's a part where she's like, I'm going to tell everybody that Connor was on Tinder. And to me, I was like, she's just saying that because everyone's just like, yeah, the dude's like definitely probably in love with another guy.
Makes me feel like my whole marriage was just like a lie.
She tells people, and people are like, oh my God, he was on Tinder talking to someone else. Oh my God. And then Taylor's like, hey, by the way, I just pissed on a stick and I'm pregnant. There's something brewing in me. Easy bake oven right here. And everyone's like, oh my God. And then Whitney gets mad that she's like, you stole my moment.
What the actual Taylor? Immediately, right after sharing this trauma that's happening to me. For you, immediately talk about something traumatic that's going on in your life.
Can you compare this to that?
Well, Taylor also said, she's like, I'm pregnant, but I think I lost it.
Oh yeah, she's like, I think I lost it because I just like queefed out a bunch of blood in the toilet. So it's probably dead. It's scrambled up and God took it. And Whitney's like sitting there like in like a Snuggie or whatever, like, this is my moment where people are supposed to be paying attention to me and what I'm feeling. If anything, in that moment, wouldn't you just be like, well, I mean, I could be in that boat, right? Most of this episode is kind of explaining the backstory and who the cast is. But the climax of episode 1 shows police body cam footage of cops coming to Taylor and Dakota's house after she gets drunk and argues with Dakota, but then throws a children's playset and metal chairs at him and accidentally hits one of her kids.
Oh my God. Really?
Yes. Yeah. The episode ends with Taylor being arrested, which I was like, if this is going to be some weird, catty, like drunk Mormon shit, I was like, I'm in. Episode 2 takes place 11 months after the first episode. I thought that was fucking crazy. Episode 2 is The Book of Belonging. The episode takes place 11 months after the first episode and shows that Taylor is 9 months pregnant with Dakota's baby. And guess what? After that assault and stuff, the body cam footage was like, fucked. I mean, it was like, I was like, this is disgusting. And he's like, I stuck with her because that's my baby. Like, that's my mom, my baby's mama. All of these relationships, besides Demi and her fucking boyfriend who's like 75, or her husband who's 75 years older than her, those are the only people where I'm like, this is probably a good functioning relationship. Everything else just seems like we're just beaten down like dogs.
The crew stopped filming when Taylor was in jail because they knew nothing good was gonna happen.
Oh yeah, exactly. Of course they're gonna stop filming for 9 months because they're just like, okay, well the one person who was like kind of doing anything in the show is gone. All these other are just eating beef jerky and cosmic brownies and being like, I can't believe we're so bad. Like, whatever, dude. You want to watch me get my hair done? And the crew's just like, pack it up. Well, let's just wait till she's done for prison. My God. But now Whitney is leading a campaign against Taylor and is somewhat declaring herself as the new leader of Mom Talk, which I thought was kind of cringy, too. I'm like, it's a hashtag on TikTok. She's like, I'm the new leader. Cool. Whitney's discussing with some of the other girls how she wants to kick Taylor out of the group and not associate with her anymore because of her actions and how her scandals can ruin the overall image and vibe of the group. We get to see some nice petty shit of them being like, brands are gonna work with us if Taylor's doing this. And it's like, you are like advertising like pussy lotion. Whitney grapples with the really hard decision of promoting sex toys on her page, as some of the girls don't like the idea as it's a sin to crank hog. So she talks to her mom, who also agrees that promoting sex is wrong. Like, so you can twerk your ass and show your asshole on camera twerking to Bruno Mars, but you can't just be like, hey, if you rub this on your pussy, you'll...
God does not want you to have, specifically women, to have orgasms.
That's why I want to be a... So how do I sign up for this religion? Dakota moves into Taylor's house at the end of the episode, which really pisses off her parents because they don't like him and are worried about her dating a former drug addict, which it's like, newsflash, dude. The fucking kid is already baking inside of her womb. I think we're long past that kind of stuff. Episode 3 is the Book of Saints and Sinners, which the group attends a party at one of the husband's parents' homes and are expected to be on their best behavior, as the parents are much more traditional and conservative, but one of the guys brings out some vodka and a few of the group drinks it, causing judgment to be cast by some of the more conservative members of the group, aka it was Zach's parents' house, and they're like, hey, he might actually get shot.
Jessie drinking is disrespectful, and it almost feels like she's spitting in my face.
It's one of those things where it's like avoiding like confrontation, so it's like you can tell people are upset, but no one's just like, hey, could you not just drink here at my dad's house? He's really conservative. Just say that. But instead, everyone's just like, Jennifer Affleck is having a baby blessing event and decides to uninvite the girls that have looser morals, leading the group to say that they are being split into saints and sinners, which causes more discord. AKA Zach was like, Jennifer, if they come here, I'm divorcing you. And she's like, okay. So then it gets split to people who are like, oh, we're more Mormon than you are. And it leads some of the more trashy Mormons to be like, I can be Mormon too, bitch. And that's pretty much what it is. Demi hosts a Galentine's Day party at her house where the ladies can just enjoy each other's company and have a good time bonding as women. Demi is in her bra when some of the girls arrive as she's still getting ready, and some of the girls' husbands see her in her bra, leading Taylor to claim that if she did that and Dakota found out, she would be, quote, ripped to shreds. At the Galentine's Day party, Whitney gives Demi a joke gift referencing a sexual act Demi had with her husband and told Whitney about it in secrecy. It's revealed that Whitney had actually told a bunch of the girls about it and it embarrassed Demi in front of all the girls. It's like a box of Fruit Loops or something. I think her husband said that her pussy tastes like a box of Fruit Loops or something. She got really upset. She's like, I told you that in secret.
This specific thing that she was trying to make light of and make a joke was something that was completely intimate and off the table that was between Brett and I. We swore to each other we would never tell a soul about that.
Which, at the same time, I was like, Whitney stirring the pot, dude. Dooku really trying to get that power in. But, you know, I mean, I get it. Understandably, she's upset that all the girls were laughing about an inside joke that they shouldn't understand. And Demi says that she's pissed off at Whitney because it was childish, but then Whitney says she's mad because she feels ambushed somehow because Whitney is an actual troglodyte monster. Also, I want to say at the bar mitzvah or whatever the fuck they threw for Zach's baby, whatever, all the girls have to like sit down and be quiet and only the guys can go up, and they're like, only the guys can go up because they're a part of the priesthood. So the women have to sit down and not say anything.
The reason why women don't give this blessing is because only men carry the priesthood.
And it's done in pat. It's very quick, but I was like,
it's empowering.
I'd probably want to go to a Galentine's Day party too after that. Are you kidding me? We're only getting to heaven and you guys get to tag along. You're like, Episode 4, The Book of Truth. The girls go on a trip to Park City for Macy's birthday and to spend time together to try and repair any bad relationships within the group, but that doesn't end up happening and things just simply get worse because nothing good ever happens. It's only tragedy in this beautiful twerking TikTok glam group. It's hell. It starts out fine and the girls make some epic dance video content together, but then Demi decides she wants to break out something called the Truth Box, where the girls will anonymously ask a question to someone else in the group. That's a good idea. It starts out okay at first and it's kind of fun as the questions aren't anything too controversial, you know, but quickly devolves into girls asking very targeted and accusatory questions. Like immediately. They're like, do you like Sprite or Pepsi? She's like, Pepsi. And they're like, ah! And she's like, did you suck Derek's dick? Everyone's like, the biggest fight comes when the question is asked to Whitney, why don't you like Taylor? Dooku gets asked why he doesn't like Palpatine, dude. Whitney answers and she doesn't really care about her and that she can't trust her, and then also mentions she feels hurt that people rallied around Taylor after swinging issue and forgave her, but people still bully Whitney for the video she made about dancing next to her sick baby. It's one of the funniest moments in the entire season. It's so funny.
Connor rushes Liam to the emergency room. The first couple days were a bit scary. I'm thinking, like, let's, do something fun. And I made a video.
People keep blasting me about dancing next to my dying kid, and people forgive Taylor. What the f? The next morning, Taylor decides that she needs to hash things out with Whitney about their relationship, but the Demi comes up to them in the bathroom and keep pressing Whitney about the situation, and it turns into a big yelling match, ruining the night. It's very awkward, it's very cringy, a lot of people crying.
At this point, Mom Talk was already hanging by a thread before this trip, and now we're having this happen.
The amount of times women cry in the show is unbelievable. They do that thing too. Pet peeve of mine, dude, is when women are wearing makeup and they cry and they do like the... They tap their eyes.
Yeah, Whitney did that.
I can't believe it. They just fucking cry. You're already looking like a goddamn baboon. The girls all leave the trip feeling upset and like their relationships are worse than ever. It's just a bunch of like more catty shit. Nothing is ever said. Like, I just want you to know I'm hitting this. This is the substance. It's this quick. Now imagine sitting through an hour of that. I think the talk is 30 minutes long. About her just being like, you were never on my side. She's like, why would I be on your side? We don't ever dance and make content. You're like, this is the show. There's so much B-roll of them just like filling up cups with pop, with soda. And them eating like brownies. That's the show. Episode 5, The Book of Broken Vows. God, what the fuck is this? A Harry Potter sequel? What the fuck is this? Probably the most boring episode of the show. The big event that happens is that Layla is throwing a party to celebrate her divorce and leaving a toxic relationship. And people were like weird about that. I was like, that's cool. If I was a girl and I was like, oh, some girl is like throwing this is my dead name, I'm going back and I'm a free woman again. Is that not a fun thing to... Why not celebrate? Why make it a sad event, right? If my friend called me... If you were married and you called me like, hey, I'm throwing a party because I just divorced. Paula Deen. Just sign the papers. Let's get fucking wrecked tonight. I'd be like, yes, sir. You know what I mean? Why not? Whitney left the Mom Talk group chat and all girls laugh about it. Whitney claims she isn't leaving for attention. She just needs to not talk to them so she can focus on herself and her relationship and family. But then immediately says she thinks it's weird that she left and nobody is checking up on her to see how she's doing and that she left the group chat.
Macy called me and she was like, we're making things so dramatic again. And I'm like, what? What are we making so dramatic? She's like, you leaving the group chat. Now everyone's calling me, asking me why you left the group chat. I'm like, no one called me.
She's basically like, I just didn't want to hear from them because you need to focus on Connor because he keeps hanging out with this guy, David. And I just think it's weird that no one like remotely tried to like see how I was doing. And it's like, you just said you didn't want to talk to them. Yeah, but I just want them to fawn over me and just like, I just want their attention and time and everything that they have when they're present. I'm evil. Did I tell you I'm evil yet? Macy's having a photo shoot for the upcoming release party for her company and Dakota and Taylor go to support her. But then Dakota barges in and starts to ask if they can do some professional shots of him and Taylor, which makes Macy uncomfortable because she's just kind of like, hey, I hate you, Dakota. Also, your fentanyl's dried out your mouth and your mouth smells like cat shit. Sorry. At Layla's party, Dakota and Taylor get into an argument, and Macy has to be the mediator between the two of them. And during the conversation, Taylor expresses how she's afraid to commit to Dakota due to her experience with bad relationships in the past, and also because she's heard rumors of Dakota cheating on her.
I feel bad because it's like been a long time. We're having a baby, and I can't get over it. I can't get over it.
This episode was really boring. It was bad. Dakota's very uncharismatic. Once again, if he's not doing fentanyl, I don't care. It made me realize, I'm like, this is like what Jersey Shore is. If Jersey Shore was this, it would never be that successful. You have to have the drunken fights. You got to have the sloppy, right? Everyone's too fucking put together, eating Tootsie Rolls and just like you're arguing about nothing. Hearing sober people argue about petty is so much worse than hearing drunk people argue about the same thing. Because at least the drunk side is much more entertaining and it's like gets crazy. These people are just like, you barely even, you're like disrespectful. And you're like, wow. I'd hate to be your friend. Whoa. Episode 6, the first book of sin.
This is when they throw a wrench. They said the show is boring.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. The producers are just like, probably had a fucking gun to his temple, and he's like, if you don't do something, I'm going to pull the trigger. He's like, you go to Vegas. And the girl's like, no. He's like, go to Vegas. So the Mormon moms go to Vegas. Some of the husbands are upset that their partners are spending time alone in Vegas without them, so Zach and Dakota decide to go along with them because they're... Whitney has blocked some of the women and even unfollowed everyone from the group. So now everyone's just like, we hate Whitney. Also, Whitney's going to like a homestead thing. She's like, I'm a homestead girl.
What exactly is a homestead?
Self-sustainable living. It's up to the individual or the family to decide like how far they're going to take that. Like
We want a farm.
Also, I immediately paused the episode when we Googled it, and now she gave up that immediately, and she's trying to be an actress in LA. Good idea, Whitney. Jessie announces she's having a labiaplasty. Remember when I talked about that earlier? And the group of girls paint pictures of their labias together. And after the surgery, Demi brings tulips in honor of her two lips that have been cut up and reconstructed. They also all poke and prod at her. She like shows it, and it's... I'm trying to think if I got like my dick extended or something like that. If I was like, dude, look at it now. So that makes sense. I'd probably show it off. Dude, look at it now. Look at this Johnson, dude. So, I'm not going to die. I would do that shit too. The girls trick Dakota by telling him that Taylor is going into labor, which pisses him off because they can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. So they're like, her water broke. And he calls her back. And they're just like, just kidding. Taylor's here. And he's just like, what the fuck is your problem? He's like, we're doing rails of fentanyl. Dakota and Zach talk about how they want to go to Vegas with the girls so they can keep an eye on them. We also learn that Zach has a huge gambling problem. One of the funniest revelations in the entire series, because you find out that his wife, Jen, is paying for everything with her TikTok and that she's supporting him through school and everything. And he's like, well, you said you're going to give me an allowance, right? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to give you $2,500. And I'm like, God damn.
I'm giving you $2,500 and I'm going to be really pissed if you lose it.
$2,500 fucking allowance for a bet. Like, you're just like, yeah, here's your play money. That's crazy. The episode ends with the girls going to Chippendales and they rub on oil on half-naked men. Zach gets pissed off at Jen and threatens to leave, but Jim is upset because she didn't even want to go in the first place. She feels like she's like, I didn't even want to go. She starts yelling at him, and then like at 2 a.m, she leaves randomly, so people don't know where the fuck she's at. The clip of her getting yelled at is pretty funny.
Okay, what's going on? I thought he was cool with you being here.
No, he doesn't want to be married to me if I do stuff like that.
It's tragic out of context, but if you had to build up this entire thing, it's nice to see some other emotion that isn't just fake. They all have like very fake, like happy car salesman, realtor vibes. Oh my God, how are you? Also, everything is always like, yes! Oh my God! And I just picked up sweet potatoes at the store. Oh my God, sweet potato. Yes. Okay, I love those. It's that Mormon energy, dude. It's draining. Holy f. When I lived in Utah, it was all the time. Holy shit. Brutal. Oh yeah, Macy gets an anonymous tip that someone slept with Dakota because she has like an Instagram live or Instagram story thing that's like your confessions, and someone's like, I slept with Dakota for fentanyl. I didn't know. This is before I knew that he was dating Taylor and impregnated her. Sorry. So then Macy's like, oh my God, do I tell Taylor or do I not tell Taylor? Which we go into episode 7, which is the Book of Trust. Michaela and Jen leave the show early so they don't upset their husbands. Leave the show early, they were never there. While this is going, the other women are having a blast watching Chippendale dancers go at it, right? They're having the time of their life, which this is, if I found out my wife went to a Chippendale show, I would not give it. Honestly, it's just people doing, oh my God. They're performers. It's a job. My wife went to Chippendales and she had sex with every dancer. Damn. Zach threatens to divorce Jen and then goes to the casino to gamble. It's really funny. It's just like one shot. You can tell he was like, if you come near me, I'll fucking kick your ass, to the camera guy. So the camera guy's kind of far away. We learned that Zach gambled away all of his money his family gave him for medical school, which medical school's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So good job, Zach.
His family gave him a chunk of money to help them through medical school and kind of ease the burden, and he blew right through it.
I didn't hit it big on Baccarat like I thought I would. Dakota finds out that the women went to Chippendale show and gets angry, but once again, as always, our King Dakota, the fentanyl flop himself, he apologizes as usual. I may have overreacted, baby. I'm sorry. Macy tells Taylor about Dakota cheating on her, and Taylor says that if it's true, she'll leave Dakota. Boom, boom, boom. We find out that Jen and Zach talk things out, and that even though he has narcissistic flare-ups every few months, they are just fine. It was the thing I talked about earlier, where she comes in, they're like, oh my God, well, what happened? And she's just like, yeah, I mean, it's like not even a huge deal. We talked it out, it's fine. When he's yelling at her on the phone, it's freaking gruesome. And she starts like bawling, why are you yelling at me? It's freaking crazy. But lastly, we go into episode 8, the last episode, which is the Book of Rumors. And Taylor confronts Dakota about the allegations, and Dakota responds in anger, saying that he's sick of hearing about Taylor's trust issues. Just trust me already, bitch, damn!
You say this stuff to me 24/7. This is what I'm saying.
So it's clear.
No, not even about this. Like, I'm just hearing this 24/7. Like, I'm sick of hearing it.
Taylor says she's scared of Dakota. I thought that was kind of crazy to hear on the last one. I think she's literally 7 days away from giving birth. She's just like, I'm afraid of him. Meanwhile, we find out Whitney is pregnant. Who cares? She's a dog. She reveals this too by she bakes the pregnancy stick into a cake. They dig through it and they're like, oh, okay, we'll eat the cake. And then someone had the actual smarts to be like, wait, is this the actual piss stick? And she's like, yeah. And they're like, that's disgusting.
Do you actually pee on that, or is it just like a...
I actually peed on that.
Okay, why did you put that in the cake?
There's a lid on it.
So yeah, then she's like, okay, I might have overlooked that one. Good news about Zach, our psychopath. He gets accepted to a medical school in New York, and Jen tells him that she can't move out there because it'll ruin her entire career that she has supported him on. You know, she likes it out here. And Zach's response is, I'm happy with that, but I don't care. You think I'm joking, but that's actually it.
I'm happy with that, but I really don't. I don't really care.
And you're like, this is going to end in some kind of like, he's going to get arrested somehow. Don't know what's going to happen. Zach will be arrested sometime in the future. Would have done great in the 80s. Zach would have had a great 80s run, but 2024. Macy launches her maternity supplement brand, Baby Mama. Whitney's invited, and the other moms make an agreement that if she doesn't show up, that they'll all unfollow her. Newsflash, she doesn't show up, so they all fucking unfollow her. Who cares? But at the same time, to me, it was uplifting to see people just in unison hate Whitney, because she's the biggest dog here. It's unbelievable. Taylor's water breaks, and her and Dakota go to the hospital. There's an insufferable video cam thing of Dakota like being all happy about it, but it's just so fucking, it's like a social media post where he's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. She's like, my water broke. And he's like, yeah, she smelled her panties. It was definitely water. It wasn't piss. And you're like, why would you include, like, just say her water broke, dude? Like, I'm getting all weird and like specific about it.
Yeah, we both like looked at each other, and Taylor's like, what was that?
I thought I peed myself,
Yeah.
but it's water. I had to smell it just to confirm.
She did smell it, and she confirmed it.
He's like all like coke eyes. He's like, I can't wait to be a dad. While this is going on, Michaela has a roller skating party going on because they're Mormon. Whitney arrives uninvited, and the women are mad at her. Yeah, she shows up when everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know what I mean? And she's like, this is awkward.
I'm gonna go. I feel so awkward.
This is awkward.
This is so awkward right now.
She gives Macy a gift, but Macy refuses to open it. It's pretty funny. She's like, here you go. She's like, cool. Okay, this is awkward. Whitney doesn't understand why Macy's mad at her. Macy tells her that she always supports Whitney, and the one time she wanted Whitney's support, she wasn't there. Whitney shrugs us off and only thinks about herself. She's like, yeah, well, I'm feeling weird. I had indigestion, a period cramp or something. I'm pregnant. I don't know. Whitney leaves the party and says she needs to step down from mom talk, and everyone applauds. Everyone's happy about it. The universe is healing. She does go and beats a child to death and does a dance in front of it. That's not true, but it could have been. The episode ends with Taylor giving birth, and that for the first time she feels confident in her future. Jen then declares she's leaving mom talk because of Zach. Pretty funny. I gotta leave because Zach thinks it's a bad influence. You're just like, you're hopeless. You're completely brainwashed, Jen. I feel bad for her. And Macy makes a call to women who slept with Dakota. She calls the girl and she's just like, can you tell me about your relationship with Dakota? And she's like, I'll tell you all about it.
I just have some questions about you and Dakota and your past relationship. I'll tell you everything.
And the episode ends, and you're like, oh my God, did she do it? Who cares, dude? God damn.
I was gonna say, Macy's just poking the bear.
Well, yeah, Macy's just doesn't like the guy. Oh, this is the big thing I took away from it. Demi, best character in the show. She brings the most confrontation. She's the loudest, most obnoxious one. I liked watching her. And apparently her pussy tastes like Fruit Loops or something. Much like Lil Xan said, her pussy tastes like Skittles. Worst character by far is Whitney, and the person who I think will die first is Jen. Okay, those are my predictions. This show was a roller coaster ride. I don't know why I thought this would be a good episode. I don't know if it was. Don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. It was something that I watched, and the entire time I was like, I want to just talk about this. I have no idea who to talk with. I tried talking to my wife about it. She wouldn't listen. Apparently, there's going to be a second season. I don't fucking know. I had to talk to someone about this besides my friend. I had to put it out there. I have no self-respect for myself or my time, and I hate myself. Goodbye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about trick-or-treating. Halloween used to be a fun time when you were younger. You used to walk around with your friends, you used to get dressed up, go to school. Everyone was dressed up in creepy costumes and people would compliment your costume and you'd feel like a big man. Walk around with your friends afterwards, go get candies and reminisce on all the spooky things that happened during this time of year. But it seems kind of dead, doesn't it? I feel like the last couple of years, there's just no trick-or-treaters at all. It feels like a dead meme. Trick-or-treating is a thing of the past. And sure, you have trunk-or-treating, but goddamn, that doesn't count for anything. If I'm gonna go walk around a parking lot for a bit on people's trunks, that. So today I wanted to talk about what the hell happened to trick-or-treating, right? What was some of the causes of trick-or-treating's demise? And no, I'm not gonna talk about kids having cell phones and else probably. Well, we might touch on that a little bit, but some people say it was the economy collapse in 2008. Really? People are gonna stop eating Tootsie Rolls and dressing up as a goddamn werewolf because their mom and dad can't pay for a house? Doubtful. Doubtful. I think it's because the parents are too afraid to send their kids out into this crazy, crazy world. And hell, I think even kids are too afraid to go out into this crazy, crazy world. There's a lot of stories, a lot of crazy things seem to happen during this time of year, and a lot of dangerous things seem to happen as well. Let's go down the dark rabbit hole of the dangers of trick-or-treating.
Today's video is sponsored by Pretty Litter.
Do you have cats? I'll tell you what, I wish I didn't. At my house, we're always playing a fun game of where's that smell coming from? If you have cats at home that can't control their urine, like mine, or if you want to find out more about the health of your cat's urine,
you need Pretty Litter.
Pretty Litter was developed by veterinarians and is a great way to monitor your cat at home. Pretty Litter has crystals that help absorb odor and moisture, keeping your house smelling fresh. And the litter will change colors based on the pH of your cat's urine, so you can monitor any potential health issues easily. Yellow and green litter is good to go, and orange and red or blue may mean it's time to see a vet to check out that pussy. We have some cats at the house with health issues, so my wife loves the color-coded monitoring system. When the house smells better and pee is where it's supposed to be, everyone is happy. Pretty Litter keeps tabs on my cat's health and keeps odors down. Go to prettylitter.com/papameat and use code PAPAMEAT to save 20% off your first order and get a free cat toy. Thank you, Pretty Litter, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
It starts off a lot with, people getting candy, right? Knock on a door, trick or treat, and then usually you're given candy. But sometimes there has been reports of people getting dangerous things inside of candy or instead of candy, right? In many cases, the source of malicious Halloween candy tampering is hard to track down. Because of this, people are convinced that most of these stories are just fear-mongering, right? There's a lot of stories out there, but not a lot of proof. And a lot of people use this as ways to basically diminish, maybe even slander the name of Halloween. But these instances can be real. Much like in 2019, Jason Rax from Waterbury, Connecticut was arrested on Halloween night for tampering with children's Halloween candy. All right, that's a bad charge to have already. You're already on the list if you're tampering with Halloween candy like that. Several Waterbury residents reported to police that there were razor blades in their children's Halloween baskets. It was noted that the razor blades were loose and not found inside the candy themselves. Just throwing in a handful of razors. Gillette razors just flopping around some Tootsie Rolls due to Milk Dud boxes. The man believed to be responsible for this incident was 37-year-old Jason Rax, who was taken into custody almost immediately. Rax told the police that they accidentally spilled the candy bowls that he used to hand out the treats in. The same bowl that I put all my random razor blades in was the bowl we so happen to have our Skittles in, man. Don't you believe me? And I hate to say this too, but I will say this looks like a man who would hand out razor blades too. They gotta get you purposely looking fucking terrible in these shots, right?
I think I've read that they purposely wait
just a long time, so you're just tired as shit. Yeah. When questioned, Rax could not explain how the blades got to the children's baskets without being noticed. In what world could he like accidentally not stab the shit out of his hand by being like, oh my god, wait, there's razor blades in here. There's no way he can fumble around. Here you go, kids. Wait, what is that shiny metallic object that I just put into that kid's basket? I don't know.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of doubt. I think he went to Lowe's, got his candy there and razor blades, and then he just dumped the basket.
Why Lowe's for razor blades? Why Lowe's is your example? If anything, I thought you'd say he went to Walmart, he picked up all his fun-sized family bag of candies. He's like, I'm gonna give out candies this year. Usually I don't. I'm going to this year. I gotta clean up, I gotta shave. Picked up a bunch of razor blades. You know, whenever you get home, you have your bags of groceries on your counters, and then you're handling your, it's all your goodies you bought. Ooh, I gotta, you're snacking all the stuff you want to snack on. And then coincidentally, not with the sleight of a hand, oops, in the bowl with the candy. That's probably what happened. He was ultimately charged with the risk of injury to a minor, reckless endangerment, and interfering with a police officer. His bond was set to $250,000. Luckily, no children were injured through the whole ordeal. Thank God. Which, there are many reported instances of sharp metal objects being sneakily hidden inside candy wrappers and handed out to kids, which is a sentence that I never thought I would say. And I didn't think that it was that common, but apparently it is. And in one case, an 11-year-old was sent to the hospital after eating a foreign metal object hidden inside a Reese's peanut butter cup. If I had a nickel. If I had a dime every time that happened to me, dude. She was rushed to the hospital soon after to have it surgically removed. How the did you eat the fucking Reese's putt in one fucking gulp? Goddamn, dude. Bite into it.
Didn't even chew it.
Yeah, she's like, she's like, I hate chewing chocolate. It happened again in 2021 when it was reported that a sewing needle was found crammed inside of a Kit Kat bar and another in a pack of Sour Patch Kids.
Were they skewered?
They skewered it in, and the picture of that is that is crazy. People were so worried that a local community hospital offered to provide x-rays of any candy distributed to trick-or-treaters using a portable x-ray machine. Ohio police called it truly disturbing. Yeah! Look at that Kit Kat! My God, what kind of psychopath? Yeah. Listen, dude, I get not liking kids, right? Kids are fucking annoying. To put a needle inside a Kit Kat? Eat it. To be that mentally fucking disturbed, then to also be like, have fun out there tonight, and as they're walking away, they turn around, they're just like, you know what I mean? Fucking psychopaths. Offering free x-rays for the bad stuff in candies has been pretty notable and was even pretty big in the 80s. And even last year in 2023, Wisconsin parents discovered that their child's Halloween candy included a Tootsie Roll with a nail in it. Isn't that fun? The parents posted an image to Facebook to alert other parents, showing that she already been injured upon finding it. Dude, we can't show the whole bloody ass thumb. There's the nail. With all these stories about sharp objects being put inside candy, the culprit seems to never be found. It might lead you to be skeptical, but it's still terrifying to imagine nonetheless. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. How many of those that we just talked about do you think are real?
That Facebook one? That seems fake. Ow, I poked my finger.
Well, I was going to say, what, you're going to set up a shot of like, also my fucking nails are, I don't even know if we're going to release the pumpkin spice thing. There's been a couple videos, all right? They're gel. I can't peel them off. They're fucking gel. It hurt. It burned. I had to put my hand inside this purple illuminated box, and it was scolding. I was like, ow. And she was just like, just wait a second, it'll go away. And I was like, I put it back in, and yeah, these motherfuckers are not coming off. And I felt really stupid because I was like, so tonight, how do I get these off? She said, tonight? I said, yeah, can I peel these off tonight? And she's like, oh, these are supposed to be on for 3 weeks. And I said, So that's the whole thing. I was gonna do it, doesn't matter. But yeah, staging it in front of also all your aesthetic candy and shit too. Come on, man. That shit seems set up. Even the way that the nails poking out. Come on, dude.
How did she stab herself? The nail's pointing down and it stabbed her thumb.
I mean, it's still protruding out of the wrapper. You could still fucking poke your thumb, Nick. How did she do that? The papers there protected the nail. What the hell? But in 2014, an Ohio mother checked her son's candy to find 4 boxes of Milk Duds, each filled with 22 caliber bullets.
That's insane.
Well, it is insane. I'll tell you why, because Milk Duds are my favorite candy. All right. And everyone gets mad at me when I say that. Does it take 7 years to chew one Milk Dud? Yeah, dude. But guess what? That's what makes it so good. You have to work through it to enjoy no pain, no gain, as they say, right? Also, just want to say, finding 22 caliber bullets inside the Milk Dud box, that's wrong. Okay? Chrissy Campbell's 4-year-old son, Landon, came home, bringing along some candy that was given to him from his preschool. What are you going to give bullets to a kid for? I mean, what the fuck do you expect him to, a 4-year-old, to show up to school with a gun like that? What are you talking about? Well, he has to have the 22 caliber gun, dude. If you're going to fuck with kids like that, at least make it to where, I don't know, it's a thing full of tacks. And they're like, ooh, and they eat it. Chocolate, blood all the time. During a Halloween event, parents handed out homemade bags of candy to children. The Milk Dud boxes were given to the child inside a small black bag that said, "Eat, drink, and be scary." What's even creepier is that the large bag that contained these items had the children's name written on them. The motherfucker knew who they were. Yeah. All right? That's a little, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually legitimately pretty creepy. But how did they not get caught?
Yeah, what the hell?
Nobody at the preschool would comment on the matter, and the Peebles Police Department began an investigation. They also planned to work with the prosecutor's office to determine what charges would apply. There appears to be no update as to whether or not the culprit was found. But how? How many kids are in the class? It's like, just bring all the parents in and be like, hello? Which one? It's like one guy with like, he's like super tall and he's like a giant like trench coat. He's like, which one of you did this? It's the guy with like loading a gun in the back. We gotta protect our kids. George, your child died drowning 6 months ago. What are you doing here? Just miss her. It would be some shit like that, you know what I mean? If I can't have my baby girl, no one can have their baby girls.
I bet you the mom saw the Milk Dud boxes, shook them. Oh, they're Milk Duds. And the guy was handing.
What the hell are you saying? Chocolate orbs are not going to sound like bullet casings. That's what a Milk Dud sounds like. Sounds like a little canister of pennies. What the hell? Like you're sympathetic to the mom who's just like, yep, those are Milk Duds. Start popping off in her hand.
I'm just saying, I think that...
You seem like the fucking guy that would do it then, dude. Are you kidding me? I don't see the big deal. I mean, easy mistake for anybody, really. If razor blades and sewing needles weren't bad enough, imagine checking your child's Halloween candy and finding drugs. Oh my God, drugs. No! Like in 2019, when a mother from North Plains found a purple chewable Advil pill in her child's Halloween candy, disguised as a sweet tart. I don't even know. If I'm being completely honest, this is how bad of a parent I'd be. I'd be like, oh, you have a headache? You know what I mean? If you needed an Advil, just let me know. I'll give you an Advil. Is Advil that bad? Can you get hooked on one Advil? I mean, like, if it was like, here's a whole thing of Advil, I'd be like, well, that's irresponsible. But I think it was just one.
Yeah, if the whole sweet tart thing was Advil.
Yeah, exactly. It's like one of those, like, candy necklaces. Like that. Typically, the most common culprit that is found in candy is meth. Hey, who's got a sweet tooth? I know I do. Horror stories like this have consumed parents around the Halloween season, specifically due to a recent story involving fentanyl, the boogeyman. The boogeyman of the drugs lately. In October of 2022, 12,000 suspected fentanyl pills were found in various bags of candy, as reported by the DEA agents at LAX, just at the airport. 12,000 pills. What the fuck is fentanyl? Oh my God, look at that. Look at the this Whoppers case. Okay, Whopper certainly has changed their design. It's also, anybody carrying around a box of sweet tarts, check that mother. Who the fuck eats sweet tarts? Or even Whoppers for that matter, dude. Whoppers, some malt balls? That's like some 1950s candy, dude. I want popcorn and malt balls. Because they have nothing else. People were just like, why don't you eat anything else? Literally, Coca-Cola and malt balls. Put me in a fentanyl flop over getting a box of sweet tarts and Whoppers, dude. Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, the suspect fled prior to being detained, but has been identified and is currently part of an ongoing investigation. Once again, nobody really arrested besides the first guy at the very beginning with his mishap with razors in a bowl. How have we not caught anybody else? Now I kind of believe him too. It feels like an accident. Everything else that's real, they're getting away left and right. He's like, I have nothing to hide. There was an accident. It was an accident. Even back in 2017, reports of fentanyl blotters were found all around Canada during Halloween time. Blotters are a type of paper used to carry liquid solution of a drug. Typically, you see that with the LSD you put on your tongue. Don't take the brown acid. That kind of thing. That's a blotter. Oh, look at that one. That one's cute. It has a little witch on it. How festive and fun.
Eat this razor blade.
Although many believe the spread of fentanyl in Halloween candy is widely overblown, it still seems to have most parents terrified.
That one's believable because a lot of these are like, oh, why would someone hand out weed brownies or whatever when fentanyl's so cheap?
What is fentanyl? Is it like a muscle relaxer kind of thing or no?
It's manufactured in China.
Chinese and their opioids, huh? Those motherfuckers love those opioids. I keep wanting to say opioids. The Chinese love their old boys, huh? One of the most famous stories that started the tampered candy panic occurred in 1959, when Dr. William Shine pranked his entire neighborhood on Halloween night. What does a prank in 1959 look like, huh? I'm gonna prank everyone. Everyone. Dr. Shine, could you let us go home now? He just like smiles at him. The mad dentist handed out 450 candy-coated laxatives to the local trick-or-treaters. They're all going to poop themselves. Then they will know my wrath. It was reported that 30 kids fell violently ill. In the end, they recovered, but likely had their holiday ruined. It feels like it's a dentist being like, see, candy's bad for you.
Let me look at your beautiful teeth.
You'd think dentists would want kids to eat candy so they could do surgery on them and get money.
Yeah, I always imagine that every dentist is like sadistic. Like they love it.
Oh, you have a cavity.
With like a machine, like some made up machine. They're like,
you have to fill it today.
Put it on your deal and they're like rotating around or whatever. It looks like a fucking like Tim Burton device or something.
I have to get the cavity. It's very deep.
The townsfolk traced the tampered with candy back to Shine's place. The doctor was charged with several crimes, including outrage of public decency and an unlawful dispensing of drugs, which in 1959, you know, the guy was just like, hey, they pooped. They pooped. It's not a big deal. You shit every day. Look at you. God, people are so soft now. Becky ate a nail yesterday. They're like, those are nails, not pharmaceuticals, doctor. This is just one of the many rare stories that instilled fear in the minds of parents around the Halloween season. And these are the kind of stories, too, I can tell. Definitely, you'd say, well, did you hear about this one? Oh, like holding your daughter back. Oh, or what about her? Go home, run, go home. But in 2023, an 11-year-old child was given laced treats by a group of boys on electric scooters
with ski masks on.
I think we call them hoodlums or thugs. One day in Christchurch, New Zealand, a schoolboy was trick-or-treating with his friends for the very first time in the suburb of Parkland with his mates. When he was picked up by his mother, she was told that the boy ate treats offered by random boys on the street. Red flag number one. I mean, imagine anybody. My age or what, even if my friend, if you came up to me and you're like, eat this, I'd be like, no. You know what I mean? What, random boy, ski mask on? Imagine someone like a masked person, eat this. Okay. I don't give a fuck how young I was. There's no way I would do that. Would you?
I did that to my friend. I gave him cat food, cat treat.
Did he eat it?
Yeah, he took a bite. He's like, what is this?
He couldn't smell that it was a cat treat?
They're really tiny.
Do they look like candy? I mean, they're probably coarse and they look like cat food, I would imagine.
They're like little stars and fish shaped.
But it probably looked like cat food though, right?
Probably.
As soon as he ingested the treat, his throat and mouth started to burning and his lips were tingling. Soon after, he started to have bad stomach pains. What the fuck? Did they give him like cyanide or something? God damn. Not knowing what was ingested, the mother began panicking. The child, who had serious allergies. Yeah, I like how he's like, I'm allergic to everything. They're like, eat this. Okay, fine. I'm allergic to everything, but I'll eat whatever you tell me. He had serious allergies. Thought he was about to undergo anaphylactic shock. He choked to death. As the night progressed, the boy began to throw up repeatedly, and the stomach pains became more and more severe. And eventually, the mother's teenage daughter alerted her that there was talk of teenage boys putting laxatives in lollycakes. What is up with laxatives, dude? Apparently, they had been handing them out all night to unsuspecting children. If I was a younger guy and I was like, I'm going to give away lollipops to kids and just make them put their pants, on paper, pretty funny. In practice, horrible. Also, if your kid is like severely, let me just go off on this mom a little bit. If your kid is severely allergic to a bunch of different and he's like, I just ate something random, my stomach hurts, my lips are burning, why would you just be like, well, we'll see what happens in let's give it a few hours? Why would you not rush him to the hospital? There's enough time for your teenage daughter to come home and be like, oh yeah, kids are putting like pharmaceuticals and lollipops. She's like, oh good, you're just going to poop for a while, sweetheart. Have a good night. And the kid's like, Roll around. You know what? Let's give an award for worst mom so far of the year.
Have you ever drugged your friends?
No. Have you drugged your friends?
One friend.
Why?
Well, it was a month prior to my birthday. He like put caramel in my ear when I was sleeping, and I got a huge infection. So for my birthday, I had my brother put sleeping pills in his drinks all night so that he could fall asleep.
That sounds illegal.
We could fuck with him. Well, he never fell asleep, but yeah, it was illegal.
You and your friend group sound miserable. Caramel in your ear? That sounds fucking awful as well.
Well, I was at the birthday party. The rule was whoever fell asleep, everyone gets to fuck with. But I had a tummy ache.
Don't say tummy. I would have put caramel in your ear too, dude. My tummy hurts, but don't mess with me. I'd be like, I'm f***ing with that guy. In 2017, a mother from Florida discovered a prescription painkiller, Tramadol, in her 3-year-old son's candy bag after attending a Treat Street event. God damn, once again, it's like, we're on the same street. You know what I mean? Which one of you put fucking Tramadol in my son's Tootsie Roll wrapper? The Riverview Chamber of Commerce claims that after 29 years of running the event, this has never happened that we know of, right? They believe that it was merely an accident rather than a malicious or intentional act.
It's a painkiller. It's probably over the counter.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he's gonna feel good for a while. They bring in some like weird gossiping shit. You know what I mean? We hear you yelling at your husband, Teresa, so he probably needs it. In 2023, a prescription drug, clonazepam pill, was found in their child's Halloween candy. Clonazepam is used to treat panic or anxiety attacks. It was found on a plastic bag decorated with candy corn, quote, along with various pieces of mixed candy.
It's just loose candy.
It's just loose, unwrapped candy and a candy corn bag. Halloween is here. Once again, no culprit was found. Of course, why not? But the Sireville Police Department made a statement on Facebook warning people to examine their children's candy. If you're not doing that already, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Come on. I don't think my mom ever, I don't think he ever did. I remember one time I think I took out like what was those hard candies that had the fucking strawberry wrapper?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Those hard candies? I unwrapped one of them. There was like long black hair wrapped around it. What my fat ass did? I did. You know what I mean? Sick for 3 days afterwards. Oh. Too much sugar. Not realizing I probably just ate like pubic hair or something like that. In the year 2000, police began an investigation over the discovery of Snicker bars crammed with bags of marijuana. On Halloween night, at least 9 Snicker bars were filled with marijuana and passed out to unknowing trick-or-treaters in Hercules. The police had a few leads to follow, but ultimately were not able to find the source. How is it possible that just no one is found? No one comes forward. Every time. The next one where if they don't find the next one, I'm rage quitting. In 2018, 2 parents were sent to the hospital after eating meth-laced Halloween candy. God damn. Now that's a fucking trick or treat right there. Holy shit. You just got tricked. You know what I mean? We gave you the candy. Why are you tricking us? You just got tricked. The Oregon Sheriff's Office made a statement about Halloween candy reportedly being altered in the Aloha community. While the family was trick-or-treating, they ate a packet of Sour Patch Kids and began to feel sick. The leftover candies were taken in for an investigation and were tested positive for presence of methamphetamine. Fortunately, none of their children ingested any of the laced candy, which I think is unfair. I think we've got to go down as a family. If daddy and mommy eat a piece of meth Sour Patch Kids, then I think the children should as well. Only fair, right? Who bought you the costume? Daddy and mommy did. A police sheriff in 2022 shared his story of being forced to eat LSD-laced candy when he was a young child. On Halloween Day, a 6-year-old Andrew Brunson attended a trick-or-treat fair to play games and go on rides. While there, he encountered a bizarre adult that repeatedly insisted he eat a piece of candy he had in his hand. Like he was feeding a fucking horse, dude. It's just right there. Eat it. You're hungry, aren't you? He went so far as to open it up himself and put it in his mouth. Being a child, he ate the candy without giving it much thought. He's like... Brunson ended up in the hospital after his mother saw him unconscious on the ground. Today, the police sheriff urges parents to be aware of where their kids are on Halloween and to walk in the neighborhoods during the daytime. POV, someone's giving you candy and they're like, and then it's just black. And you wake up and you're like,
That's horrifying.
It's absolutely horrifying. That's so fucked up. It was Halloween, 1964, when 13-year-old Elsie Drucker and her 15-year-old sister Irene were almost killed from ingesting arsenic hidden inside of Halloween candy. While sorting through the Halloween candy, 2 ant buttons were discovered. These are tools used to kill insects and pesticides, all that kind of shit, right? The community was alerted of this, leading to 19 more ant buttons to be discovered in other houses in the neighborhood. With the help of the 2 children, the police were able to trace the toxic treats to the home of a 47-year-old housewife named Helen Feel. Finally, we get justice of all these motherfuckers, dude. Finally, we get a face! Especially a 47-year-old housewife named Helen Feel, but didn't have anything better to do.
We got too many ant buttons. I don't got any more ants, you take them.
She was charged with child endangerment and held the risk of facing prison time. As you probably should, dude. What the fuck? Yeah.
Wait, so I'm really gonna go to the big house for this one?
Yeah. According to Feel's husband, the whole thing was a joke. What a hoot and a holler. Helen, however, had a strange motive behind her actions. She told the courtroom that she, quote, didn't mean it maliciously and intentionally handed out the poisonous treats to people who should have already aged out of the activity.
I gave it to other people who I thought were too old trick-or-treating.
What? As it turned out, Helen was also handing out dog biscuits and steel wool as well. Hilariously enough, Helen's husband spent Halloween night trick-or-treating with her teenage sons, who were likely older than the people she divvied out the poison to. Field was forced to undergo 60 days in a psychiatric hospital as a result of her heinous actions. Throw her in the loony bin.
Yeah, exactly.
They were ant buttons! Helen pleaded guilty in the middle of her trial, but her case was ultimately suspended and was chalked up to a mere stupidity rather than genuine malice, which is so This is like 1960s justice. She's a crazy broad. Not again. All right, Helen. He's like, you know, like all spazzed out and shit, hair all. She's like, no problem, Your Honor. Judge Thomas M. Stark said, I don't understand why she had done such a stupid thing as this, but I feel incarceration is not the answer. What a man of the people, a political beacon of justice. But one of the most tragic instances of Halloween laced candy was that of Ronald O'Brien, dubbed the man who killed Halloween. It was a rainy Halloween night in 1974. Ronald O'Brien went out trick-or-treating with his children near his home in Deer Park suburb of Houston. They joined the Bates family as their 2 kids traveled as a group. Nice family out, nice Halloween night, right? The rain had poured so intensely that the night had to end early. Before bed, Timothy requested a treat, to which O'Brien recommended the Pixie Sticks, even going so far as to help pour the candy into his son's mouth. Within 90 minutes, Timothy was pronounced dead. His daughter Elizabeth had also chosen the Pixie Sticks, but she survived because she was unable to open the Pixie Sticks. As it turns out, both Timothy and Elizabeth's candy had been poisoned. According to investigators, O'Brien filled the top 2 inches of Pixie Sticks with granules of potassium cyanide. What a fucking monster. Especially to think that the guy was just like, all right, open up. Ooh, big Halloween night.
I gotta go check on your sister.
Parents across Texas began to freak out over the possibility that their children would be poisoned as well. And in response, they threw away all Halloween candies that were collected. Hence O'Brien's nickname, the man who killed Halloween. Shockingly, there were more than just 2 laced Pixie Sticks. In fact, 5 other children were given the same candy from Ronald. Ronald was tasked with locating the other Pixie Sticks, but there was no way to find the exact whereabouts of where those Pixie Sticks were at. The police turned their attention to O'Brien after finding out that he had taken out $30,000 in life insurance policies for both his children. It's so stupid. It's so suspicious. You know, just what's your highest you can go? 30,000. Yeah, both of them. I was planning on keeping one of them, but with the amount, sure, fine. I'll settle with 30.
You know what's crazy? Nowadays, it costs about like $20,000 just to give birth to a child in the hospital. You're not even making that much money now.
It also costs $76,000 for a truck. Prices sure have skyrocketed, haven't they, Nick? Not only was he trying to profit off the deaths of his children, he was willing to involve other innocent kids in an attempt to make the crime appear random. In fact, his own insurance agent admitted that Ronald called him within hours of Timothy's death to begin processing the claim. How f***ed up is that? Hey man, you want to go ahead and run those numbers. They're gone. They're long gone. That's horrible. Yeah. Run it. On June 3rd, O'Brien was sentenced to death via electric chair. He was executed on March 31st,
1984. He maintained his innocence all the way to the end, stating, quote, "Because I have no guilt, I've really got nothing to worry about." What a man, Ronald. What a man. One of my favorite crazy Halloween incidents when I was a kid, it didn't have to do with necessarily drugs or anything, but there was one time I saw these kids go up to a house. They asked, trick or treat. The guy was like, "Leave me alone." Because the whole indicator too is if somebody is doing trick or treating, their lights are on. So you can go and if their lights are off, it means no one's home. His lights were on and the kids were like, "Trick or treat." And he's like, "I'm not fucking doing it here." And they're like, "Well, why are your lights on?" He went over to his, there's a little garden bed next to him and he gave a handful of rocks and put it in their bags. And he's like, "There you go, now fuck off." And the kids immediately went, took the rocks out and just pelted the windows out of his car. He came out, "What the fuck?" He turned his light off after that though. That was the one big one. I kept my rock.
You did?
Yeah. I got a rock from him. Halloween is supposed to be this joyous time for children, and me personally now, I loved trick-or-treating back then, but now it's just a time, it's an excuse to just get in the spirit of watching crazy-ass fun movies and having this kind of weird decor, feeling this looming kind of spooky vibe. And it's a shame nowadays that it's like, I look around, you don't see any of that kind of camaraderie with kids anymore, or even maybe one day me having another child, especially the one after the fire. I'd like to take my kid out trick-or-treating, experience the things that I used to experience when I was a kid. And it's a shame that people have to go and ruin such a beautiful, beautiful thing. So I do have to say this. If you are planning on going and trick-or-treating this Halloween season, or maybe you're taking your kiddos or your puppers out for a nice jaunt around the Halloween trails, maybe check the candy. Maybe keep a nice, spooky eye on all of these crazy, crazy individuals. Until next time, safe trick-or-treating, my friends. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.